Hello everyone, and welcome to Terrified Tales. Tonight, we bring you the Snowbound Voices, a chilling story of a young couple stranded in a remote cabin during a brutal snowstorm. At first, the howling wind seems like nothing more than nature's fury until they begin to hear whispers. These voices speak their darkest secrets and reveal fears neither could have known about the other. As the storm escalates, so does the terror, and they must confront the storm's sinister intent and their own truths. Before we dive in, let me ask you something. Where are you watching from, and what time is it for you right now? Also, if you're part of the 75% who haven't liked or subscribed yet, take a moment to support the channel. It really helps us keep bringing you these terrifying tales. Now, settle in, relax, and let the story unfold. Emma shifted uncomfortably in her seat as the car's headlights cut through the thick veil of falling snow. The storm had come out of nowhere, a sudden onslaught of wind and ice that turned the narrow mountain road into a slippery, treacherous maze. Liam tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his jaw clenched as he focused on keeping the car on the barely visible asphalt. The wipers squealed against the windshield, struggling to keep up with the relentless assault of snow. Inside the car, the air was heavy with unspoken tension, the kind that had lingered between them for weeks. "How much farther?" Emma asked, her voice breaking the uneasy silence. She stared out at the swirling snow, trying to make out any sign of civilization, but there was nothing, just the endless expanse of white. Liam glanced at her briefly, his expression tight. "The GPS says 10 miles, but with this weather." His voice trailed off as the car skidded slightly, the tires struggling for traction. He corrected the wheel with a sharp movement, and Emma gripped the edge of her seat instinctively. "We should have stayed at the motel," Emma muttered, her words barely audible over the wind that howled around the car. "We've been over this," Liam replied, his tone clipped. "The motel was full, and the cabin is our only option. It's either this or sleep in the car." Emma didn't respond, but her lips pressed into a thin line. She pulled her coat tighter around herself, the chill from outside seeping through the car's thin insulation. She didn't want to admit it, but she was scared not just of the storm, but of the distance growing between her and Liam. This trip had been meant to fix things, to give them time to reconnect, but so far, all it had done was amplify the cracks. In their relationship, Liam exhaled sharply, his frustration evident as he leaned forward, squinting at the road ahead. "There," he said suddenly, his tone laced with relief. "I think that's the turn." Emma followed his gaze and saw a narrow path branching off to the left, marked by a weathered wooden sign partially obscured by snow. The letters were barely legible, but she could make out the word cabin. "This is it," Liam said, turning the wheel carefully. The car groaned as it shifted onto the unpaved road, the tires crunching over fresh snow. The trees on either side loomed like dark sentinels, their branches heavy with ice. The narrow path twisted and turned, and the headlights barely illuminated more than a few feet ahead. Emma's unease deepened as the cabin came into view. It was small and weathered, its wooden exterior darkened with age. Smoke curled faintly from the chimney, a sign that the caretaker had prepared it for their arrival, but the place still looked as though it hadn't seen life in years. The surrounding forest pressed in close, the trees swaying and creaking under the force of the wind. Liam parked the car in front of the cabin and turned off the engine. For a moment, neither of them moved. The silence inside the car was broken only by the faint sound of snow pelting against the windows. "Well, Liam," said finally, his voice forced and cheerful. "Home sweet home, at least for tonight." Emma didn't respond. She opened her door, and the wind hit her like a wall, biting and fierce. She shivered as she stepped out, pulling her hood up against the snow that stung her cheeks. Liam retrieved their bags from the trunk, and together they trudged toward the cabin. The snow was already ankle deep, and the path leading to the door was barely visible. The inside of the cabin was mercifully warm, thanks to the wood stove that glowed faintly in the corner. Emma set her bag down and looked around. The interior was rustic but cozy, with a small kitchen, a couch, and a wooden table with 2 chairs. A narrow staircase led to a loft with a bed, its quilt neatly folded. The walls were lined with shelves that held mismatched dishes, books, and a few knickknacks. "It's not so bad," Liam said, brushing snow off his coat before hanging it on a hook by the door. "Better than freezing in the car." Emma didn't reply. She walked to the window and peered out, her breath fogging the glass. The storm was relentless, the wind howling through the trees like a mournful wail. She couldn't see the road they had come from. It was already buried under a thick layer of snow. Liam moved to the wood stove, adding another log to the fire. The flames crackled, casting flickering shadows on the walls. "We'll be fine," he said, more to himself than to Emma. "The storm will blow over by morning, and we can head out then." Emma turned to him, her arms crossed. What if it doesn't? Instead, he busied himself, unpacking their supplies, arranging cans of food and bottles of water on the counter. Emma watched him for a moment, then sighed, and climbed the stairs to the loft. She sat on the edge of the bed, running her fingers over the quilt's faded pattern. The storm's howling seemed louder up here, the wind rattling the windows and sending occasional creaks through the wooden beams. She tried to focus on something else, anything to distract her from the gnawing unease in her chest. Of course, had no signal, and the single lamp on the bedside table gave off a weak, yellowish glow. She thought about reading one of the books from the shelves downstairs, but even the thought of moving felt like too much effort. Instead, she lay back on the bed and closed her eyes, listening to the storm. The wind's howling rose and fell, almost like a voice trying to speak. She shivered and pulled the quilt up to her chin, willing herself to ignore it. But then she heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible over the storm. It was so soft that she wasn't sure if she had imagined it, but it sent a chill down her spine nonetheless. She sat up, her heart racing, and strained to listen. Emma, her name, clear and distinct, carried on the wind. She froze, her breath caught in her throat. It had to be her imagination. She was tired, on edge, and the storm was playing tricks. On her, that was all. But the whisper came again, faint but unmistakable. "Emma." She scrambled off the bed and hurried down the stairs, her pulse hammering in her ears. Liam looked up from the table, where he was opening a can of soup. "What's wrong? Did you hear something?" she asked, her voice shaky. Liam frowned. "Hear what?" I thought I heard." She trailed off, shaking her head. "Never mind. It's nothing." He studied her for a moment, then shrugged. "Probably just the wind. It's loud enough to sound like anything." Emma nodded, but she wasn't convinced. She glanced toward the window, her skin prickling with unease. The storm raged on, the winds howling, carrying with it a faint, almost human quality. "Just the wind," she repeated softly, trying to convince herself, but deep down she wasn't so sure. The wind howled relentlessly outside the cabin, shaking the wooden beams and rattling the glass panes in their frames. Inside, the small wood stove burned steadily, its orange glow flickering across the walls. The air was warm, but the oppressive chill of the storm still seeped in, as if the cabin itself could not escape the freezing grasp of the snowstorm. Emma sat curled up on the couch, a thick blanket draped over her shoulders. She stared into the flames, eerie whisper she had heard in the loft. She hadn't told Liam about it, not really. She had asked if he had heard anything, but when he shrugged it off, she let it drop. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks on her, amplifying her frayed nerves. But the way the voice had sounded soft, deliberate, almost familiar, it had felt too real to ignore. Liam was in the tiny kitchen area, preparing 2 bowls of soup. He moved with purpose, his brow furrowed as he concentrated on the task. Emma knew he was trying to distract himself, trying to stay busy to avoid thinking about the storm and their situation. It was something she admired about him, usually his ability to stay calm and focused in difficult situations. But tonight, that calm felt distant, almost cold. "You need to eat," Liam said, his voice breaking the silence as he carried the bowls over to the table. "You'll feel better." Emma turned to him, her gaze lingering on his face. She could see the faint tension in his jaw, the way his eyes avoided hers. He was worried even if he didn't want to admit it. "I'm not really hungry," she said, though her stomach churned in protest. "You should try," he insisted, setting the bowl down in front of her. "We don't know how long we'll be stuck here." Emma nodded reluctantly and sat at the table. The soup was hot and salty, the steam rising in soft tendrils. She took a small sip. For a moment, the act of eating grounded her, pulling her thoughts away from the strange, uneasy sensation that had settled over her since arriving at the cabin. Liam sat across from her, eating in silence. The only sounds were the clinking of spoons against ceramic and the persistent wail of the wind outside. The storm's ferocity seemed to grow with each passing hour, as if it were building toward something. Emma tried to shake off the thought, focusing instead on the rhythmic movements of Liam's hand as he stirred his soup. "Do you think anyone will come looking for us?" she asked suddenly, her voice tentative. Liam glanced up, his expression unreadable. "Eventually. Once the storm clears, they'll probably send out road crews, maybe search and rescue if they think anyone's stranded." Emma nodded, but his answer didn't bring her the comfort she had hoped for. The storm showed no signs of letting up, and the idea of being trapped here for days or longer sent a shiver down her spine. As they finished their meal, Liam gathered the dishes and carried them back to the sink. Emma stayed at the table, her hands wrapped around the empty bowl, staring into the dark window above the sink. The glass reflected the warm interior of the cabin, but beyond that, there was only blackness. The snow-covered landscape outside was hidden, swallowed by the storm. For all they knew, the rest of the world had disappeared. "I'm going to check upstairs," Liam said, breaking the silence as he wiped his hands on a dish towel. "Make sure the windows are holding." Emma nodded absently, her gaze still, fixed on the window, as Liam climbed the narrow staircase to the loft, his footsteps creaking on the wooden steps. Emma let out a slow breath. She tried to push away the gnawing feeling in her chest, the creeping sense that they were not truly alone in the cabin. The wind outside shifted, its pitch rising and falling in strange rhythmic patterns. Emma tilted her head, listening intently. It almost sounded like. She leaned closer to the window, her breath fogging the glass, and then she heard it again. Emma, her name, faint but unmistakable, carried on the wind. Her heart jolted, and she froze in place, her fingers gripping the edge of the table. The voice was soft, almost gentle, but there was an edge to it, something that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. She turned toward the window, half expecting to see a face staring back at her. But there was only her own reflection, pale and wide-eyed. "Liam," she called, her voice shaking. Footsteps thudded on the stairs, and Liam appeared at the top of the staircase. "What is it?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "Did you hear that?" Emma's voice was barely above a whisper. "Outside, someone said my name." Liam frowned and descended the stairs, his expression skeptical. "It's the wind," he said firmly. "It's loud enough to sound like anything." "No," Emma insisted, standing up from the table. "It wasn't just the wind, it was a voice. It said my name." Liam crossed his arms, his gaze softening slightly as he tried to reassure her. "Emma, it's just your mind playing tricks on you. The storm is loud, and we're both on edge. It's easy to imagine things." Emma shook her head, her heart pounding. "I know what I heard." Liam sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Okay, I'll check outside. What? Emma's eyes widened. No, you can't go out there. It's too dangerous. I'll just look out the door, he said, grabbing his coat. If there's anyone out there, we can't just ignore it. Emma wanted to protest, but the words caught in her throat. She watched helplessly as Liam opened the door and stepped onto the porch, the freezing wind immediately cutting into the warmth of the cabin. Snow swirled around him, the storm's intensity blinding. He shielded his eyes with his hand and peered. Into the darkness, he called out, his voice swallowed by the howling wind. Is anyone out there? There was no response. Liam stood there for a moment, squinting into the storm, before shaking his head and stepping back inside. He closed the door behind him, shivering as he hung his coat back on the hook. It's just us. Emma didn't respond. She wrapped her arms around herself, staring at the floor. The unease that had taken root in her chest only deepened. She wanted to believe Liam, to accept his rational explanation, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The wind outside howled louder, its pitch rising to an almost human wail. Emma shivered, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders as she sat back down on the couch. Her eyes darted to the window again. The storm's fury was relentless, its presence almost tangible. Liam sat beside her, placing a reassuring hand on her knee. We'll get through this, he said softly. It's just one night. Emma nodded, but her thoughts were far from settled. She leaned into him, seeking comfort in his presence, but her mind kept drifting back to the voice she had heard. The way it had said her name, soft and deliberate, like it knew her, like it was waiting for her. As the wind howled outside, Emma closed her eyes and tried to push the thoughts away. But in the back of her mind, the voice lingered, faint and persistent, refusing to be ignored. The storm showed no signs of relenting. The howling wind battered the cabin with relentless force, its mournful wails rising and falling like some terrible symphony. Snow had piled high against the windows, leaving the interior bathed in a dim, grayish light. Emma paced back and forth in the small living space, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She had barely slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she could hear it her name, whispered faintly, woven into the wind's endless song. Liam sat by the wood stove, feeding another log into the hungry flames. He glanced at her occasionally, his expression unreadable. She could tell he was growing irritated with her pacing, but she didn't care. The tension in the cabin was unbearable, a suffocating presence that seemed to press in on her from all sides. You're going to wear a hole in the floor, Liam said finally, his voice tight. He wasn't looking at her, his attention focused. On the fire, Emma stopped, turning to him with a sharp glare. I can't just sit here, she snapped. Not when what? He interrupted, his tone sharp. He stood up and faced her, his arms crossed. When you think you're hearing voices in the wind, Emma, we're stuck in the middle of a storm. We're tired, cold, and stressed. Your mind is playing tricks on you. I know what I heard, Emma shot back, her voice rising. It wasn't just the wind, Liam. It was something else. It said my name. Liam sighed, running a hand through his hair. I looked outside, remember? There's no one out there. It's just us. Emma shook her head, frustration bubbling over. You always do this, she said bitterly. You dismiss everything I say, like I'm just imagining things. That's not what I'm doing, Liam said, his voice quieter now, though his posture remained defensive. I'm trying to keep us calm, Emma. If we start losing it, we're not going to make it through this. Emma opened her mouth to respond, but the words caught in her throat. The wind outside shifted suddenly, its pitch dropping to a low, guttural moan. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. Liam stiffened as well, his eyes darting toward the window. Did you hear that? Emma whispered, her voice barely audible. Liam hesitated, his brow furrowing. It's just the storm, he said, though his tone lacked conviction, but Emma could see it in his eyes. The flicker of doubt, the faint unease. He had heard something too. For the first time since they had arrived at the cabin, Emma felt a small, bitter satisfaction. She wasn't imagining things. The wind howled again, louder this time, and Emma could swear she heard her name woven into the noise. It was faint, almost drowned by the storm's fury, but it was there, Emma. She stepped toward the window, her breath fogging the glass as she peered out into the swirling snow. The forest beyond the cabin was a blur of white, the trees barely visible through the storm. Her reflection stared back at her, pale and wide-eyed, but beyond that, there was nothing, just the wind and the snow. "Emma, stop," Liam said sharply, grabbing her arm. His grip was firm, but not painful. "There's nothing out there." Emma turned to him, her eyes blazing. "You heard it, didn't you?" she demanded. "Lie to me, Liam, you heard it." He hesitated, his lips pressing into a thin line. "I heard something," he admitted finally. "But it doesn't mean anything. It's the wind. It's the storm playing tricks on us." Emma pulled her arm free, her frustration boiling over. "Why do you always have to explain everything away?" she snapped. "Why can't you just admit that something is wrong? Because freaking out isn't going to help us." Liam shot back, his voice rising. "We're stuck here, Emma. We have no choice but to wait this out. The last thing we need is to start imagining things that aren't there." Emma shook her head, stepping away from him. She could feel the tears welling up in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. "You're impossible," she muttered, turning away. The wind outside howled again, louder and more insistent, as if mocking their argument. Emma clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She didn't know what was worst, the storm outside or the growing tension inside the cabin. That evening, the unease in the cabin only deepened. Emma sat on the couch, staring into the fire, while Liam paced the room. The faint sound of the storm seeped through the walls, its mournful wail a constant backdrop to their silence. They spoke little, each lost in their own thoughts. As the hours dragged on, Emma began to notice something strange. The storm's howling seemed to change, Jet's pitch rising and falling in an almost deliberate pattern. It was no longer random. It was rhythmic, intentional. She frowned, leaning forward slightly. The whispers were faint, but they were there. And this time, they weren't just saying her name. They were speaking in fragments, disjointed phrases that sent a chill down her spine. "You never told him. He doesn't know. You lied." Emma's breath caught in her throat. The words were vague, but they cut through her like a knife. She glanced at Liam, who was standing by the window, his back to her. He seemed tense, his shoulders rigid, as if he, too, was listening. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, but still fragmented. They seemed to be addressing her directly, their tone accusatory. "What will you do when he finds out? You brought this here." Emma's heart raced, her mind spinning. How could the storm know? The secrets she had buried deep inside herself, the things she had never spoken aloud, how could they be echoing back to her now? She clenched her fists, her nails biting into her palms. This couldn't be real. It had to be a trick of the wind, her imagination running wild. But when Liam turned to her, his face pale, and his eyes wide with something that looked like fear, she knew she wasn't alone in this, his jaw tightening. "It's just the storm," he said, but his voice was unsteady. "It's messing with our heads." Emma stood up, crossing the room to face him. "Liam, stop pretending everything's fine," she said, her voice breaking. "Something's wrong. You know it, I know it. We can't just ignore this." He opened his mouth to respond, but the storm interrupted him. The wind outside shifted, again, its tone rising into a wailing crescendo. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, and this time, they weren't just speaking to Emma. "You betrayed her. You lied to her. She'll find out." Liam froze, his face paling. Emma stared at him, her heart pounding. The storm wasn't just targeting her, it was targeting both of them. It knew their secrets, their fears, the things they had tried to hide from each other. "Liam," Emma said softly, her voice trembling. "What is it talking about?" He didn't answer. His eyes darted to the window as if searching for an escape, but there was nowhere to go. The storm had them trapped, both physically and emotionally. The cabin felt smaller now, the walls closing in as the weight of the whispers pressed down on them. Emma took a step closer, her voice rising. "What did you do, Liam? What are you hiding?" Liam finally looked at her, his expression a mix of anger and guilt. "Don't," he said sharply. "Don't turn this on me. You're the one hearing things. I'm not imagining this." Emma shouted, her frustration boiling over. "The storm is real. The voices are real, and they know about us, about everything." The wind outside screamed, its wail shaking the cabin. The whispers grew louder, filling the room, their accusations tearing through the fragile threads of their relationship. And in that moment, Emma and Liam realized the terrible truth. The storm wasn't just weather, it was something alive, and it knew everything. The cabin felt like a pressure cooker, the air so thick with tension that it was almost suffocating. Emma paced the room, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, while Liam sat near the wood stove, staring at the crackling flames. Them spoke for a long time. The wind outside continued to howl, its rhythm rising and falling in a way that felt deliberate, calculated even, and beneath the howling, the whispers continued to scrape against Emma's mind like a dull, persistent knife. The storm wasn't just watching them, it was listening. He didn't look up from the fire. "You need to stop pacing. You're driving me crazy." "I'm sorry," Emma snapped, her tone anything but apologetic. "Would you prefer I just sit here and wait for this storm to, I don't know, eat us alive?" Liam sighed and rubbed his temples, the lines of frustration etched deeply into his face. "We're tired, we're stuck here, and this storm, or whatever it is messing with our heads. But we're not going to figure this out by turning on each other." Emma stopped pacing, her breath coming in short, uneven bursts. She wanted to argue, to hurl her fear and frustration at Liam, but she could feel the storm pressing against the walls of the cabin, like an invisible force feeding off their anger. Her chest tightened as she realized what Liam was trying to say. They had to stay calm, or they'd lose more than their minds. She sat down at the table, her hands trembling as she gripped the edge. "Okay," she said, her voice quieter now. "Let's figure it out. What's happening to us? Why is this storm? Why does it know things about us?" His eyes stayed locked on the fire, as if he were trying to will it to provide the answers. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and hesitant. "Maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe we're hearing things we've buried, stuff we haven't dealt with." Emma scoffed. "That's your theory, that this is all in our heads, that we're just projecting our issues onto the weather? Do you have a better explanation?" Liam snapped, his eyes flashing with irritation. Emma opened her mouth to respond, but the wind outside suddenly shifted, rising to a shrill, almost deafening wail. The sound cut through the cabin like a knife, silencing both of them. Emma's stomach turned as she heard it again, her name, woven into the storm's cacophony. "Emma," she froze, her blood running cold. The voice was clearer now, more distinct. It wasn't just a whisper anymore, it was a full, deliberate call. And this time, she wasn't the only one who heard it. "Did you hear that?" Liam asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Emma turned to him, her eyes wide with fear. "You heard it too?" Liam nodded slowly, his expression grim. "Yeah, I heard it." The air in the cabin seemed to grow heavier, as if the storm itself were pressing down on them. Emma's hands gripped the table tighter as she tried to steady herself. The voice had sounded close, impossibly close, as if it were just outside the door. "Do you think?" Emma hesitated, her voice trembling. "Do you think it's someone out there?" Liam frowned, his jaw tightening. No one could survive. In this storm, you saw how bad it was when I stepped outside earlier. There's no way anyone's out there. Then what is it? Emma demanded, her voice rising in panic. Why does it know my name? Why does it stop? Liam interrupted, standing up abruptly. His tone was firm but strained. We can't let this, whatever it is, it's trying to break us. Emma stared at him, her fear twisting into anger. You keep saying that, but what if it's already in our heads? What if it's already broken us? Liam didn't respond. Instead, he turned toward the window, his gaze fixed on the frost-covered glass. For a moment, neither of them moved. The only sound was the storm's relentless howling, punctuated by the occasional creak of the cabin's wooden beams. And then Emma saw it in the corner of the window. Just beyond the faint reflection of the room, there was a pattern in the frost. At first, she thought it was nothing, a random formation of ice crystals, but as she stared, the pattern seemed to shift, taking on a distinct shape. Liam, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He turned toward her, his expression tense. What is it? Emma pointed to the window, her hand trembling. Look. Liam frowned and stepped closer, his breath fogging the glass as he peered. Outside at first, he didn't seem to see it, but then his shoulders stiffened and he took a step back. What the hell? He muttered under his breath. The face in the frost was faint, almost transparent, but unmistakable. Its features were distorted, its eyes hollow and empty, its mouth twisted into an unnatural grin. Emma's stomach churned as she realized the face wasn't just watching them, was smiling. Do you see it? Emma asked, her voice shaking. Yeah, Liam said, his tone low and uncertain. I see it. As they stood there, frozen in place, the face in the frost began to fade, the icy patterns shifting back into random swirls, but the sense of being watched remained, heavy and oppressive. Liam took a step back, running a hand through his hair. Okay, that was weird, but it doesn't mean anything. Are you kidding me? Emma snapped. You saw it, Liam. You saw the face. You can't just brush this off. I'm not brushing it off, Liam said, his tone defensive. I don't know what to make of it, but freaking out isn't going to help. Emma turned away, her frustration boiling. Over she paced the room again, her thoughts racing. The storm wasn't just playing tricks on them. It was alive, and it was watching them. She could feel its presence, pressing against the walls, seeping into the cracks of the cabin. And the worst part, it knew. It knew about her, about Liam, about the things they had buried deep inside themselves. The storm wasn't just a force of nature. It was something else entirely, something that thrived on their fears and secrets. We have to do something, Emma said, finally turning back to Liam. We can't just sit here and wait for it. To what? Liam asked, his voice rising. To cue us out into the storm. What do you want me to do, Emma? We're snowed in. We're trapped. Emma opened her mouth to respond, but the wind outside suddenly shifted. Again, the howling grew louder, more insistent, and the whispers returned, this time louder, clearer. You lied to him. He betrayed you. You brought this here. The voices cut through the air like knives, their accusatory tone sending a chill down Emma's spine. She glanced at Liam, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. She could see the fear in his expression, the way his hands clenched into fists at his sides. The storm wasn't just watching them, it was tearing them apart. It was working. The cabin felt smaller now, as though the weight of the storm outside was pressing the walls inward, suffocating them. The wind no longer howled. Aimlessly it screamed, each gust laced with sharp, deliberate whispers that clawed at the couples, fraying nerves. Emma and Liam sat on opposite sides of the room, the space between them thick with unspoken words. The storm didn't just know their secrets, it was turning them. Against each other, Emma tapped her fingers on the arm of the couch, her movements restless and tense, Her eyes flicked toward Liam, who sat slumped in a chair near the wood stove. His shoulders were hunched, his hands clenched tightly in his lap. He hadn't said a word since the face in the frost had disappeared, and the silence between them was unbearable. "You heard what it said." Emma finally broke the silence, her voice sharp. "It said, you betrayed me." Liam flinched, his jaw tightening. "I'm not doing this," he muttered, shaking his head. "Doing what?" Emma demanded, her frustration boiling over. "Acknowledging what's happening to us." "You heard it, Liam. You heard what it said." "It's not real," Liam snapped, his voice rising. "It's the storm messing with us. We're tired, we're stressed, and we're hearing things that aren't there." Emma stood abruptly, her hands balled into fists. "Stop lying to me," she shouted. "You've been acting strange since we got here, and now the storm is whispering things about betrayal. What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Liam shot back, standing to face her. His voice was loud, defensive, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, something Emma couldn't ignore. "Liam," her tone softened slightly, her anger giving way to suspicion. "If there's something you're not telling me, you need to say it. Right now, there's nothing to tell," he said through gritted teeth. But he wouldn't meet her gaze. Emma took a step closer, her voice trembling. "The storm knows, Liam. It knows things about us, things we've never told anyone. It's trying to turn us against each other, and you're letting it. If you're hiding something, it's going to use it against us." Liam turned away, running a hand through his hair. His silence spoke louder than any words, and Emma's chest tightened with dread. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was keeping something from her, something the storm had dragged to the surface. Before she could press him further, the wind outside shifted again, its pitch rising to a deafening crescendo. The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus. This time, they weren't just faint murmurs, they were clear, distinct, and accusing. "He lied to you, he hid the truth. You can't trust him." Emma's stomach churned as the voices echoed through the room. She stared at Liam, her heart racing. "What are they talking about?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Liam didn't respond. He turned toward the window, his shoulders tense, his hands clenched into fists. The storm seemed to press against the glass, its whispers growing louder, more insistent. "Liam," Emma said again, her voice firmer now. "What are they talking about?" Turned to her slowly, his expression a mix of anger and guilt. "Don't know," he said, but his voice faltered. "You're lying," Emma said, her eyes narrowing. "The storm knows, Liam. It knows something you're not telling me." "And what about you?" Liam shot back, his voice rising. "What about the things it's saying about you, Emma? Or are we just going to ignore that?" Emma froze, her breath catching in her throat. Liam took a step closer, his eyes flashing with anger. "You think I haven't heard it? The storm hasn't just been whispering about Mitz, been talking about you too, about your secrets, about the things you've kept hidden from me." "That's not true," Emma said quickly, but her voice wavered. She took a step back, her heart pounding. "The storm is lying. It's trying to manipulate us." "Is it?" Liam asked, his tone bitter. "Because it's sure doing a damn good job of it." Emma opened her mouth to respond, but the storm interrupted her. The wind's howling rose to a high-pitched shriek, and the whispers returned with a vengeance. "She's hiding something. She brought this here. She's not innocent." The words hit Emma like a physical blow. She stumbled backward, her hands trembling. "Stop," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Stop it." Liam stared at her, his expression hard. "What does it mean, Emma? What are you hiding?" "Nothing," she shouted, her voice cracking. "I'm not hiding anything." "Then why is it saying you brought this here?" Liam demanded, his voice harsh. "Why is it blaming you?" Emma shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I don't know. I don't know why it's saying that. Do you?" Liam's voice dropped, his words cutting. "Or are you just too scared to admit it?" The wind outside screamed, rattling the windows and shaking the cabin. The whispers were relentless now, overlapping and chaotic, filling the space with their accusatory tone. You both lied. You both deserve this. One of you will break. Emma sank to the floor, her hands covering her ears as the voices grew louder. Stop, she screamed. Please, just stop. Liam stepped toward her, his anger giving way to concern. Emma, don't, she shouted, looking up at him with tear-streaked cheeks. Don't pretend. You care. You've been lying to me, haven't you? The storm knows, Liam. It knows everything. Liam knelt beside her, his expression conflicted. Emma, listen to me. Whatever this storm is, whatever it's doing, we can't let it tear us apart. It already has, Emma said bitterly. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you. That's exactly what it wants. Liam hesitated, his jaw tightening. Then let's stop giving it what it wants. Emma looked at him, her chest heaving with ragged breaths. She wanted to believe him, to trust that they could face this together. But the storm's whispers lingered in her mind, feeding her doubt. He'll turn on you. She's already broken. You'll never make it out. It was alive, and it was watching them, waiting for them to fall apart. Emma took a deep breath and forced herself to stand. Her legs felt weak, her body heavy, but she met Liam's gaze with a newfound determination. If we're going to survive this, she said, her voice shaking, we need to be honest with each other. No more lies, no more secrets. Liam nodded slowly, though the tension in his jaw remained. Agreed, but even as they stood together, the storm's presence loomed, its whispers echoing in their minds. The cabin felt darker now, the shadows deeper, as though the storm had found its way inside. And deep down, Emma knew the truth. Honesty alone wouldn't save them. The storm had become a living entity, its presence pressing against the cabin from all sides. The howling wind and endless whispers crept into every corner of the room, seeping into the cracks in the wood, the frost-covered windows, and the fragile space between Emma and Liam. Even when the wind lulled to a brief silence, the cabin felt alive, vibrating with an unseen energy that neither of them could ignore. Emma sat at the edge of the couch, her knees drawn up to her chest. Her body trembled not from the cold, but from the storm's relentless invasion of her mind. The whispers had stopped accusing Liam for the moment, and now seemed to turn inward, their sinister voices creeping through her thoughts like venom. You brought this here. You should have told him. It's your fault, she pressed, her hands to her ears, as if she could block the sound out, but it only grew louder in her mind. The whispers weren't just outside anymore. They were inside her, their words burrowing deep into her memories, dragging buried fears and regrets to the surface. Emma. Liam's voice broke through, startling her. He stood by the wood stove, his eyes fixed on her with a mix of concern and frustration. Are you okay? She shook her head, not trusting herself to speak. Her throat felt tight, her chest heavy. How could she explain to him what she was feeling when she barely understood it herself? The storm wasn't just speaking to her. It was unearthing things she had buried long ago, things she had never wanted to face, softer this time. He walked toward her, his footsteps heavy on the wooden floor. Talk to me, please. She looked up at him, her eyes glassy with unshed tears. I can't, she whispered. I don't know how to. Liam sat down beside her, his hands resting on his knees. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the faint crackling of the fire and the distant, almost rhythmic hum of the storm. It was the first moment of quiet they'd had in hours, but it wasn't peaceful. It was the kind of silence that felt like the calm before a disaster. We can't let it win, Liam said finally, his voice steady. Whatever this is, whatever it's doing to us, it's feeding off our fear, off us. Emma turned to him, her gaze searching his face. What if it's right? What if we're the ones who brought this on ourselves? Liam frowned. What are you talking about? The storm, Emma said, wrapping her arms tighter around herself. It knows things about us, about me, about you. It's not random, Liam. It's here for a reason. That's ridiculous, he said, though there was a flicker of doubt in his voice. It's just a storm, Emma, a freak blizzard that we happened to get caught in. Then why does it know my name? She shot back, her voice rising. Why does it know your secrets? Why is it trying to tear us apart? Liam looked away, his jaw tightening. He had no answer for her, and that silence was more damning than any response. Emma stared at him, the weight of her suspicions growing heavier. The storm had accused him of betrayal, of lies, and while he had denied it, she couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't telling her everything. But before she could press him further, the wind outside shifted again, its pitch dropping to a low, guttural moan. The whispers returned, louder than before, their words clear and deliberate. You can't hide. We're inside now. You'll never leave. Emma's breath caught in her throat. She looked at Liam, her eyes wide with fear. Did you hear that? She asked, though she already knew the answer. Liam nodded slowly, his face pale. Yeah, he said. I heard it. The air in the cabin grew colder, the warmth from the fire unable to keep the chill at bay. Emma glanced around the room, her skin prickling with unease. The shadows seemed deeper now, darker, as if the storm itself had seeped into the cabin. She could feel its presence pressing against her, wrapping around her like an invisible weight. And then she heard it. Her own voice. Liam, the voice whispered, soft and trembling, but unmistakably hers. Emma froze, her blood running cold. What the hell? She whispered, her eyes darting to Liam. His face had gone white. That wasn't you, he said, his voice shaking. No, Emma agreed, her heart pounding. It wasn't. The voice came again, louder this time, and accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps on the wooden floor. The sound echoed through the cabin, but there was no one else there, just the two of them, alone. Why didn't you tell him, Emma? The voice whispered. It was her voice, but twisted, distorted, laced with something dark and unnatural. Stop it, Emma whispered, pressing her hands to her ears. Stop it, Emma. Liam grabbed her shoulders, shaking her gently. Look at me. It's not real. Do you hear me? It's not real. But Emma wasn't sure she believed him. The whispers weren't just random anymore. They were deliberate, personal, and they weren't just targeting her. They were coming from her. The storm knew her deepest fears, her darkest secrets, and it was using them against her. She could feel it prying into her mind, unearthing things she had buried long ago, regrets, mistakes, lies, and it wasn't going to stop. Emma, Liam said again, his tone softer now. Whatever it's saying, whatever it's trying to make you feel, you can fight it. You're stronger than this, Emma. Shook her head, tears streaming down her face. You don't understand, she whispered. It's inside me. It knows everything. Then tell me, he said quietly. Whatever it's using against you, tell me. Don't let it control you. Emma hesitated, her chest tightening. The storm's whispers grew louder, mocking her, urging her to stay silent. She wanted to tell him, to unburden herself, but the fear of what he might say, what he might do, kept her frozen. And then, as if the storm sensed her hesitation, it spoke again, its voice sharp and cutting. He'll hate you for it. You deserve this. You'll never leave. Emma's breath hitched, and she looked at Liam, her eyes filled with desperation. I can't, she whispered. Yes, you can, Liam said firmly. Whatever it is, Emma, we can face it, together. But before she could respond, the wind outside rose to a deafening roar, and the cabin shook violently. The whispers turned into screams, overlapping and chaotic, filling the room with an unbearable noise. Emma and Liam both covered their ears, their faces contorted in pain, and then, just as suddenly as it began, the noise stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, heavier than the wind's screams. Emma looked around the room, her chest heaving with ragged breaths. The shadows on the walls seemed to shift and writhe, as though alive. The storm wasn't just outside anymore, it was inside, and it was waiting for them to break. The silence inside the cabin felt unnatural, oppressive, as if the air itself had thickened and conspired against them. Emma and Liam sat frozen, their backs pressed against the wall near the wood stove. The fire crackled faintly, but its warmth no longer seemed to reach them. The storm outside still raged, but the relentless whispers had paused, leaving a vacuum of noise that was almost worse. The quiet carried a weight that bore down on their minds, and Emma could feel it in her chest, a suffocating, gnawing pressure. Her body was trembling, though she wasn't sure if it was from the cold or from the whispers that still echoed faintly in her mind. She felt exposed, as if the storm had peeled away her defenses, leaving her raw and vulnerable. Across from her, Liam stared at the floor, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles were white. For several minutes, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the crackle of the wood stove and the faint creak of the cabin's wooden beams. Emma thought about breaking the silence, but her voice felt trapped in her throat. The storm wasn't done with them, not by a long shot. She could feel it lingering, waiting for its next move. Did you see that? Liam's voice shattered the silence, startling her. His eyes darted toward the frost-covered window, his expression tense. "See what?" Emma asked, her heart skipping a beat. He didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the glass. Slowly, he got to his feet and walked toward the window, his movements hesitant. Emma followed his line of sight, her stomach knotting with dread. "What is it?" she pressed, standing to join him there. "There was something in the glass," Liam muttered, his voice shaky. He gestured toward the window but kept his distance, as though afraid to get too close. "It moved. I swear it moved." Emma's pulse quickened as she approached the window, her breath fogging the glass. The frost patterns on the pane seemed random at first, whirls and spirals etched by the cold, but as she looked closer, the shapes began to shift, forming faint outlines. Her stomach turned as the pattern coalesced into something unmistakable. A face. It wasn't the same distorted grin they'd seen earlier. This face was clearer, more defined. It was her own. Emma staggered back, her breath caught in her throat. The reflection wasn't just her face. It was a twisted, hollow version of herself. The eyes were sunken and lifeless, the skin pale and gaunt. The corners of her mouth were pulled into a slight, mocking smile that sent a chill down her spine. "Do you see it?" Liam whispered, his voice barely audible. Emma nodded, unable to tear her eyes away from the apparition. The longer she stared, the more vivid the image became. It was like looking into a mirror, but instead of seeing herself, she saw what the storm wanted her to see, reflection of her fears, her guilt, her shame. "It's not real," Liam said, as much to himself as to her. It's the frost, the cold, it's messing with us." But Emma couldn't shake the feeling that the reflection was watching her, mocking her. The smile on its face seemed to widen, its hollow eyes burning into hers. She stepped back, her hands trembling. The storm whispered again, faint but insistent. "You can't hide from yourself." Emma turned to Liam, her voice trembling. "It's trying to break us. It's showing us things too, to make us lose control." Liam nodded slowly, his expression grim. "We need to stop looking," he said. "If we keep staring into this, whatever it is, it's going to get worse." Emma wanted to agree, to pull herself away from the window and pretend the face wasn't there. But as she turned, her reflection's lips moved. The frost on the glass shifted, and the words appeared etched into the ice like a terrible message. "Tell him," her breath hitched. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What?" Liam asked, turning to her. "What is it?" "It's nothing," she said quickly, her voice shaking. "Emma," Liam said firmly, stepping closer to her. "What did you see?" "Nothing," she snapped, tears welling in her eyes. She turned away, wrapping her arms around herself. "Can't do this, Liam. I can't." Liam grabbed her shoulders, his grip firm but not harsh. "Emma, you have to tell me what's going on," he said, his voice steady but urgent. "Whatever this storm is, it's feeding off us. If we don't face it, it's going to win." Emma closed her eyes. The storm's whispers grew louder in her mind, their voices sharp and cruel. "You're weak, you'll never tell him. He'll hate you if you do." "I can't," Emma whispered, her voice breaking. "I can't, Liam. You don't understand." "Then help me understand," Liam said, his tone softening. "Whatever it is, we can face it together." Emma shook her head, her chest tightening. The words were caught in her throat, trapped by fear and shame. She wanted to tell him, to let go of the weight she had been carrying, but the storm's whispers held her back. It was as if the storm itself was inside her, amplifying her fears, twisting her thoughts. "He lied to you too. He's hiding something. He's just as guilty." Emma's eyes snapped open, and she stared at Liam, her heart pounding. "What are you hiding?" she asked, her voice trembling. Liam froze, his expression shifting to one of guilt and unease. "What are you talking about?" he said, though his voice faltered. "The storm," Emma said, her tone growing sharper. "It's not just showing me things, it's showing you things too, isn't it?" Liam hesitated, his gaze darting toward the window. He ran a hand through his hair, his jaw tightening. "Emma, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me," Emma shouted, her voice cracking. "You've been acting strange this whole time, and now the storm is whispering about you. What are you hiding, Liam?" Liam looked at her, his eyes filled with something. She couldn't quite place fear, regret, anger. "You're not the only one with secrets, Emma," he said finally, his voice low. "But I didn't ask for this. Whatever this storm is, it's digging into both of us." Emma's stomach churned as the weight of his words sank in. The storm wasn't just showing her reflection, it was showing Liam his own. And whatever he was seeing, it was breaking him just as much as it was breaking her. The frost on the window shifted again, forming new words that sent a chill down Emma's spine. "Only one of you will survive." Her breath caught, and she turned to Liam, her chest tightening with panic. "What does it mean?" she whispered. "What does it want from us?" Liam shook his head, his expression grim. "I don't know," he said quietly, "but I think it's trying to make us destroy each other." The cabin seemed to grow darker, the shadows pressing closer. Emma felt the storm's presence more strongly now, its whispers creeping into her thoughts like poison. She couldn't shake the feeling that the storm wasn't just trying to break, the mitt was trying to choose between them, and deep down, she feared it had already made its choice. The cabin had become a crucible, its warmth and shelter overtaken by the storm's cold malevolence. The air felt heavier now, suffused with a sense of dread so thick that Emma found it hard to breathe. Shadows flickered and stretched unnaturally in the firelight, making the space feel alive, as though the storm had seeped into every wooden beam and nail. The whispers outside had returned, louder and more insistent, their voices overlapping in a maddening cacophony. Liam sat by the window, staring out into the swirling snow. His face was pale, his shoulders tense. He hadn't said much since the words, "Only one of you will survive," had appeared in the frost. Emma stood near the wood stove, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as she watched him. The distance between them felt immense, an invisible wall of mistrust and fear dividing the small cabin. "You're too quiet," Emma said, her voice sharp. She couldn't help it, her nerves were frayed, and the silence was unbearable. "What are you thinking?" Liam didn't turn to face her. His voice, when he spoke, was low and flat. I'm thinking that I don't know how we're supposed to get through this. Emma let out a bitter laugh. That's comforting. Liam finally looked at her, his expression dark. What do you want me to say, Emma? That I have all the answers? That I know how to deal with a storm that knows our secrets and wants to destroy us? Because I don't. Emma's frustration boiled over. You don't even want to deal with it, Liam. You've been shutting me out since this started. You're acting like I'm the only one falling apart, but I know you're hearing it too. The storm is whispering to you, isn't it? Liam stood, abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Of course it's whispering to me, he shouted, his voice echoing in the small space. But what do you want me to do about it? Huh. It's telling me things I don't want to hear, things I've tried to forget. And I can't stop it, Emma. Neither can you. Emma stared at him, her chest tightening. She had never seen Liam this angry before. His face was flushed, his fists clenched at his sides. For a moment, she almost didn't recognize him. What's it telling you? She asked, her voice quieter now. What are you trying to forget? Liam laughed bitterly, running a hand through his hair. What difference does it make? Whatever I say, the storm is just going to twist it. It's going to make you hate me. Try me, Emma said, her voice trembling. Because right now, the not knowing is worse. Liam hesitated, his jaw tightening. His eyes darted to the window, then back to Emma. Fine, he said finally. You want to know, I lied to you. About something important. Emma felt her stomach drop. She had known the storm was pulling at their secrets, but hearing Liam admit it still felt like a blow. What did you lie about? She whispered. Liam looked away, his shoulders slumping. I told you I was late that night because I got stuck at work. But I wasn't at work. Emma blinked, her mind racing. A bar, she repeated, her voice rising. You mean the night I called you, crying, because I found out about my mom's diagnosis? You were at a bar, Liam nodded, his face twisted with guilt. I didn't know how to deal with it, Emma. I didn't know how to be there for you, so I ran. I drank. And then I lied to you because I was ashamed. Emma stared at him, her hands trembling. She remembered that night vividly, the panic, the tears, the desperate need for comfort. And he hadn't been there. He'd chosen to escape instead. You lied to me, she said, her voice shaking. You let me think you were stuck at work while I was falling apart. I know, Liam said, his voice breaking, and I'm sorry. I've been sorry ever since. But the storm, it's dragging it all back up. Emma took a step back, her mind spinning. She didn't know what hurt more, the lie itself, or the fact that he hadn't told her until now. The storm had ripped open a wound she hadn't even realized was still there, and it was bleeding freely. But before she could say anything, the wind outside surged, rattling the windows violently. The whispers grew louder, their voices piercing and mocking. He abandoned you. You'll never forgive him. He's not the only one hiding something. Emma froze, her breath catching in her throat. The last whisper felt like a knife to the gut. She turned away from Liam, her hands clenched into fists. Emma. Liam's voice was tentative now, tinged with suspicion. What is it? Nothing, she said quickly, but her voice wavered. Emma. Liam stepped closer, his tone hardening. What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything, she snapped, but the panic in her voice betrayed her. The whispers outside grew louder, feeding on her fear. Tell him. He'll hate you if you do. You brought this here, Emma, Liam said again, his voice like a blade. What are they talking about? Emma shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I don't know why it's saying that. You're lying, Liam said, his voice rising. The storm is showing us who we really are, Emma. It's showing us the truth. So what's your truth? Emma's chest heaved as she struggled to breathe. The whispers were relentless now, circling her like vultures. She felt the weight of her secret pressing down on her, suffocating her eye. did something, she whispered finally, her voice trembling. Something I never told you. What did you do? Liam demanded, his voice harsh. Emma's knees buckled and she sank to the floor. She buried her face in her hands, her tears soaking her palms. It was before we met, she said, her voice barely audible. I was in a bad place, Liam. I was reckless. And one night, I hit someone with my car. Liam stared at her, his face frozen in shock. What? I didn't mean to, Emma sobbed. It was an accident, but I was scared. I didn't stop. I didn't even check to see if they were okay. I just away. The silence that followed was deafening. Liam took a step back, his face pale. You killed someone. I don't know, Emma said, her voice breaking. I don't know if they lived or died. I was too much of a coward to find out. Liam looked at her, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. And you've been carrying this all this time. You never told anyone. Emma shook her head, her sobs racking her body. I didn't want you to hate me. The whispers outside swelled, their voices cruel and mocking. Now, he knows. He'll never trust you again. You deserve this. Liam turned away, his hands clenched into fists. I need to think, he muttered, his voice tight. He walked to the other side of the cabin, leaving Emma sobbing on the floor. The storm outside roared, shaking the cabin violently. The whispers grew louder, feeding on their pain, their guilt, their anger. The breaking point had come, and the storm was savoring every moment. The storm clawed at the cabin with renewed ferocity, its howls like a living thing desperate to tear the walls apart. Snow slammed against the windows in waves, the relentless whispers threading through the wind, biting into Emma and Liam like knives. The cabin's once cozy warmth now felt oppressive, as though the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating them with the weight of everything left unsaid. Emma sat slumped on the floor near the wood stove, her face buried in her hands. Her sobs had quieted, but her body still trembled as she tried to steady her breathing. Across the room, Liam leaned against the doorframe, his back to her. His shoulders were tense, his fists clenched. He hadn't spoken since she had confessed. The silence between them was unbearable, a chasm that seemed to grow wider with every passing second. The storm's whispers swirled around them, taunting and relentless. She's a coward. He'll never forgive her. It's too late for both of you. Emma lifted her head slowly, her tear-streaked face pale in the dim firelight. Liam, she said softly, her voice cracking, please say something. He didn't turn around. What do you want me to say, Emma? He asked, his voice low and strained. That it's okay, that what you did doesn't matter, because it does. Emma's chest tightened, fresh tears burning her eyes. I've been living with it every day. It's eaten me alive, Liam. I didn't tell you because I was scared. I thought I'd lose you. Liam turned then, his face a mixture of anger and disbelief. You didn't trust me enough to tell me, he said. And now we're here, trapped in this thing, and it's using everything against us. Do you think I can just forget what you told me? No, Emma said, her voice trembling. I don't expect you to forgive me, Liam. I don't want to lose you. You already have, Liam muttered, his words cutting through her like a knife. Emma recoiled, the weight of his words sinking into her chest. She wanted to argue, to plead, but she didn't have the strength. The storm had laid her bare, torn down all her defenses, and now there was nothing left. The cabin creaked violently, the wind battering it from all sides. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, as if feeding on their despair. It's almost over. One of you must break. Only one can leave. Liam turned back to the window, his gaze fixed on the frost-covered glass. The patterns had shifted again, forming strange, spiraling shapes that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. He squinted, his breath fogging the glass, as he leaned closer, and then he saw it. Emma, he said sharply, his voice cutting through the storm's noise. Come here. She hesitated, wiping her face with trembling hands. What is it? Just come here, Liam repeated, his tone insistent. Emma pushed herself to her feet, her legs unsteady, and crossed the room to stand beside him. She followed, his gaze to the window, and her stomach dropped. The frost patterns had coalesced into words again, but this time they weren't vague accusations or cryptic phrases. They were instructions. Beneath the floor, open it, Emma and Liam exchanged a look, their fear mirrored in each other's eyes. What does that mean? Emma whispered. I don't know, Liam said, his jaw tightening. But whatever's beneath this floor, it's not going to be good. Emma glanced around the cabin, her chest tightening. She remembered the faint creak beneath her feet when they'd first arrived, the strange unevenness of the floor in certain spots. She had dismissed it as the cabin's age, but now, there's a trapdoor, she said suddenly, over by the table. I felt it earlier. Liam's eyes narrowed. You didn't think to mention it? I didn't think it mattered, Emma snapped. But now the storm roared, cutting her off. The windows rattled violently, the frost spreading across the glass in jagged, intricate patterns. The whispers were louder now, almost deafening. Open it. See the truth. It's waiting. Liam grabbed a flashlight from the table, his jaw set. Fine. Let's see what this storm wants us to find. Emma followed him reluctantly, her hands shaking as they moved the table aside. The faint outline of a trapdoor was visible beneath. The dust and scratches on the wooden floor. Liam knelt down, running his fingers along the edges, until he found a small metal ring. Are you sure about this? Emma asked, her voice barely audible. No, Liam said, but we don't have a choice. He pulled the trapdoor open, the hinges groaning in protest. A rush of cold air spilled out, carrying with it the faint, metallic scent of damp earth. A narrow wooden ladder led down into the darkness. Liam shone the flashlight into the space, revealing a small, dirt-floored cellar. Emma peered over his shoulder, her stomach churning. What is this place? Let's find out, Liam said grimly. He climbed down the ladder first, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. Emma hesitated for a moment before following him, the cold air biting at her skin as she descended. Her heart pounded in her chest, the weight of the storm pressing down on her even here. Beneath the cabin, the cellar was small, barely tall enough for them to stand upright. The dirt floor was uneven, and the walls were lined with wooden beams that looked as though they might collapse at any moment. In the center of the room was a single object, a weathered wooden chest, its surface scarred and cracked with age. Liam approached it cautiously, the beam of his flashlight steady. This is what it wanted us to find, he said. Emma stepped closer, her breath catching in her throat. Do we open it? Liam glanced at her, his expression hard. Do we have a choice? He knelt beside the chest and ran his fingers along the edges. The lid was heavy, but it lifted with a low groan. Inside, there were letters, dozens of them, yellowed with age and tied together with brittle string. Beneath the letters were fragments of photographs, their edges curled and torn, and something else as small, rusted knife. Emma's stomach twisted as she stared at the contents. What is this? She whispered. Liam picked up one of the letters, his hands trembling slightly. As he untied the string, he unfolded the brittle paper carefully and began to read aloud. To whoever finds this, he began, his voice low. If you're reading this, then the storm has found you too. It knows who you are. It knows what you've done. And it won't stop until it gets what it wants, she asked, her voice trembling. Liam continued reading. The storm isn't natural. It's alive. It feeds on secrets, on guilt, on fear. It will dig into your mind, your soul, and it won't stop until you break. One of you will have to stay. One of you will have to... His voice trailed off, his hands shaking. Will have to what? Emma demanded, her chest tightening. Liam swallowed hard, his face pale. One of you will have to die. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The storm roared above them, its whispers now a deafening scream, and Emma realized, with growing horror, that the storm wasn't just toying with them, it was preparing them for the final choice. The cellar felt colder than the storm itself, the air heavy with an oppressive weight that seemed to crush the very breath from their lungs. Emma and Liam stood frozen in the flickering beam of the flashlight, their eyes fixed on the words of the letter Liam held. The revelation was like a knife to the chest, sharp and unrelenting. One of you will have to die. The storm above them roared with renewed fury, shaking the cabin as if to drive the point home. The whispers, once fragmented and subtle, now coalesced into a single guttural chant. Choose. One must stay. You cannot leave together. Emma's knees buckled, and she grabbed onto the edge of the wooden chest. Steady herself. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. She stared at Liam, her tears glistening in the faint light. This can't be real, she whispered. It can't. Liam shook, his head, his face pale. Emma, I don't know what's real anymore. But whatever this storm is, it's not going to stop until... His voice faltered, and he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Emma sank to the dirt floor, her head in her hands. The whispers continued to swirl around them, their words sharp and cruel. You brought this here. It's your fault. Choose, or we will choose for you. The words stabbed into Emma's mind like shards of ice. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe. Her confession, the guilt she had carried for so long, had been dragged into the open. And now the storm was demanding penance. But it wasn't just her secrets the storm had exposed. Liam's betrayal, his lies, had been dragged into the light as well. The storm wanted blood, and it didn't care whose it was. Liam crouched beside her, his flashlight trembling in his hand. We have to figure this out, he said, his voice tight with fear. There has to be another way. Emma looked up at him, her tears streaking through the dirt on her face. Another way, Liam. It's saying one of us has to die. How are we supposed to figure that out? Liam clenched his jaw, his hands curling into fists. We can fight it, he said, though his voice lacked conviction. We don't have to play by its rules. Emma let out a bitter laugh. You think we can fight a storm? Look at what it's already done to us. It knows everything about us, Liam. It's been tearing us apart since the moment we got here. The cabin creaked violently above them, the floorboards groaning as if under immense pressure. The storm's whispers grew louder, their voices filled with a cruel, mocking tone. One must stay. There is no escape. Decide, or we will decide for you. Emma's chest heaved as she tried to steady her breathing. Her mind was racing, torn between fear and despair. She couldn't see a way out of this, couldn't imagine a future where they both walked away. The storm wouldn't allow it. Then, as if reading her thoughts, Liam stood abruptly. We're not doing this, he said, his voice resolute. We're not giving it what it wants. Emma stared at him, her brow furrowing in confusion. What are you talking about? Liam's gaze hardened. If we stay here, if we let it keep pushing us, it's going to win. We have to leave together. It won't let us, Emma said, her voice trembling. Liam, you read the letter. It's not just a storm. It's alive. It won't let us leave unless I don't care, Liam interrupted, his voice rising. I'm not letting it take either of us. We leave now. We fight our way through, no matter what. Emma shook her head, her tears falling freely. We'll never make it. Look at what it's done to us already. If we go out there, do you trust me? Liam asked, cutting her off, his eyes burned with intensity as he stepped closer to her. Emma, do you trust me? She hesitated, her heart pounding. After everything they had been through, after everything the storm had revealed, she didn't know if she could. But as she looked into his eyes, saw the desperation and determination there. She felt a flicker of hope. It was faint, but it was enough. "Yes," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I trust you." Liam nodded, his jaw set. "Then we go. Together." He reached for her hand, pulling her to her feet. The whispers screamed in protest, their voices overlapping in a chaotic roar. "You cannot leave. One must stay. You will fail." The storm above them raged with a fury that shook the entire cabin, but Liam held Emma's hand tightly, grounding her. Together, they climbed the ladder back into the cabin, their movements slow and deliberate. The air inside was even colder than before, the shadows deeper, the oppressive presence of the storm suffocating. Liam grabbed their coats and threw Emma's over her shoulders. "Stay close to me," he said. "No matter what happens, don't let go." Emma nodded, her hands trembling as she zipped up her coat. The storm's whispers were louder now, almost deafening, but she focused on Liam, on the faint flicker of hope he had sparked in her. They moved toward the door, the snow piled high against it visible through the frost-covered windows. Liam hesitated for a moment, his hand on the doorknob, before glancing back at Emma. "Ready?" "No," she admitted, her voice shaking. "But let's go anyway." Liam opened the door, and the storm hit them like a physical force. The wind howled and screamed, the snow blinding and relentless. Emma clung to Liam's arm as they stepped into the chaos, their boots sinking into the knee-deep drifts. The cold bit into her skin, seeping through her clothes and into her bones. But she pressed on, her grip on Liam never faltering. The whispers surrounded them, no longer confined to the wind. They were everywhere inside her head, in her ears, in the very air she breathed. "You cannot escape. One must stay. Turn back, or we will take you both." Emma's legs burned as she trudged through the snow, her body screaming for her to stop. But Liam pulled her forward, his determination unyielding. She focused on his strength, his presence, and the faint hope that they could make it out of this alive. And then, just as the storm seemed to reach its peak, the whispers stopped. Then, Emma staggered to a halt, gasping for breath, her mind spinning. She turned to Liam, her voice trembling. "What? What happened?" Liam looked around, his face pale. The storm was gone, the oppressive presence lifted, but the silence was worse. It was thick, heavy, and filled with the weight of something unseen. And then Emma realized the truth. "We didn't win," she whispered, her chest tightening. "It let us go." Liam turned to her, confusion and fear etched on his face. "Why?" Emma's stomach churned as the realization hit her like a punch, because it got what it wanted. Liam's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, the wind howled once more, a single mournful wail that seemed to echo with laughter. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was gone. The snowstorm faded into the night, leaving behind only an eerie, haunting story. R. Lena had never been particularly close to her Aunt Emily when she was a child. Emily had been a distant figure, an elusive presence that always seemed to lurk on the periphery of family gatherings, offering only half-formed smiles and vague nods. She had lived in the house her entire life, a place that Lena had only visited a few times, most of which were forgotten. But now, after Emily's death, it was Lena who had inherited the house, the family home, and with it, arrived at Lena's apartment one cold morning in early autumn. The envelope yellowed and fragile, as though it had been lying in wait for years. It was addressed in Emily's neat handwriting, which Lena recognized immediately despite the thin, brittle paper. It was strange, because Emily had passed away a month ago. No one had heard from her in the last few years, and yet the letter seemed so urgent. She stared at the letter for several moments before opening it, her fingers brushing over the delicate folds. Inside, the handwriting was clear and deliberate, as if Emily had known her time was running out. "Lena, I know you have questions. Questions you may not even realize you have, but they've been inside you for as long as you've known me. The house holds more than memories. It holds something else, something none of us can escape. But you need to understand. Go to the house. Find the room you never dared to enter. Find the truth, and only then can you leave. Don't ignore this. Lena, don't let it consume you as it did me. I'll be waiting." Lena sat down on her couch, the letter slipping from her hands. Her heart raced. Of the house had already set something in motion inside her chest. She had never intended to return. The house, her childhood home, was a place of uncomfortable memories and hidden corners. It had always been that way, a looming structure in the back of her mind. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd been inside it. Years, surely, maybe even a decade. Her parents had sent her away after her last visit, telling her that the house was too much for her, that it was best to let it be. But Emily's words, the urgency in them, the room you never dared to enter, that line sent a shiver down Lena's spine. The house had always been full of strange spaces, dark places that were never quite right. But the attic, she remembered the attic. Her parents had told her never to go there, said it was dangerous, that there were things best left untouched. As a child, she had obeyed, but she wasn't a child anymore, and Emily's message weighed on her like a burden she couldn't shake. The idea of returning felt both terrifying and inevitable. She packed her things that same day, without much thought. She booked a train ticket, barely aware of her actions. Everything felt like it was happening to her, as though she were caught in a tide that she couldn't escape. The next morning, she found herself standing in front of the house. It hadn't changed, at least not on the outside. The house was still the same, large and imposing, standing at the end of a long, winding road that cut through the woods. The weathered stone facade, the tall, narrow windows, everything about it felt suffocatingly familiar. It was as if the house had never let go of its past, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something. Or someone. Lena stood at the gate. The sky was gray and overcast, the air thick with moisture. She could hear the distant hum of wind in the trees and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. She felt a pull in her chest, a deep, gnawing sensation, as though the house were calling to her, inviting her inside, urging her to come and confront whatever had been left behind. But she hesitated. She hadn't been here in so long. She wasn't sure if she was ready to face whatever was waiting for her. Still, she stepped forward, her boots crunching on the gravel pathway as she approached the door. She placed her hand on the cold iron doorknob. The metal felt strange against her skin, as though it had been untouched by human hands for years. With a deep breath, she twisted the knob and pushed the door open. The moment she stepped inside, the air shifted. It was as if the house recognized her. The creaking of the door seemed to echo in the silence, filling the large entryway with a hollow sound. Everything looked just as she remembered. Nothing had changed on the surface. The old grandfather clock in the hallway still ticked with its slow, rhythmic beat. The wallpaper, faded and peeling, was the same pale floral pattern that had once seemed so comforting when she was small. But the moment she crossed the threshold, a chill ran through her body. It wasn't the house that had changed. It was her. The years of absence had left her disconnected, like a stranger in her own past. The air smelled musty, like old dust and forgotten memories. She could almost hear whispers in the corners of the room, as if the house itself was waiting for her to acknowledge it. And Lena knew deep down that she couldn't escape. To go upstairs, she had to find the room Emily had warned her about, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more, something darker, that she was walking into. The house had always been full of secrets, and now, as she stood at the foot of the staircase, she realized that those secrets were not finished with her yet. Lena's fingers hovered over the banister as she ascended the stairs. the wood beneath her touch cold and brittle, like the bones of something long forgotten. Each step creaked in a haunting rhythm, echoing throughout the cavernous hallway. The house seemed to breathe with her, its old timbers groaning in response to the subtle weight of her presence. She couldn't shake the feeling that the house was aware of her, that it had been waiting for her return. At the top of the stairs, she paused, glancing down the hallway to the left. The rooms there were all familiar: her childhood bedroom, the guest room where her parents once hosted distant relatives, the faded photographs in the frames on the walls, the remnants of a lifelong past. All of it looked unchanged. Yet, in the stillness of the house, they seemed unnervingly empty. Lena turned right where Emily had always stayed. That room was where Emily's presence had been most powerful, the air in it heavy with the scent of lavender, a smell Lena could never quite place as comforting or unsettling. It was that room where the strange things had always happened. Lena had once heard whispers in the dead of night, just beyond her reach, murmuring in a language she couldn't understand. Emily had been distant her entire life, but that room had been her refuge, the place where she retreated from the rest of the world. The door to Emily's room stood ajar, as if waiting for her. The light from the hallway spilled into the dim space, illuminating the worn, faded furniture, the half-empty bookshelf, the remnants of a life that had slipped into oblivion. But it was the dresser that caught Lena's eye. In her memories, it had always been neatly organized, pristine, and untouched. Now it looked disheveled. The drawers were half open, as though someone had rummaged through them in haste. Lena's heart beat faster. She could feel the temperature drop in the room, as if the house had exhaled a cold breath. She approached the dresser cautiously, her hand trembling as she reached for the drawer nearest her. It creaked open with a whisper of protest, and she pulled it out slowly. Inside there was nothing but dust. And then, at the very bottom of the drawer, a small piece of folded paper caught her eye. She hesitated, wondering if it was just another relic of her aunt's eccentricity. But something told her she couldn't ignore it. Lena picked up the paper, unfolded it with care, and saw that it was a letter. The handwriting was unmistakably careful, precise scrawl, but the words that followed were strange, foreign even. Her pulse quickened as she read the first few lines aloud in a quiet whisper. Lena, if you are reading this, it is too late. The house has claimed you as it did me. There is no escaping it once it knows you, once it senses your presence. I was the last to truly understand. You must not go further. Whatever you think you are searching for, it will only lead to more questions, more confusion. The room you seek is not just a room. It is the house itself. I tried to leave once, but you cannot escape the house once it has you. You will lose yourself. It will erase you piece by piece. Go no further. Lena's hands shook as she reread the letter, the hairs on the back of her neck rising. The words felt like a warning, but at the same time, they spoke to a fear that was so deeply rooted, so personal, that she couldn't help but wonder if this was just another of Emily's cryptic gestures, a desperate attempt to make sense of something far beyond her understanding. But the way the letter seemed to breathe, to pulse with urgency, there was no denying the terror in Emily's final words. The room, the house itself. Lena shut the drawer abruptly, a cold sweat forming on her skin. She wasn't sure if it was fear or a rush of adrenaline, but her senses felt heightened, as if every creak of the house, every whisper in the walls, was far more pronounced now. She took a few steadying breaths before turning away from the dresser. It was time to face the truth. Lena's feet carried her down the hallway, past rooms she didn't have the courage to open. She came to a door at the very end, the door, the one that had always been locked, the one her parents had warned her never to touch. The one Emily had always kept closed. Her fingers hovered over the old brass doorknob. The moment her skin made contact, the air seemed to shift. The temperature dropped even further, and for a fleeting second, Lena thought she could hear a faint, indistinct whisper behind the door. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and turned the knob. The door opened with a long, drawn-out creak, revealing the room inside. The room that had once been so familiar, so ordinary, but now it was something else entirely. The air inside was dense, thick with the scent of something musty, stale, like the remnants of years of neglect. The floorboards were warped and uneven, the once pristine wallpaper peeling at the edges, revealing something darker beneath something ancient. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, Lena felt her stomach lurch. The room wasn't just a forgotten space, it was alive. It was as though the walls themselves were breathing, contracting and expanding in rhythm with the house. There was an odd, pulsing noise, almost like a heartbeat, and then Lena saw it. It was out of place, an object she had never seen before. Its surface was rough and weathered, almost as though it had been there far longer than the house itself. Without thinking, Lena approached the chest. The closer she got, the heavier the air felt, as though something inside the room was waiting for her, pulling her closer. She knelt down before the chest, her hand shaking as she reached for the latch. It was cold to the touch, like metal that had been frozen in time. The moment the latch clicked open, a heavy silence fell over the room. Lena opened the chest inside. There was nothing, no treasure, no hidden secrets, just dirt and something else. A faint outline of what looked like a doorway, barely perceptible beneath the soil. Lena stared at it, confused. Had it always been there? How had she never seen it before? Suddenly, the air in the room grew heavier, more oppressive, and Lena felt the unmistakable sensation of something watching her from the shadows. The walls seemed to close in, the heartbeat. Louder now, reverberating in her bones. Lena had to get out of the room, but as she tried to rise, the door slammed shut behind her. Lena's pulse hammered in her throat as she turned towards the door. The heavy thud of it, slamming shut, echoed in the room, a sound that was impossibly final. She was trapped. The oppressive weight of the house seemed to be bearing down on her, tightening around her chest like an invisible hand. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she rushed to the door, pulling at the handle in a frantic panic. It wouldn't budge. She pulled again, harder this time, desperate. The door didn't even rattle in its frame, as if the house itself had locked her in. The cold air inside the room turned staler, thick with something metallic and ancient. Lena's heart thudded against her ribs, each beat louder than the last. The walls felt as though they were closing in on her, the shadows growing longer with each passing second. She had to get out. Her fingers shook as they fumbled over the latch, her breath coming in ragged bursts. The chest behind her, its contents still unknown, seemed to pulse now, as if it were alive, urging her to move closer. Her gaze shifted from the locked door to the chest, an unbidden thought creeping into her mind. Was there something she had missed, something buried inside the chest that could give her the answers? Before she could even take a step back toward it, she froze. A sound soft, almost imperceptible, began to fill the room. It was like a scraping noise, followed by a series of faint, wet sounds that sent a shiver down her spine. It came from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The house itself seemed to groan in protest, and Lena's eyes darted wildly around the room, searching for the source. The sounds were coming closer, the scratching growing louder, more insistent, and then she saw it. A figure dotted was a blur at first, just a shadow shifting against the wall. But as her eyes adjusted, it became clearer. A shape moving slowly, deliberately. A tall figure, hunched at the shoulders, with long, uneven limbs that dragged along the floor as it approached her. Its face, if it could even be called a face, was a twisted, featureless blur, a mess of shadows that seemed to shift with the dim light. There was no clarity, no eyes or mouth, just a black void where something should have been. Lena staggered, backward, her breath coming in sharp, panicked gasps. Her hands reached for the door handle again, but her mind was racing too quickly, too erratically. There was no escaping this. There was no escaping the house. The figure stopped just a few feet from her, standing motionless. The air grew heavier still, pressing down on Lena's chest, forcing the air from her lungs. She couldn't move, couldn't scream. It was as if her very body was trapped in place by the weight of the entity before her. It was here. It had always been here. The figure's form began to twitch, jerking unnaturally, as if it were struggling against some invisible force. It shifted again, its movements erratic now, like something too large for the space it was occupying. A deep, resonant growl emanated from the center of the figure, low and guttural. Her skin crawled at the sound, and her body fought against the terror that gripped her. The instinct to run, to flee, to survive, but the figure wasn't done. From its twisted body, a dark mist began to pour out, creeping along the floor like liquid smoke. It spread quickly, filling the room with a cold, suffocating fog that made it harder to breathe. The mist seemed to stretch toward Lena, curling around her feet, climbing up her legs like fingers, pulling her into its embrace. The growling sound intensified, louder now, as though the very walls were closing in on her. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees, and Lena felt an icy chill crawling up her spine. The mist reached her waist, and then the door behind her cracked open. For a moment, Lena thought she had imagined it, her mind playing tricks on her as the house twisted and shifted, playing on her deepest fears. But no, it was real. The door had opened just a fraction, just enough to let the faintest sliver of light from the hallway slip inside, cutting through the fog. The house was no longer trapping her, at least, not in the way it had before, but before she could move. The mist surged forward, pushing her back toward the center of the room. The shadow, the figure, was moving again, its limbs twisting unnaturally as it followed the mist's movement. It was no longer just a figure. It had become something else entirely, something darker, older, its form pulsing with a horrible rhythm. It was alive in the worst way imaginable. Lena's mind scrambled for a plan. She couldn't stay in the room. She couldn't face this thing. It was too strong to alive. Without thinking, she sprinted toward the open door. Her feet pounded against the floor, her breath ragged in her chest, but she didn't care. She had to get out. But the door slammed shut. Just as she reached it, Lena gasped, her heart skipping a beat as her body collided with the door's cold surface. She pounded against it with both fists, her throat raw from the scream that refused to escape. She had almost been free. "Let me out," she cried, her voice shaking. Desperate, the mist behind her thickened, swirling violently around her legs, pulling her down. It was getting stronger. The house had never been this alive, never been this aggressive. It was hungry then. Came the worst part. A voice. The figure hadn't spoken before, but now it whispered, no. Spoken a voice that was simultaneously familiar and wrong. It was the sound of her mother's voice, or perhaps it was the memory of it, twisted by something ancient, something corrupt. The words were simple but chilling. "You shouldn't have come back." Lena's blood ran cold. She turned to face the figure, panic clawing at her chest. It was standing closer now, so close that she could feel the cold emanating from its form, an unnatural chill that burned rather than froze. The room seemed to pulse with its presence, the very walls whispering with unspoken words. And then the mist enveloped her fully, choking the air from her lungs, filling her head with 1,000 voices at once. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. She was drowning in it, in the house's darkness, its hunger. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the mist dissipated. Lena collapsed to her knees, gasping for air, her vision swimming. The figure was gone. The door was wide open again. She could feel her hands shaking, her body trembling uncontrollably. And yet, the silence in the room felt wrong. The oppressive presence that had filled the air had disappeared, but something far darker lingered. Lena didn't dare stay longer. The house had shown her its true face, and it had only just begun. Lena didn't stop running. Her legs moved on their own, propelled by sheer terror, even though every instinct screamed at her to slow down, to think. But there was no thinking anymore, not after what she had just seen. The hallway was darker than it should have been, and the floor creaked under her weight, each step louder than the last. The house felt ... different, more alive somehow. The air was thicker, heavier, as though it was holding its breath, waiting. She glanced over her shoulder, but there was no sign of the shadowy figure, no movement in the darkness behind her. Yet, she could feel its presence, like an invisible hand at her back, urging her forward, trapping her in its invisible web. She wanted to scream, but the house had already stolen her voice. There were no more sounds coming from her mouth, only the frantic pounding of her heart in her ears. She reached the staircase. The heavy wooden banister stretched high, disappearing into the upper darkness. The steps looming below, swallowed by the night. The moment she placed her foot on the first step, the house groaned. A low, drawn-out sound, almost like the heavy sigh of a person waking from a long slumber. The house is alive, Lena thought. It was the only explanation that made sense now. The walls had ears, the floors had mouths. It was all watching her. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the second floor. It was so forceful that Lena stumbled backward, almost losing her footing. Her eyes shot up to the top of the stairs, where she saw nothing but shadows. The noise had come from above, deep inside the house, beyond where she had ever explored. Her breath hitched in her throat. There was something up there, something or someone. She wasn't sure if it was her mind playing tricks on her, but she heard it again. A soft scrape, followed by a thudding noise that made her blood run cold. Like footsteps, grew louder, closer. She pressed herself against the wall, eyes wide, staring into the darkness of the hallway ahead. The dim light from the single bulb above her did little to cut through the suffocating blackness. She had nowhere to hide, no way to escape. The footsteps were closer now, and then ... nothing. A chill washed over her as the house fell silent. Her hands were slick with sweat, her throat tight. She turned slowly, eyes scanning the shadows, waiting for the next noise to come. But there was nothing. Only the emptiness of the house, holding its breath. That's when she heard it soft, but unmistakable whispers. They weren't coming from the walls exactly, more like ... through them. Through the very air around her, she could hear fragments of words, a jumble of voices rising and falling like a distant crowd. Their cadence was broken, feverish, each word straining against some invisible barrier. They weren't speaking to her, not directly, but she could feel the weight of their presence. The air hummed with their energy. Leave, a single word, but it was enough to send Lena's pulse racing. It was a voice she didn't recognize. Male, deep, gravelly. The sound was thick, like it was struggling to break free of the walls. She backed up a few steps, almost tripping over her own feet as she searched for the source. The whispers began to grow louder, more urgent. You shouldn't be here. Lena's knees nearly buckled beneath her as she tried to steady herself, her hands trembling violently. The words were seeping into her brain, becoming more than just sound. They were thoughts, invasive and suffocating. She could feel them pressing against the back of her skull, crawling beneath her skin, tangling in her thoughts. The air in the house thickened further, the whispers now intertwined with something else, something darker. They'll find you. The voice, deep and slow, seemed to come from everywhere. There was no escape. The walls were closing in again. But this time, it wasn't just the shadowy figure that haunted her. It was the house itself, its presence suffocating her from all sides. Her eyes darted toward the stairs again, and a cold sense of dread flooded her. The whispers, they weren't coming from the walls anymore. They were coming from upstairs. She moved instinctively, driven by fear, toward the staircase, though every part of her screamed to turn around. But she couldn't. She had to know what was happening, what the house was hiding from her. Lena ascended the stairs slowly, her steps heavy, her breath shallow. The whispers had turned into a constant hum, almost like a heartbeat pulsing in the walls. She gripped the banister tightly, trying to steady herself as she climbed higher, the shadows thickening around her dot at the top of the stairs. She froze. The door at the end of the hallway stood ajar, barely, but it was enough. She could see the faintest sliver of light spilling from inside the room, illuminating the dust in the air. It was the same room, the one she had avoided when she first arrived, the room she hadn't dared enter. The whispers grew louder. "Come." And her pulse quickened as she reached for the door, her hand shaking. She wasn't sure what she expected to find, but the weight of her dread was overwhelming. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The room was dark, but it was different now. Something had changed. The furniture that had been in disarray before was now perfectly arranged, pristine to pristine. It was as if the room had never been touched. Lena's eyes darted to the far corner of the room where an old armchair sat. She could feel something pulling her toward it, like an invisible thread tying her to that exact spot. The whispers were louder now, urgent, but she couldn't pull herself away. The armchair, it was empty, but for some reason it felt like it had been waiting for her. She stepped closer. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, her mind scrambling to make sense of what she was seeing. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was sitting in that chair, waiting. And then, just as her fingers brushed the edge of the chair's armrest, she heard it again. "I've been waiting." The voice was softer now, almost sad, and for the first time, Lena felt a strange pang of recognition, as if the words were meant for her. But it wasn't the house speaking, it was someone else. The room closed in on her, the air turning thick, and she realized something was waiting for her, and it had been there the whole time. The walls were whispering again, but now she could hear the words clearly. They were her own. "You shouldn't have come back." Lena's hand recoiled from the armchair, as though it had been burned. Her voice still echoed in her mind, lingering like a ghost that refused to let go. She stepped backward, away from the chair, her heart racing in her chest. The air felt colder, and the shadows deepened, pressing in around her like a tightening noose. The room, pristine and untouched, now felt suffocating, like it was closing in on her. Every inch of the space seemed to pulse with the weight of something forgotten, something buried deep beneath the house's rotting foundation. She shook her head, trying to rid herself of the oppressive feeling. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be, but it was. The whispers, her voice, the armchair, it all felt too real to ignore. Something had changed in the house since she arrived. Something more than just the presence of Emily's ghost, more than the strange rooms and altered memories. The house was changing her, shaping her, like it had shaped her mother, her father, and like it had shaped Emily, too. Lena's breath quickened. The house, her family's legacy, had a history that was slowly unraveling before her eyes. But she couldn't grasp the full picture. Not yet. The truth was slipping through her fingers, just out of reach. Taunting her like a mirage, she turned toward the door. But before she could take a step, a shadow flitted across the far corner of the room, just at the edge of her vision. It was quick, too quick, but she felt it. A movement, a presence that shouldn't have been there. She froze, her body tense, her breath caught in her throat. And then the whispers came again, closer this time. "Don't leave." The words chilled her to the bone. This wasn't the voice from before. This wasn't the voice of the house. It was something different. A familiar voice. Lena couldn't place it at first. but then it came to her in a sharp, painful stab to the heart. It was her mother. Lena's pulse skyrocketed. Her throat closed as she looked around, but the room was empty. There was no one there, no one except for her. She stepped back, her mind racing. "Mom," she whispered, her voice cracking with the desperation she couldn't hold back. The room shifted, the walls trembled, then groaned as though they were alive, reacting to her words. The shadows darkened, moving, flowing like liquid. For a moment, everything felt wrong, as if the room had swallowed her whole, as if the house itself had taken her into its heart and was now holding her captive. Lena closed her eyes, the rush of emotions too overwhelming to bear. She hadn't thought of her mother in years, not like this. Her mother had been distant, cold, and had disappeared long before Lena ever left for college. But hearing her voice, even in such a strange, unnatural form, it shattered something. Inside her, something fragile, something she didn't know was still there. Lena exhaled, trying to gather her wits, but the house wouldn't let her. The floorboards creaked, and the walls seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. She couldn't breathe. The house felt too alive now, too much like a living entity, feeding off her thoughts, her fears. The whispers faded, but something else remained. A presence, a shadow lurking just beyond her vision. It was in the room with her now, watching, waiting. She forced herself to move. She needed to get out of the room, away from the suffocating presence. But when she turned to leave, the door was gone. The wall where the door had been now stood, as solid and unbroken as any other part of the house. She felt her throat tighten, panic rising again in her chest. She reached for the space where the door had been, but her fingers met nothing but smooth plaster. No dot. Her mind raced as she backed away from the wall, her heart slamming in her chest. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be. There had to be another way out. She couldn't stay here. Not with the voice of her mother whispering from the shadows. Not with it watching me. And yet, it was as though the house was mocking her fear, tightening its grip. She stumbled back in desperation, her breath coming faster, her skin slick with sweat. The whisper returned. "You always come back here." Lena froze. Her mind reeled. Always come back here. She couldn't remember when her mother had said those words, but she had said them. She remembered her mother standing at the kitchen window, her face unreadable as she stared out at the backyard. Lena had been small, just a child, but she remembered that moment so clearly. The words, the chill in her mother's voice. They had been the last words her mother ever spoke to her before leaving, before disappearing completely. Always come back here. The memory hit her like a punch to the gut, and in that moment she understood. Her mother had known. She had known about the house, about its dark nature, and she had never left. Lena's mother had been swallowed by the house long before she physically disappeared. But it didn't end there. The house was more than just a building. It was an entity, one that fed on the memories of its inhabitants, on their pain, their trauma. The house didn't just keep the past alive, it shaped. It twisted it until it was no longer recognizable. Until the past was alive again, stalking those who dared to return. And Lena had returned. The shadows in the corners of the room began to shift again, creeping toward her, their movements slow and deliberate. A low growl vibrated through the air, coming from the depths of the house, from beneath the floorboards. The house was hungry. Lena's mind reeled as she tried to gather herself, her thoughts tangled in a web of confusion and terror. She couldn't stay here. Not now. Not when the house was so close to consuming her. She had to find a way out. But as she turned again to the solid wall where the door had been, the whispers turned into a cacophony. They grew louder and louder, filling her head with the weight of 1,000 voices. All speaking in unison, all demanding her attention. "You belong here." The walls trembled, the floor beneath her feet groaned. It was the house. The house was speaking to her now, and it was no longer asking, it was claiming her. Lena stood frozen, her chest heaving with each frantic breath. The air felt thick, impossibly dense, as if the house itself was pressing down on her. The whispering voices, her mother's voice, then others all swirling in the air around her. Her thoughts scattered like fragile glass shards, each piece reflecting a memory, a fear, an emotion she couldn't untangle. The house, ... It was alive. It was consuming her. You belong here. The words clung to her like a weight, anchoring her in place, holding her prisoner. She tried to move, to step backward, but her feet felt like they were glued to the floor. The walls seemed to pulse around her, shifting in subtle, maddening ways. She couldn't escape them. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Every direction was the same house of shifting shadows and memories. The room around her was becoming something else, something darker. The colors of the walls blurred, the edges of the furniture growing indistinct, as though they were melting into the air. Her skin tingled with the sensation of something unseen brushing against her. The air too thick to breathe, too thick to escape. Lena's mind raced. Focus. You have to focus. She needed to remember anything to ground herself. To break free from the trap the house was setting for her, her eyes darted to the corner of the room. There was a photograph on the floor, half buried under a thin layer of dust. It was a picture she didn't recognize, but there was something familiar about it, something unsettling. She knelt to pick it up, the edges crumbling in her fingers, as if the photo had been untouched for decades. It was a family portrait. Lena's heart skipped a beat. The faces in the photo were blurred, their features indistinct, as though someone had deliberately erased them. But there, standing in the back row, was a woman she almost recognized. She could see her mother's eyes, wide and hollow, staring out from beneath an expression of anguish. Her mother had been there, but the memory, ... the feeling, it was all wrong. Lena swallowed hard, her fingers shaking as she turned the photo over. In faded, spidery handwriting, the back read, "You will come back. You will always come back." The words felt like an echo, a broken promise, a warning buried deep. In the fabric of this house, it was as though someone had planned this. Someone had known Lena would return in. They had prepared for her. And suddenly, the room grew colder, a rush of icy wind sweeping through the space, despite the windows being closed. Lena looked up. The shadows were longer now, stretching across the walls, reaching toward her with a terrible hunger. A low, guttural growl came from the far corner of the room. It was like the house itself was alive with a low, patient hum, a warning to stay still, to stay inside. But it was too late for that. Her mother's voice pierced the oppressive silence, stronger now, more insistent, demanding. Stay, don't. Leave. It's too late to run. Lena's heart stopped. She wanted to run. She needed to run. But her legs felt heavy, as though the house was pulling her down into its very bones, into its foundation. She tried to step backward, but she stumbled, caught by something invisible. The walls around her began to tremble again, a deep rumble shaking the house to its core. The floorboards groaned, bending and creaking in unnatural ways. Then the air grew warm, not in the way a room does when the sun has been shining on it, but in a sickening, oppressive way, as though the house was exhaling a breath of hot, putrid air. Breathe, Lena's mind screamed at her. She had to breathe. She had to think. Her eyes darted around, scanning the room for anything that might give her a way out. The door was still gone, and the windows. The glass was smeared with something, a thick, dark substance that looked like it had been left there by something alive. The house had swallowed them up, her family. She staggered toward the window, her breath coming in shallow gasps, and as she reached out to touch the glass, something shifted in her peripheral vision. The shadows in the room were moving again, growing larger, growing bolder, and then there it was standing at the far end of the room, just beyond the archway. A figure. Lena froze. It was the figure of a woman, tall and gaunt, her face shrouded in darkness. Her silhouette was so familiar, yet so foreign an eerie distortion of her mother's form. The shadow of her mother, but twisted, changed. Lena's throat closed as she stared at the apparition. This wasn't her mother, not anymore. The house had consumed her. The figure moved, gliding toward Lena, as if the air itself parted before her. The very floor beneath her feet seemed to buckle, the shadows coiling and stretching with every step the figure took. The woman, her mother's reflection, smiled. It wasn't a comforting smile. It was a smile of recognition, of knowing, like she knew everything. She knew exactly who Lena was, exactly why she had come back, and it didn't matter. You will always return, the voice whispered. And this time, it was all of them. The house, the shadows, the memories. All of it was speaking. In unison, the house was hungry, and it had waited for Lena. Lena's hand shot out, grabbing the photograph from the floor and clutching it against her chest, the fragile paper crumbling beneath her fingers. The photo's warning had been clear. This house wasn't just a home, it was a tomb, and it had been waiting for her to step into its jaws. Lena backed into the corner, panic threatening to drown her. This house is a cage, and she had come back. She had always come back. Lena's pulse hammered in her chest as the shadow of the figure stretched toward her. Her body trembled with a mix of terror and disbelief. She had always been told that there were no ghosts, no lingering spirits, that people who claimed otherwise were merely products of their imagination, of grief, or of a desperate longing for something that wasn't there. But this wasn't imagination. It was real. The figure, the thing that once was, her mother glided forward, each step as silent and inevitable as the passing of time. The warm air around her thickened, making it harder to breathe, as though the walls themselves were pulling her into them. She didn't know how, but she could feel that it wasn't just a reflection of her mother. It was something worse, a warped manifestation that had taken on the shape of her past, its presence suffocating, the air growing staler with every movement it made. "Don't be afraid," the woman's voice crooned, her words soft but dark. "It's time for you to understand, time for you to see it all." Lena opened her mouth to speak, to ask what the hell was happening, but no sound came out. She reached out to the nearest object, grabbing hold of a chair, trying to steady herself as the figure stopped mere inches away. The woman's face was obscured in shadows, but Lena could see her eyes. Her eyes were wide, but there was no recognition in them. They were hollow, empty, staring into nothing. There was no love there, no warmth, just an abyss that seemed to go on forever. Her mother's smile twisted, a dark, sardonic thing. "I told you not to come back," she whispered. "But you had to, didn't you? Just like them." Lena's thoughts froze as the woman raised a long, pale hand and traced her fingers along Lena's face, the touch cold and unforgiving. The room flickered, shifted. One moment it was the familiar hallway, and the next Lena was standing in the kitchen from her childhood. She hadn't walked in here in years, but it felt so real. The scent of her father's coffee wafted in the air, and she could almost hear the hum of her mother's voice in the next room. But there was something off. The air was stifling. The wooden floors were warped, as though something had eaten away. At the edges, shadows moved in corners, and the sound of the ticking clock on the wall seemed to grow louder, slower, dragging each second out like a wound that wouldn't close. "You remember, don't you?" the figure of her mother said softly, the words coming like poison. "Everything. You tried to forget, the things we did, the things you saw." Lena stepped back, her heart pounding. What had happened here? What had her family done? The memories were clawing at her, like they were on the verge of spilling out, but they weren't her memories. They didn't fit. The house had distorted them. The walls had absorbed them, twisted them into something unrecognizable. Suddenly, she remembered the first time she had felt something wrong about this house. When she had returned, she had noticed something about the air, the way the walls seemed to breathe, but she hadn't wanted to believe it, not then. Now it was undeniable. The house was alive, feeding on her past, on her memories, on the family secret that it had been built to hide. The figure of her mother, or what was left of her, reached out and touched Lena's arm, sending a shock of icy cold through her. Lena's vision blurred, and for a moment, everything shifted again. She was standing outside, looking up at the house from the lawn. It was night, and the house loomed like a dark monolith in front of her. She had been there before, as a child, and the night had felt ... normal. But the house had been different back then. The warm, comforting home she once knew was now a twisted, decaying thing. The windows, dark and empty, seemed to watch her. Why had they built it this way? The vision shifted once more, pulling Lena back into the kitchen, her mother's voice still echoing in her ears. "You can't escape it, Lena. Not anymore." Lena's heart raced as she stumbled backward, her legs trembling under the weight of the fear. Her hand brushed against the refrigerator, and she froze. There, stuck to the surface, was a yellowing piece of paper, an old letter. She didn't remember it. Had her mother kept this hidden? Had she ever seen it? Her hand reached out, trembling, and pulled it from the fridge. The paper crinkled in her fingers as she unfolded it. It was dated, her handwriting, the words messy, rushed and filled with desperation. "Lena, I'm so sorry. You can never know the truth. I've tried to protect you from it, from them. They'll never stop coming. I thought I could bury it. I thought I could make you forget, but it's too late. Please, please, ... stay away. It's too dangerous." Lena's eyes widened in disbelief as the paper slipped from her fingers, falling to the ground with a soft thud her mother had known. She had known something was wrong with the house, something dark, something unnatural. And now that darkness was reaching out to claim Lena. The room felt colder, suffocating, as if the very air was being sucked out of her lungs. Her vision spun, and the walls seemed to close in on her. The house wasn't just changing. It was feeding on the past, on every buried memory, on the family secret that it would never let go. And now, Lena was part of it. The house had claimed her. Lena's heart drummed in her chest, but no sound escaped her lips. She wanted to scream, to run, to tear her way out of the house, but her legs wouldn't move. The letter, now crumpled on the floor, seemed to mock her, its words etched into her mind, deepening the sense of dread that had been growing inside her since her return. The house groaned. It was subtle at first, the sound almost imperceptible beneath the constant hum of the fridge and the creak of the old wooden beams. But as the minutes ticked by, it grew louder and unsettling, low moan that vibrated through the floorboards and reverberated in Lena's chest. She could feel it in her bones. The house was alive, and it was hungry. "You can't escape it." Her mother's voice echoed again in her head, but this time it wasn't from the figure in front of her. It was everywhere. The walls, the floors, the very air in the house. It was alive, whispering its secrets to her. Lena glanced down at the letter again, her fingers trembling as they traced over the words. The note made no sense. Why had her mother kept this secret? Why didn't she tell Lena the truth? The more Lena thought about it, the more the room around her seemed to distort, the walls bending slightly inward, narrowing her view. The house had been built for something. She had known that. Her parents had always been careful, always meticulous about their home. But this was wrong. She could feel the weight of every wall closing in around her, pushing her to the very edge of reason. And then the smell, the familiar scent of cedar and fresh paint mixed with something darker, something rotten. The air thickened. Then she heard it. A slow, rhythmic scraping. Something ... or someone was moving behind the walls. Lena's breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. It came from the hallway. She could see the shadows writhing just beyond the kitchen door, stretching and contracting, like something trying to break through. Her mind raced. What was it? Who was it? The sound grew louder. It was closer now. It was moving, growing, like something alive. Something alive, something crawling within the bones of the house, digging its way through the plaster and wood. Lena took a step backward, her foot catching on the crumpled letter. Her hand shot out instinctively to steady herself, her fingers brushing against the counter. Suddenly, the sound stopped. Silence for a split second. Lena's mind rebelled against the reality around her. Was it gone? Was it nothing? She turned, her gaze flicking to the hallway again. The shadows were no longer moving, but the feeling of being watched of something waiting clung to her like a wet blanket, and she moved forward slowly, her legs feeling unsteady, almost as if they weren't her own. The house seemed to hold its breath with her, the air thick and still. Every step she took was a battle against her own terror, a battle against the overwhelming urge to flee. But what if she ran? Where could she go? The house was too large, its labyrinthine corridors too much for her to navigate. She couldn't escape. Not yet. The scraping sound came again. This time, it was unmistakable. Something or someone was trying to claw its way through the walls. The sound was sharp now, desperate, like nails scratching against stone. Lena's mind screamed at her to turn away, to leave, to abandon this cursed place. But her house had a pull on her, an invisible grip that yanked her toward the truth. The deeper she went, the more she uncovered. The harder it became to leave. The door creaked open with a low groan, revealing the hallway beyond. The air was colder here, the darkness more suffocating. And then, the smell, it hit her like a punch in the stomach. The unmistakable scent of something rotting, something old and decaying. Her walls had been absorbing something ancient. Lena's eyes burned as she strained to see through the murk. But the shadows made everything feel distant, distorted. The house was warping, bending to a reality that was too horrifying to comprehend. Then she saw it, at the far end of the hall, a door once familiar. Now strange stood, slightly ajar. The scratching sound was coming from within. This was it. Lena took a step forward, heart pounding. Her instincts screamed at her to stop, to turn back and run. But her legs continued to move, step by hesitant step, until she was standing. Before the door, she could feel something behind it, something pressing against the wood, as though it were trying to escape. A whisper, tugged at the edges of her sanity. It was faint at first, like a whisper carried by the wind. But as she placed her hand on the doorknob, it grew louder. "You should have left. You should have stayed away," Lena gasped, her pulse thundering. The voice, it was her mother's, revealing a small, dimly lit room. At first, Lena couldn't make sense of it. She had never seen this room before. It wasn't a part of her childhood home, not at all. The walls were cracked, the floor stained with something dark, something that hadn't been there before, and in the center of the room was a single object, covered in a white cloth. The very air felt wrong here, as though it had been sealed away for years. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she moved, closer to the covered object. The whispering was louder now, swirling around her, coming from the very walls. "You don't want to see it. Don't open it." But it was too late. Her fingers gripped the edge of the cloth, pulling it away, revealing ... a mirror. The glass was cracked, its edges jagged and sharp. And as Lena looked into the reflection, her own face stared back at her. It was distorted, wrong. Her eyes were hollow, her skin pale, stretched taut against her bones. And behind her, in the reflection, she saw something tall, something dark. It was her mother. But it wasn't, and it was moving toward her, Lena spun around, but the room was empty. She was alone, but the air felt thick with something else. She wasn't alone. Not anymore. Lena's breath quickened as the air around her seemed to solidify, pressing against her chest. Her hands shook uncontrollably, the sensation of the mirror's cold surface lingering in her palms. She could still feel the ghostly touch of the glass on her fingertips, as if the mirror had a pulse, a heartbeat that mirrored her own rising panic. She turned back to the reflection. The face that stared back at her wasn't her own, at least, not fully. Her eyes were no longer hollow, but they were far too wide, too dilated, as if they had been stretched by a force far beyond her understanding. Her skin was warped, twisting and distorting, like something trying to break free from within. Her hair, once neat and unassuming, now hung in tangled clumps, each strand seeming to move independently, like tendrils reaching toward the reflection of the dark figure that loomed behind her. The thing, no, the presence was there again. It was still in the reflection, but this time its face was clearer. It wasn't her mother's face. It was something else entirely. Something ... monstrous. Lena stumbled backward, her pulse a drumbeat in her ears. Her legs felt weak, her balance off, as though the floor beneath her wasn't truly solid, as if it were shifting with every breath she took. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the mirror, even as a horrible realization crawled into her mind. It was trying to take her. The shadow moved closer. It was impossible to look away in the reflection. Its form was now more defined, taller, stretching unnaturally, towering behind her like a predator closing in on its prey. The figure seemed to ripple, its edges wavering like smoke, but there was no mistaking the eyes, the same unblinking, hollow eyes that had stared back at her when she'd first entered this cursed room. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She tried to scream, to shout, but the air was thick, suffocating, as if her voice had been swallowed whole by the house itself. It reached out, or at least it appeared to. The shadow's arms stretched unnaturally long, far beyond the bounds of any human form, until its fingers brushed the back of Lena's neck. She flinched at the icy touch. She could feel it inside her skin, as though its touch was seeping into her very bones. Cold and suffocating. She spun around, eyes wide in terror, but the room was empty. The thing was gone. Or was it? Lena's mind reeled. Had it ever been there at all? Was it a trick of the light, the stress of the day distorting her perception? No, she knew. She felt it inside her skin, inside her heart. That presence, it wasn't just in the reflection. It was here, in the room with her, and it had been waiting. Her mind raced. The house had changed. The air was thick with a malevolent energy that made every breath feel like a struggle. What had her parents been hiding? What had they built the house for? And more importantly, why? The reflection of her own face suddenly flickered, distorted, before it was replaced with another image. Her mother, standing in front of the mirror, her face pale and drawn. Lena's stomach churned as the memory flooded back in an instant. Her mother had always been distant, cold, but this was different. The figure in the reflection spoke, though its lips didn't move. You should have left. It's too late. Now, Lena stumbled backward, her heart hammering in her chest. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. The words felt like they had weight to them, like they were anchored in the deepest part of her soul. She forced her eyes away from the mirror, but every instinct in her screamed at her to look back, to see what had changed. She turned, ignoring the cold sweat that covered her skin, and scanned the room. Everything appeared normal, almost too normal. The dim light of the lamp flickered above her, casting eerie shadows that danced on the cracked walls. But it didn't feel right. Nothing about this room, this house, felt right. Not anymore. Then she heard it. A soft, scraping sound. It was faint at first, barely audible over the rapid beating of her heart. But it grew louder, clearer, until it became unmistakable, the sound of nails dragging against wood. It came from behind the wall, no, not the wall inside the wall. Something was clawing at the foundation, digging deeper, trying to break free. Lena froze, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. She knew that sound. She had heard it before, in the dark corners of her childhood. That noise was too familiar. It was them. Her mother had never spoken of the things she'd kept. Hidden those dark, twisted memories that only seemed to surface in flashes. But Lena could feel them now. Feel the weight of them pressing against the walls of the house, fighting to come through. The room shifted again. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting, as if the house itself were alive, watching her, waiting for something. Lena took a step back, her hands trembling as they gripped the edge of the sink, steadying herself. "Don't open it," the voice whispered again. "You don't know what you'll find." But the words her mother's warning felt like they were too far gone. Lena couldn't stop herself. Not anymore. Her feet carried her back to the mirror, her fingers twitching as they hovered over the cracked glass, the cool surface sending chills up her spine. She stared at her reflection, her heart in her throat, and then a single crack appeared in the glass, a single long line. It stretched from the top of the mirror to the bottom, splitting the reflection in two. Lena gasped, her mind racing. It was happening. She could feel the walls closing in, the house shifting, warping in response to whatever force had been hiding here. Something was trying to take her. Her reflection changed again, but this time it wasn't her. It was a woman, her mother, her face twisted in agony, her eyes wide with terror as she screamed. But the scream, Lena couldn't hear it.
The room
was silent. Her mother's mouth moved, but the words never came. It was as if the very essence of her mother had been trapped inside the glass, trying to reach Lena, to warn her. The glass began to fog, clouding over as if something invisible had started to press against it from the other side. A thud, a slam. Lena jerked back, her hands scrambling to push herself away from the mirror. But the room had already changed. The walls were no longer just cracked, they were splitting. A shadowy shape moved just beyond the door, crawling through the space between them. The thing in the glass was no longer trapped. It had escaped. The cold air thickened around Lena, the shadows in the room deepening, until they seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Her breath came in ragged gasps, the silence now oppressive as she stared at the door, willing herself to move, to act. She could feel the presence beyond it. The weight of something that was watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. The house had never felt more alive. Lena turned her head back toward the mirror, but the reflection had changed again. No longer was it her mother's tormented face, or the monstrous shadow looming behind her. Now the mirror was showing something else, something worse. The walls of the room were moving, ever so slightly. The wallpaper, once a dull, faded cream. Lena's stomach twisted in response, the sensation of claustrophobia settling in. The walls pressing closer with each breath she took. She felt the pull. There was something drawing her to the door, an invisible force, as though it wanted her to open it, to walk through it and into whatever nightmare lay beyond. Lena closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath, trying to focus. She couldn't give in to fear, not now. The house was changing. It had been changing ever since she set foot in it, since her return to the place that had once been home. But the longer she stayed, the more she realized that it wasn't just her memories that were warped, it was the very fabric of reality here, woven together by some unseen force. She had to find out what had happened. She had to understand why her parents had built this house, why they had buried their secrets within its walls. With a final, shaky breath, she reached for the door handle. The cold metal seemed to burn her fingers, sending a shock through her body. She tried to turn it, but the door wouldn't budge. Something on the other side was holding it shut. something much stronger than her. The sound of scratching came again. Lena froze. This time it was louder, more insistent, as though someone was clawing at the wood from the other side, desperate to escape. Her mind raced. She couldn't just stand there. She had to get out of the room to make her way through the house. She had to find a way to understand what was happening to her, to stop it before it consumed her entirely. The air grew colder still, and the lights flickered above her. She spun around, her eyes darting to the corner of the room. For a moment, she thought she saw a figure standing in the shadows. It was just out of reach, just beyond the edge of her vision. But when she blinked, it was gone. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper reached her ears. It was so quiet, so faint, that at first she thought she had imagined it. "You don't know what you've done." The voice was low, guttural, but unmistakably human. She didn't recognize it, but it sent a wave of icy dread down her spine. The whisper came again, this time louder, clearer. "You should never have come back." The words seemed to reverberate through the walls, echoing in the corners of the room, pressing in on Lena like a physical force. Her heart hammered in her chest as the voice grew louder, filling the space until it felt as though it were coming from all directions. The room itself seemed to be vibrating with the force of it. Lena backed away, her eyes wide, panic rising. In her throat, her body felt heavy, sluggish, as though the house itself were slowing her down, weighing her with invisible chains. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. "It knows you're here. It's waiting." Lena turned toward the window, but the view outside was distorted, blurred, as if the world beyond the glass was shifting and warping. Nothing was stable. Nothing made sense. The door suddenly groaned, the metal creaking as if something on the other side was pushing against it, testing its strength. Lena could feel it, whatever it was pushing, pressing, trying to break through. She had to get out. The room began to shrink, the walls closing in on her. The ceiling seemed to lower, the floor buckling beneath her feet. It was as if the house were consuming her, drawing her in, pulling her deeper into its twisted, labyrinthine core. And then there it was, a sound that made her freeze in place, a soft click. The door, the one she had tried so desperately to open, was now ajar. Lena's eyes locked on it. Her pulse thudded in her ears. She didn't know what lay on the other side. She didn't know if she was ready to face whatever was waiting for her in the depths of this house. But she couldn't stay here. She couldn't let the house consume her like it had consumed her mother. With trembling hands, she pushed the door open, stepping into the hallway beyond. The corridor stretched out before her, long and narrow, the floor creaking beneath her feet. As she moved, the walls were covered in old wallpaper, faded and torn, and the air was thick with dust. The faint light from the lamps above cast eerie shadows across the floor. But the deeper she moved into the house, the more the light seemed to dim. And then she heard it again, the scraping sound. Louder now, it was coming from below, from the floorboards beneath her feet. Her heart skipped a beat as a cold rush of fear swept over her. She bent down, her hands trembling as they reached for the floor. Pressing against the wooden boards, the sound was unmistakable. Nonnel's claws, something trying to get out. Lena backed away, eyes darting around the darkened hallway. The house seemed to groan in response, as though it were alive, aware of her presence. The whispers came again, louder now, more urgent. "You're not alone. It never was just your mother." Lena's breath caught in her throat. The voice, it wasn't just her mother's. It was something else, something older, something darker. With a burst of adrenaline, Lena ran down the hallway, away from the whispers, away from the claws beneath her feet. The house seemed to twist and shift around her as she moved, the walls narrowing, the floor bending. But she had to keep going. She had to find out what her parents had kept hidden. Her footsteps echoed through the empty halls, the walls whispering her name as she moved deeper into the house. She couldn't stop now, not when the house was alive. Not when it was calling. Lena stumbled down the narrow hallway, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Every step felt heavier, as if the house itself were pushing back against her, slowing her progress. The air was thick with an unnatural cold, and the silence that surrounded her pressed in on her like a suffocating weight. It was as if the walls were closing in around her, inch by inch, her eyes darting back toward the hallway she'd just come from. The whispers were growing louder, more insistent, and her pulse quickened with every second. Whatever force had awakened in the house, it was getting stronger, more hostile. Lena had no idea how much longer she could keep going before the house swallowed her whole. "Keep moving," she muttered to herself, forcing her legs to carry her forward, deeper into the darkness. "You have to know the truth." She reached a corner and paused, listening intently. The scraping noises from beneath the floorboards had stopped, replaced by a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the very air around her. It was an almost musical sound, but the dissonance in it made Lena's skin crawl. She had no idea what the hum was, but it felt like something that belonged to the house itself, a song that it had been singing for decades, perhaps longer. The floor beneath her feet creaked in protest as she took another step. She wasn't alone. She could feel it now, the eyes of the house watching her. Every corner, every shadow, every crevice seemed to be filled with something unseen, something alive. She rounded the corner and found herself standing in front of the door. The wooden frame was old, the paint chipped and peeling, but it wasn't like the other doors in the house. This one was different. There was something about it that made her stomach churn, something that told her this was the threshold she had been dreading. Lena hesitated. She had already come so far farther than she had ever intended. But the door before her felt like the final piece of the puzzle. She had to open it. She had to know what was behind it. With a deep breath, she reached out and grasped the handle. The cold metal burned her skin, but she didn't pull back. She twisted the knob and pushed the door open, wincing as it creaked on its hinges. The room beyond was dim, lit only by the faint glow of a flickering light bulb overhead. The air in the room was thick with dust, and the walls were lined with old, cracked mirrors. But what caught Lena's attention wasn't the room itself. It was the thing in the center of it. A large wooden chest stood in the middle of the floor, its surface carved with intricate designs. It was old, centuries old, if Lena had to guess, and it seemed to hum with a quiet, almost imperceptible energy. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up as she stepped forward. She could feel the pooling, invisible force urging her toward the chest. She had to open it. She had to see what was inside. As she reached for the lid, a sharp, painful gasp filled the room, though Lena couldn't pinpoint where it came from. Her fingers trembled, the sound of her heartbeat pounding in her ears, drowning out everything else. And then, without warning, the lid of the chest burst open on its own, sending Lena stumbling back in surprise. Inside the chest was an old book. Its cover was dark, almost black, with strange symbols etched into the surface. Lena could feel its weight, not just in her hands, but in her chest, as though it had been waiting for her to find it. To unlock its secrets, the book was heavy, as though it were made of stone. When she touched it, the air around her seemed to pulse with energy. She had never felt anything like it before. The pages inside the book were ancient, the edges browned with age. The ink on the paper was faded, but there was no mistaking the symbols. They were written in a language she didn't understand, though a strange sense of familiarity tugged at her mind. Lena opened the book, her eyes scanning the pages. The more she read, the more the words seemed to swirl together, forming shapes and images that danced before her eyes. The symbols, though alien, began to make sense more than she cared to admit. The house was never empty. The words flashed across the page as if they had been burned into her mind. Her breath caught in her throat, and she looked around the room, suddenly aware that the house was listening, waiting, Her instincts screamed at her to stop reading, to close the book and leave before it was too late. But something inside her refused. She had to know what her parents had hidden from her, what they had done to trap her here, in this twisted place. The answers were right in front of her. She turned another page, her fingers trembling. The symbols began to shift again, coiling around one another like snakes, and the words that followed were clearer, more insistent. The foundation is built on blood. The house will claim what is owed. Lena recoiled as if the words themselves had struck her. She didn't understand blood. What did that mean? And why had her parents never told her any of this? Why hadn't she known? The images on the pages became more vivid, more horrifying, depicting the house's twisted history, its dark origins, and the sacrifices that had been made to build it. And then one final image stopped her dead in her tracks. The house, that one that stood around her now, was not merely a structure. It was alive, a presence that had been feeding off the memories, the lives, and the fears of everyone who had lived in it. It was a living entity, born of some ancient, unholy pact, its power growing stronger with every passing year. And her parents had known. They had built the house to trap it, to control it. But somewhere along the way, they had lost their grip on the power they thought they could control. The pages blurred before her eyes, the words shifting once more. It wasn't just her parents who had been caught in the house's web, it was her too. Lena had been bound to the house the moment she stepped back inside. She slammed the book shut, but the house wasn't done with her yet. The whispers returned, louder this time, and the walls around her began to vibrate once more, shaking as if something were stirring beneath the floor. She could feel the house alive beneath her feet, its pulse matching her own, and then, as if answering her unspoken plea, the door to the room slammed shut behind her. The door slammed shut with such force that the sound reverberated through Lena's chest. She spun around, her breath caught in her throat, her fingers clutching the ancient book, as though it might protect her from whatever was coming next. The room was silent now, too silent. The low hum that had filled the air earlier was gone, replaced by an oppressive stillness that made Lena's skin crawl. The only sound was the faint creaking of the floorboards beneath her feet, as though the house itself was shifting, stretching, preparing. She turned her gaze back to the book, its cover almost pulsing beneath her trembling fingers. It was alive. In a way, she could feel the faint energy emanating from it, as though the pages themselves were still connected to the house, still feeding its insatiable hunger. The foundation is built on blood. The house will claim what is owed. The words repeated in her mind over and over, their meaning clawing at the edges of her sanity. Blood, sacrifice, the foundation. She glanced down at the floor beneath her feet, her stomach churning with dread. The floorboards groaned again, louder this time, and Lena took a step back, her body trembling. She could feel it now, the thing that had been scratching. Beneath the surface, the presence she had been trying to ignore. Whatever was beneath the floor, it was awake. The whispers returned, faint but insistent, swirling around her like smoke. You shouldn't have come back. Lena's grip on the book tightened. What do you want from me? She whispered, her voice barely audible in the suffocating silence. The whispers didn't answer. Instead, the floor beneath her feet began to shift, the boards creaking and bending as though something massive was pressing against them from below. Lena stumbled backward, her heart pounding as the edges of the floor began to splinter and crack. Then, the first claw broke through. It was long, black, and impossibly sharp, its surface gleaming in the dim light. It raked across the wooden boards, peeling them back like paper. Lena froze, her breath caught in her throat as the claw disappeared, only to be followed by another. And then another dot. The floor erupted. Wooden splinters flew into the air as the floorboards were torn apart, revealing the gaping void beneath. Lena scrambled backward, her body slamming into the wall as she watched in horror. The hole in the floor wasn't empty. It was filled with darkness pure, suffocating darkness that seemed to pulse with its own malevolent energy, and then it began to emerge. The figure was enormous, its twisted, grotesque form barely fitting through the jagged hole. Its body was composed of shadows, thick and swirling, its edges constantly shifting, as though it couldn't fully exist in this reality. Its head was an amorphous mass, featureless except for two glowing orbs where its eyes should have been eyes that burned with a cold, unnatural light. The whispers grew louder, deafening now, as though the figure carried the voices of every soul that had ever been claimed by the house. "You cannot leave," the voices said in unison, their tone cold and final. Lena pressed herself against the wall, her entire body trembling. She clutched the book tightly, its weight grounding her, even as her mind threatened to spiral into panic. "What are you?" she gasped, her voice shaking. The figure didn't respond, but it didn't need to. The truth was already there, buried deep within her. The house had always been alive, but this was its heart. The thing that had been trapped beneath the floorboards for generations. The thing her parents had tried to contain, and now it was free. The figure stretched one massive arm forward, its claws digging into the floorboards with an ear-piercing screech. Lena's instincts screamed at her to run, but her legs felt frozen, pinned by the weight of the house's presence. "The house remembers," the voices whispered, growing louder. "The house knows." Lena's mind raced as she clutched the book tighter, her eyes darting to the splintered floor. The words from the pages burned in her memory. "The house will claim what is owed." Was this what the house wanted? Had her return been part of some grand design? A plan set in motion long before she was even born? The figure moved closer, its form shifting and pulsing as it approached her. The glowing orbs of its eyes locked onto her, and Lena felt the weight of its gaze deep in her chest. It wasn't just looking at her, it was looking through her, peeling back the layers of her memories, her fears, her very essence. And then, for the first time, it spoke. "You belong to me." The voice wasn't human. It wasn't even entirely real. It was a sound that vibrated through her bones, a presence that seemed to envelop her completely. Lena's fingers dug into the edges of the book, her knuckles white. The book, it had to mean something. Her parents had hidden it for a reason, buried it beneath layers of secrecy and pain. If it could help her understand the house, maybe it could help her stop this. She opened the book again, flipping through its ancient pages as the figure loomed closer. The words blurred before her eyes, the symbols shifting and rearranging themselves as though they were alive. She could feel the energy of the book coursing through her, pulling her deeper into its secrets. And then she saw it, etched into the center of the page, surrounded by intricate, spiraling symbols. "Return it to the foundation." The words sent a chill through her body. The foundation, the house, wasn't just built on blood, it was built for something ancient, something unspeakable. Her parents hadn't just constructed a house, they had constructed a prison. The figure's claws raked across the floor, drawing closer. Lena snapped the book shut, her resolve hardening. She didn't know if she could stop this thing, but she had to try, with the book clutched tightly in her hands. She turned and ran, the floor shaking beneath her as the figure let out a guttural roar. The walls of the house groaned and splintered as she fled, the air thick with the sound of the house fighting back. She didn't know where she was going, but the words echoed in her mind, guiding her. Return it to the foundation. If the house had a heart, a core, then that's where she needed to go. The house groaned around Lena, its walls alive with an energy that seemed to throb in time with her frantic heartbeat. She could hear the monstrous thing behind her, its claws raking against the floor, its guttural growl vibrating through the air. The whispers in the walls were louder now, a chorus of voices weaving together into a singular, haunting chant. "You cannot leave. You belong to us." She stumbled down the hallway, The book clutched tightly to her chest. The weight of it seemed heavier now, as though the knowledge within was a burden she hadn't yet fully realized. She didn't know where she was going, but the words etched into her mind, "Turn it to the foundation," pulled her forward like a tether. The floor beneath her feet shifted unnaturally, the boards bending and creaking as though they were alive. The air grew colder with every step she took, and the walls around her seemed to close in, their jagged edges narrowing the hallway until it felt like she was walking through a tunnel. Her breath came in short, panicked gasps, and her legs threatened to give out beneath her, but she couldn't stop. Not now. Not when the house was so close to claiming her. Behind her, the creature roared. The sound was deafening, a deep, guttural bellow that rattled the very foundation of the house. Lena risked a glance over her shoulder and saw it lurching toward her, its massive, shifting form twisting unnaturally as it moved. The glowing orbs of its eyes burned with an intensity that made her stomach churn, and its claws left deep gouges in the walls and floor as it dragged itself forward. She turned away and pushed herself to run faster, her feet pounding against the unstable floorboards. The hallway stretched endlessly before her, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. Doors appeared and disappeared on either side of her, opening into rooms she didn't recognize, rooms that couldn't possibly exist in the house she thought she knew. Each doorway was a glimpse into madness, a child's nursery with a crib that rocked on its own, a kitchen where the walls dripped with blood, a mirror-lined room that reflected endless versions of herself, each one more distorted than the last. "Look, keep moving." The voice wasn't her own. It wasn't her mother's. It was something else entirely, soft and insistent, cutting through the chaos in her mind. She didn't have time to question it. She obeyed. At last, she reached the end of the hallway. A single door loomed before her, larger than any she'd seen in the house. Its surface was carved with intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to writhe and shift as she stared at them. The handle was an old, tarnished brass, its surface slick with condensation. Lena hesitated for only a moment before reaching for the handle. The moment her fingers touched it, a searing cold shot through her hand and she let out a cry of pain. But the door swung open on its own, revealing a steep staircase that descended into complete darkness. "The foundation," she whispered, her voice trembling. She didn't have a choice. Lena stepped through the doorway, the air growing colder with every step she took. The book in her hands seemed to vibrate faintly, as though it could sense the proximity of whatever lay beneath the house. The stairs spiraled downward, the darkness swallowing her completely. The walls around her were damp and cold, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the narrow space. The air smelled of earth and rot, a nauseating combination that made her stomach churn. She reached the bottom of the staircase and found herself standing in a vast, cavernous space. The floor was uneven, made of dirt and jagged stone, and the walls were lined with faintly glowing symbols, identical to the ones etched into the book. Deafening now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from everywhere at once. They called to her, pleaded with her, demanded her attention. Return it, finish what they started. At the center of the cavern stood a massive stone altar, its surface slick with a dark, viscous liquid that gleamed faintly in the dim light. The altar pulsed with an unnatural energy, and Lena could feel its pull deep in her chest, as though it were reaching for her, trying to draw her closer. Her legs moved on their own, carrying her toward the altar, despite the fear that screamed at her to turn back. The book in her hands felt heavier with every step, its energy growing stronger, more insistent. She reached the altar and placed the book on its surface. The moment the book made contact, the symbols etched into the stone flared to life, glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. The whispers stopped. The silence was deafening, oppressive. It pressed down on her like a physical weight, and for a moment she thought she had made a terrible mistake. Then the altar began to tremble. The ground beneath her feet shook violently, and cracks spread through the dirt and stone, splitting the cavern floor wide open. From the cracks came a deep, guttural roar that sent a shockwave through the air, knocking Lena backward. The darkness within the cracks began to rise, taking shape before her eyes. It was the creature. Its massive, shifting form emerged from the earth, its glowing eyes burning with rage. The altar pulsed with light, and the book trembled on its surface, as though caught in a battle between two opposing forces. The house will claim what is owed. The voices hissed, their tone cold and final. Lena's mind raced. What did they mean? What was she supposed to do? The creature lunged toward her, its claws slamming into the ground just inches from where she lay. She scrambled to her feet, her body trembling with fear, and her eyes locked on the book. The foundation is built on blood. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. The house had been built to contain this thing, to trap it beneath the foundation. But the pact, whatever it was, had been broken, and now the house wanted its sacrifice. Lena's breath came in shallow gasps as she stepped toward the altar, her heart pounding in her chest. The creature roared, its massive form twisting and writhing as it tried to break free. She placed her hands on the book, her fingers trembling. Finish it, the voices whispered. Lena closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began to read. Lena's trembling fingers traced the ancient symbols on the book's cover, her breath catching in her throat. The creature's guttural roar echoed through the cavern, shaking the very ground beneath her feet. The glowing eyes of the entity bore into her, radiating fury and hunger, but she couldn't stop now. The book was the key. The whispers had led her here, and the house itself demanded that she finish what had been started. The foundation is built on blood. The house will claim what is owed. The words burned in her mind as she opened the book. To the page where the symbols seemed to dance and writhe, the light from the altar illuminated the text, and though the language was one she didn't know, the meaning came to her as if the book itself was planting the knowledge in her mind. Voice was shaky at first, the unfamiliar words stumbling from her lips like broken fragments of a forgotten prayer. But as she continued, the cadence of the chant took hold of her, and the air around her began to shift. The creature snarled, its claws digging into the ground as it surged forward. Lena recoiled instinctively, her voice faltering as her legs wobbled beneath her. But the moment her chant wavered, the whispers in the walls returned, louder and more insistent than ever. Do not stop. Finish it. Lena gritted her teeth, forcing herself to focus. The book grew heavier in her hands, its energy thrumming through her body, filling her veins with a warmth that bordered on pain. She could feel the power of the words now, their weight pressing against her mind, her soul. They weren't just words, they were commands. As the chant grew louder, the symbols on the altar flared brighter, casting long, jagged shadows across the walls of the cavern. The cracks in the ground widened, revealing an abyss of swirling darkness that seemed to stretch endlessly downward. The creature roared again, its massive form writhing and contorting as the light from the altar began to burn into its shifting flesh. It lashed out with its claws, tearing into the walls and sending chunks of stone crashing to the ground. But no matter how it fought, the chant pouring from her lips with an intensity that surprised even her, the light from the altar began to pulse in time with her words, and the cavern shook violently as the power of the ritual built to a crescendo. Then the book's pages began to turn on their own. Lena's heart skipped a beat as the book flipped to the final page, its edges glowing with an eerie light. The symbols on the page shifted and morphed until they formed a single phrase, written in a language Lena could understand. To bind the heart, one must pay the price. Her stomach dropped as the meaning of the words settled over her. The whispers had warned her. The house had demanded it. The foundation was built on blood, her blood. The creature let out a bone-rattling howl, its massive form shrinking and twisting as the light from the altar consumed it. But Lena could see it now. The entity wasn't being destroyed. It was being pulled back. The ritual wasn't meant to kill it. It was meant to seal it. And the seal required a sacrifice. "No," Lena whispered, shaking her head. Her voice broke as she stumbled backward, the book slipping from her grasp. "No, there has to be another way." The whispers in the walls grew louder, more desperate. The price must be paid. Lena's breath came in short gasps as she stared at the swirling darkness below the altar. The creature was nearly fully submerged now, its glowing eyes, the last part of its form, still visible. It locked onto her, and for a moment, she thought, she saw something human in its gaze, something pleading. "It won't stop," the whispers said. "It will never stop unless you finish the ritual." Tears streamed down Lena's face as she stepped closer to the altar, her hands trembling. Her mind raced, searching for another solution. But deep down, she knew there wasn't one. The house had claimed her the moment she stepped through its doors. She had been part of this all along. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. "You shouldn't have come back." Lena reached out and placed her hands on the altar. The surface was cold and slick, the dark liquid seeping into her skin. The light from the symbols intensified, and the whispers rose to a deafening roar, their voices blending into one final command. "Give yourself to the house." Lena squeezed her eyes shut, her body trembling. She thought of her parents, of the secrets they had buried here, of the life she had left behind. She thought of Emily, of the letter that had brought her here, of the house's insidious pull. And then she let go. The moment she surrendered, the cavern erupted with light. The force of it knocked her backward, and she collapsed onto the ground. Her body racked with pain. The light consumed everything, swallowing the creature, the altar, the darkness itself. Lena's vision blurred, her surroundings fading into a haze of blinding white. She could feel the house shifting around her, the walls trembling as the ritual reached its conclusion. The whispers faded, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to stretch on forever. When the light finally dimmed, Lena opened her eyes. She was no longer in the cavern. She was back in the house. The air was still, the walls silent. The house felt empty. For the first time since she had arrived, there was no hum, no whispers, no sense of a presence lurking just out of sight. Lena rose to her feet, her body aching. She was standing in the foyer, the front door just a few feet away. The house looked as it always had worn, old, but eerily normal. But Lena knew better. She turned and looked back at the staircase, at the hallway that led to the rooms where she had uncovered so many dark truths. The weight of the house's history pressed against her, but she didn't feel trapped anymore. She had paid the price, and the house, for now, was satisfied. Lena walked to the front door and placed her hand on the knob. The cold metal didn't burn her this time. With a deep breath, she turned the handle and stepped outside. The sun was rising, its light spilling over the trees and onto the lawn. The air was crisp and cool, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Lena felt free. But as she walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching her. It always would. Lena didn't look back as she walked away from the house. The air outside was different, lighter, freer, yet somehow unnervingly still. Each step she took felt like an eternity, her legs weak from the ordeal, her mind clouded with a mixture of relief and dread. The house had released her, but at what cost? The forest surrounding the property seemed alive in its own way, the trees swaying gently in the morning breeze. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting long, dappled shadows on the ground. Lena clutched her arms tightly around herself, her body aching with every movement. She hadn't realized how drained she was, how much the house had taken from her. The memory of the ritual was still vivid in her mind, the blinding light, the whispers screaming in unison. The creature, its monstrous form twisting and writhing as it was dragged back into the depths of the foundation. The price had been paid, and the house was silent now. Its hunger temporarily sated, but as Lena walked farther down the gravel path leading away from the property, she couldn't ignore the gnawing sensation in the pit of her stomach. The house might have let her go, but it wasn't gone. It would never be gone. It was part of her now. She reached the edge of the property, where the old, rusted gate stood slightly ajar. The sight of it brought back a flood of memories her arrival, just days ago, the hesitation she'd felt as she crossed that threshold for the first time in years. It felt like a lifetime had passed since then. Lena paused, her hand brushing against the gate's cold metal. She turned her head slightly, her eyes flicking back toward the house. It stood in the distance, quiet and still, its weathered facade bathed in the soft light of dawn. For a moment, it almost looked peaceful, but Lena knew better. The house wasn't a home, it never had been. It was a prison, a parasite, feeding on the memories, fears, and lives of those who dared to enter. And it was waiting. Lena's chest tightened, her breathing shallow. She turned back toward the road, her heart pounding in her ears. She couldn't stay here any longer. The farther she got from the house, the better. As she began walking down the path, the first tendrils of doubt crept into her mind. Had she truly escaped? Hours later, Lena found herself sitting at a small diner on the outskirts of town. She hadn't even noticed the passing of time. Her feet had carried her here on autopilot, her mind too numb to process the world around her. The diner was quiet, the hum of the overhead lights blending with the faint clinking of dishes in the kitchen. Lena stared down at the cup of coffee in front of her, the steam curling lazily into the air. She hadn't taken a sip. Her hands trembled as she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out the crumpled letter Emily had sent her, the letter that had started everything. She smoothed it out on the table, her eyes scanning the familiar handwriting. "There are things you need to know. Come to the house. I'm sorry for what you'll find." The words felt heavier now, their meaning more profound. Emily had known what she was walking into. She had lived with the house's secrets, its darkness, and had done everything she could to warn Lena. But Emily hadn't escaped, and Lena wasn't sure she had. Either her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the diner door swinging open. She glanced up instinctively, her eyes meeting those of a man in a dark coat. He looked ordinary enough, tired, disheveled, like someone who had been on the road for far too long. But there was something in his expression that made Lena's skin crawl. The man walked past her table, his movements slow and deliberate, his gaze lingering on her for just a moment too long. Lena's grip on the letter tightened. Her pulse quickened as she watched him take a seat at the counter, his back to her. She told herself it was nothing, just her nerves getting the better of her after everything she had been through. But then he spoke. "You've been to the house, haven't you?" Lena froze, her blood turning to ice. Her eyes darted toward the man, but he didn't turn around. He simply sat there, staring ahead, his voice low and measured. "It leaves a mark," he continued, his tone heavy with something that sounded like regret. "You can feel it, can't you? Like it's still with you. Like it always will be." Lena's stomach churned. She wanted to deny it, to tell him he was wrong, but the words wouldn't come. He was right. The house wasn't just a place, it was an entity, and its influence didn't stop at the property line. "What do you want?" Lena asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The man finally turned to face her, his eyes dark and tired. There was no malice in his expression, only a deep, unshakable sadness. "I was there once," he said. "A long time ago. I thought I'd escaped, too." Lena's heart sank. "What happened?" she asked, though part of her didn't want to know the answer. The man shook his head. "You don't escape. Not really. It finds you, eventually. Matter how far you run." Lena felt the room spin around her, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She wanted to believe he was wrong, that she could leave the house and its horrors behind her. But deep down she knew he was telling the truth. The house had marked her why. She asked, her voice cracking. Why does it do this? Leaned forward, his gaze locking onto hers. Because it's hungry, he said simply. And now it knows you. That night, as Lena sat in the small motel room she'd rented, the weight of the man's words pressed down on her like a physical force. She couldn't sleep, her mind racing with memories of the house, of the ritual, of the monstrous thing that had nearly consumed her. The air in the room felt heavy, oppressive, and for a moment, Lena swore she heard the faintest sound of whispers. She turned on every light in the room, her heart pounding as she scanned the shadows, but there was nothing there, and yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Lena sank onto the edge of the bed, her hands trembling as she buried her face in them. She had escaped the house, but its shadow lingered, stretching far beyond its walls. And somewhere, deep within the silence of the night, she swore she heard it call her name. Lena sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers gripping the frayed motel blanket, as if it were the only thing anchoring her to reality. The clock on the bedside table ticked loudly in the silence, each second dragging longer than the last. She stared at her reflection in the small mirror above the dresser. Her face was pale, her eyes shadowed with exhaustion. The man's words from the diner echoed in her mind. You don't escape. Not really, it finds you eventually. The air in the room felt heavier now, like it was pressing down on her chest, stealing her breath. She stood abruptly, pacing the length of the small room, trying to shake the growing sense of unease. The house was gone, she had left it behind. She had survived, hadn't she? She froze mid-step. A sound so faint it was almost imperceptible caught her attention. It wasn't the clock or the hum of the fluorescent motel light. It was something else, a whisper. Her blood ran cold. She turned slowly toward the corner of the room, her breath caught in her throat. The shadows there were darker than they should have been, pooling unnaturally against the beige wallpaper. The whisper came again, faint but unmistakable. Lena, ... Her heart stopped. The voice was soft, almost pleading, and it was familiar in a way that made her stomach twist. It sounded like her mother. No, Lena whispered, shaking her head. Her voice trembled as she backed away from the corner, her hands clutching at the edges of her jacket. You're not Rear. You're not here. The shadows shifted. Lena, ... She stumbled back, her legs hitting the edge of the bed. It was louder now, echoing in her mind, filling the room. It wasn't just coming from the corner anymore, it was everywhere. You belonged to it. You always have. The light in the room flickered, casting jagged shadows across the walls. Lena's chest tightened as a sharp, cold pain spread through her ribs, like icy fingers wrapping around her heart. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The shadows in the corner began to take shape, twisting and coiling until they formed a figure. It was tall, unnaturally thin, its edges rippling like smoke. Its face was obscured, but Lena could feel its face hollow and unblinking, boring into her. No, she whispered again, her voice cracking. This isn't real. You're not real. The figure took a step forward. The air in the room grew colder, and Lena's body began to shake. She wanted to scream, but her voice was trapped in her throat. You called to it, the figure said, its voice a low, guttural growl. You let it in. Lena's mind raced, the memories flooding back in vivid flashes. The ritual, the creature, the house. She had done what it demanded. She had paid the price. But now she realized the price wasn't enough. The house wasn't done with her. She turned and ran, throwing the motel door open and stumbling into the cold night air. The parking lot was deserted, the faint glow of the neon motel sign casting eerie shadows across the cracked asphalt. The whispering followed her. Lena, ... Come back. Her chest heaved as she spun around, her eyes darting between the shadows. There was nothing there. The figure, the voice, but the air was still heavy, still charged with the same oppressive energy she had felt in the house. She climbed into her car, her hands shaking as she fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life, and she pulled out of the parking lot, her tires screeching against the pavement. She didn't have a destination in mind. She just needed to get away. But as she drove, the sense of unease grew. The road stretched endlessly before her, the darkness pressing in from all sides. The trees along the roadside seemed to lean toward her, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The whispers were still there, faint but persistent, threading through her thoughts like poison. It knows you. You can't run. You belong to it. Lena tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her knuckles white. "Leave me alone," she muttered, her voice trembling. "Just leave me alone." The headlights of her car flickered, and for a brief moment the road ahead of her disappeared, swallowed by darkness. When the lights came back on, she slammed on the brakes, her heart lurching. In her chest, the house was in front of her. She stared, her mind refusing to comprehend what she was seeing. It was impossible she had left it behind miles ago. But there it was, standing in the middle of the road, its tall, dark shape looming against the night sky. "No," Lena whispered, shaking her head. "No, this isn't real. It's not real." She threw the car into reverse, her tires screeching as she backed away. But no matter how far she drove, the house remained. It was always there, standing just ahead, waiting for her. The whispers grew louder, filling the car, drowning out her panicked breaths. "Come back. Finish what you started." Lena slammed the brakes again, her hands shaking as she gripped the wheel. She couldn't escape it. The house wasn't just a place, it was part of her now, a shadow she couldn't outrun. The door to the house creaked open, and Lena felt the pull, the invisible tether that had been there all along, dragging her back. The house would never let her go. Tears streamed down her face as she stepped out of the car, her legs trembling beneath her. The cold night air bit at her skin, but she didn't feel it. All she could feel was the weight of the house, its presence suffocating her. Demanding her return, she took a step forward, then another, her body moving of its own accord. The whispers were louder now, deafening, and the shadows around the house writhed and twisted like living things. The door stood open, waiting, and Lena walked through. The door groaned shut behind Lena the moment she stepped inside, sealing her in with the oppressive silence of the house. The air was thick, heavy with the same suffocating energy she remembered from before. It clung to her skin, pressed against her chest, her eyes darting around the familiar space. The house looked unchanged, as if no time had passed since she had fled, but it felt different. The stillness wasn't the calm of an empty home, it was the silence of something waiting, watching. Lena took a shaky step forward, her boots creaking against the old wooden floorboards. She reached out to the banister, her fingers brushing against the cool, splintered wood. The staircase stretched up into darkness, the faint outlines of the second floor barely visible in the dim light. Why am I back here? The question echoed in her mind, but she knew the answer. The house had never let her leave. Even when she thought she had escaped, it had stayed with her, its shadow looming over her every step. And now it had pulled her back, dragging her into its depths once more. The whispers began again, faint and distant at first, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. But they grew louder with each passing moment, their dissonant voices weaving together into an incomprehensible chant. Lena pressed her hands over her ears, her heart racing. "Stop," she shouted, her voice cracking. "Just stop." But the whispers didn't stop. If anything, they grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the house until they filled every corner. The walls seemed to vibrate with their intensity, the very foundation of the house trembling beneath her feet. And then she heard it. A single, distinct voice rose above the others, cutting through the cacophony like a blade. It was deep, guttural, and impossibly cold. "Finish it, Lena." Her blood ran cold. She turned toward the source of the voice, her eyes scanning the shadows, but there was nothing there, only darkness. The floor beneath her groaned, and she staggered backward, her pulse pounding in her ears. The house felt alive again, its energy pulsing through the air like a heartbeat. The walls around her seemed to shift, bending and warping as though they were breathing. She stumbled toward the living room, desperate to put distance between herself and the voice. But the moment she crossed the threshold, she stopped dead in her tracks. The mirror was back. It stood in the center of the room, its surface cracked and distorted, just as she remembered it. But this time, the cracks seemed to pulse with an eerie light, faint tendrils of shadow swirling within the glass. Lena's stomach churned as she stared at her reflection. It was her face, but not her. The image in the glass was twisted, her features warped and hollow. Her eyes were sunken and dark, and her mouth was curved into a faint, unnatural smile. "It's you," the reflection said, its voice a distorted echo of her own. "You can't run from yourself." Lena stumbled backward, her breath catching in her throat. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "You're not real." The reflection tilted its head, the smile widening. "I'm as real as you are." The words sent a chill down Lena's spine. She turned away from the mirror, refusing to look at it any longer. But as she moved toward the door, the reflection's voice followed her, echoing through the room. "You can't leave. You're part of it now." The words struck a nerve, and Lena froze in place. Part of it. She had felt the pull of the house, the invisible tether that had dragged her back. But she had thought she could escape, thought she could leave it behind. She turned back to the mirror, her fists clenched. "What do you want from me?" she demanded, her voice trembling with anger and fear. The reflection's smile faded, its expression twisting into something cold and unreadable. "It's not about what we want," it said. "It's about what you owe." Lena's chest tightened. "What I owe, I paid the price. I did the ritual." The reflection laughed, the sound sharp and cruel. "You think it's over? The house doesn't. Let go that easily. It's never been about the ritual. It's about you." The room seemed to darken, the shadows growing deeper and more oppressive. The air grew colder, and Lena's breath came in shallow gasps. "The foundation is built on blood," the reflection continued, its voice low and menacing. "But it's not just blood it wants. It's everything. Your fears, your memories, your soul." Lena shook her head, her body trembling. "No," she whispered, "you're lying." The reflection tilted its head again, its smile returning. "Am I?" Before Lena could respond, the room shifted violently, the floor buckling beneath her feet. She fell to her knees, her hands clutching at the ground as the house trembled around her. The whispers returned, louder and more chaotic than before, their voices blending together into an incomprehensible roar. The mirror shattered. The sound was deafening, the shards of glass flying outward in every direction. Lena shielded her face, her body trembling as the light from the mirror filled the room, blinding and all-consuming. When the light faded, the room was silent. Lena opened her eyes, her body tense. The mirror was gone, its shattered pieces vanished, without a trace. But the sense of unease lingered, heavier than ever. The house wasn't finished with her. Lena rose to her feet, her legs shaking beneath her. She turned toward the doorway, her gaze shifting to the staircase beyond. She didn't want to go back upstairs, but she knew she didn't have a choice. Whatever the house wanted from her, it was waiting at its heart, and she had to face it. Lena stood at the base of the staircase, her eyes fixed on the darkness above. The air was colder here, heavier, as though the house was holding its breath. Every instinct in her screamed to turn back, to run, but there was no point. The house would never let her go, not until she gave it what it wanted. Her hand trembled as she gripped the banister, the worn wood smooth beneath her fingers. The faint echoes of whispers drifted down the staircase, pulling her upward, their insistent tones threading through her thoughts. It's waiting for you. Come closer. The heart of the house. Lena forced herself to take the first step, her boots creaking against the old floorboards. The sound was swallowed almost instantly by the suffocating silence, as though the house itself was listening. With each step, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. The staircase seemed longer than she remembered, stretching endlessly into the dark. The faint light from the first floor faded behind her, leaving her wrapped in a suffocating gloom. Her breath hitched as she reached the landing. The hallway stretched out before her, its walls warped and uneven, as though the house was shifting, twisting around her. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, their words blurring together into a low hum dot. At the end of the hallway stood a door. It was unlike any other door in the house. The wood was darker, almost black, with jagged carvings etched into its surface. Symbols, similar to the ones in the book, twisted and coiled across the frame, their shapes glowing faintly in the dim light. The closer she got, the more she could feel the house's presence pressing against her. An invisible weight that threatened to crush her. Her fingers brushed against the cold, jagged surface of the carvings, and a jolt of energy shot through her hand, making her recoil. You have to open it, the whispers urged. Lena's breath came in short gasps as she gripped the handle. The metal was freezing beneath her palm, biting into her skin, but she didn't let go. With a deep breath, she twisted the handle and pushed. The door opened. The room beyond was vast and dark, its walls stretching high into the shadows above. At the center of the space stood an altar, similar to the one she had seen beneath the house, but larger, grander. It pulsed faintly with a dull red light, the symbols carved into its surface glowing like embers. The air in the room was oppressive, thick with an energy that made Lena's skin crawl. She stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate, eyes scanning the space for any sign of what was waiting for her. And then she saw it. The creature, it stood behind the altar, its massive form shrouded in darkness. Its glowing eyes burned with an intensity that made Lena's stomach churn, and its shadowy limbs writhed and twisted, merging with the walls and floor. It was larger now, more defined, its presence filling the room like a suffocating weight. You returned, it said, its voice low and resonant, vibrating through the walls. You couldn't stay away. Lena's throat tightened. What do you want from me? She demanded, her voice trembling. The creature didn't respond immediately. It tilted its head, its glowing eyes fixed on her, as though it were studying her, peeling back the layers of her mind. You already know, it said finally. Lena's hands balled into fists at her sides. I did the ritual. I gave you what you wanted. You didn't give me everything, the creature interrupted, its voice sharp and cutting. The house isn't satisfied. The altar pulsed brighter, its red glow casting jagged shadows across the walls. Lena could feel its pull now, the same invisible tether that had dragged her back here. The house wanted more. What do you mean? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The creature shifted, its shadowy form rippling like liquid. Your blood opened the seal, but your soul will bind it. Lena staggered back, her heart pounding in her chest. No, she whispered. No, I won't do it. You can't have me. The creature's eyes narrowed, its form twisting and growing until it towered over her. The whispers in the walls rose, to a deafening roar, their voices blending into a singular, unrelenting command. You cannot escape. You belong to the house. The floor beneath Lena's feet began to crack, the wood splintering as dark tendrils of shadow erupted from the ground. Reaching for her, she stumbled backward, her arms flailing as she tried to keep her balance. The creature surged forward, its massive form consuming the space around her. Its eyes burned brighter, and Lena could feel its presence pressing against her, crushing her under its weight. "Give yourself to me," it said, its voice like thunder, "and I will let the others go." The words stopped her cold. "The others?" she asked, her voice trembling. The creature tilted its head again, its eyes gleaming with a cruel light. "You aren't the first. The house holds them all. Your mother, Emily, everyone who has ever crossed its threshold." Lena's stomach churned. Her mind raced with images of her mother, of Emily, of the lives that had been consumed by the house. She had seen their faces, heard their whispers, but she hadn't realized. "They're still here," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Their souls belong to the house," the creature said, "as yours will too." The tendrils of shadow crept closer, their cold, sharp edges brushing against her legs. Lena's breath came in ragged gasps as she stumbled backward, her mind spinning. She couldn't let this happen. She couldn't let the house win. Her eyes darted to the altar, its pulsing light casting eerie shadows across the room. The book had said the house was built on blood, that its foundation demanded sacrifice.
But it
had also said something else. The house can be bound, but only by a willing soul. Lena's chest tightened as the realization hit her. The house didn't just want to take, it needed her to choose. The creature loomed closer, its claws raking against the floor, the whispers screaming in her ears. Lena took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she stepped forward. "I won't give you my soul," she said, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. The creature froze, its glowing eyes narrowing. "Then you will suffer." Lena shook her head. "No, I'll bind you. I'll bind this house." She placed her hands on the altar, her palms pressing against the cold, slick surface. The symbols on the stone flared to life, and the house let out a deep, guttural groan that shook the walls. The creature roared, its shadowy form surging toward her, but Lena didn't stop. She closed her eyes and began to speak, her voice trembling but determined. Lena's voice trembled as she spoke, the unfamiliar words falling from her lips like fragments of a broken incantation. She didn't know how she understood them, whether the knowledge came from the book, the house itself, or something deeper, something buried within her. But as the chant grew louder, the air around her seemed to thrum with power. The creature roared, its massive shadowed form twisting and writhing, its glowing eyes burning with fury. The tendrils of darkness that had erupted from the floor surged toward her, snapping and writhing like living things. But the light from the altar grew stronger, pushing them back, searing through the shadows with every word Lena spoke. The house groaned, its walls trembling as if the very foundation was being torn apart. The whispers in the walls turned into screams, a cacophony of voices rising in desperation, anger, and fear. "You cannot bind me," the creature snarled, its voice reverberating through the room. "The house is eternal. I am eternal." Lena gritted her teeth, her hands pressed firmly against the altar as the symbols carved into its surface flared brighter, their intricate patterns shifting and writhing. The light was almost blinding now, casting long, jagged shadows across. "The room, you've taken enough," Lena said, her voice shaking but resolute. "My mother, Emily, everyone, no more." The creature surged forward, its claws slamming into the ground mere inches from the altar. The impact sent a shockwave through the room, and Lena stumbled, her knees buckling, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. The symbols on the altar began to shift again, their shapes coiling into new patterns, forming words Lena could understand. Offer freely, bind forever. Her heart sank as the meaning became clear. She couldn't just chant the words and hope for the best. The house demanded more. Her soul, Lena's chest tightened, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Was this why her mother had stayed? Why Emily had been lost? They hadn't been willing, hadn't made the choice. The house had taken them by force. But if Lena offered herself freely, she could bind the house, seal it, and keep it from claiming anyone else. The creature's laughter filled the room, low and guttural. "You understand now," it said. "This house doesn't just take, devours. You will be no different." Lena's hands trembled as she looked down at the altar. The light was warm now, pulsing in time with her heartbeat, as if it were alive. It felt like an invitation and a promise. The whispers screamed in her ears, louder than ever. "Bind it. Finish it." Lena clenched her fists, her mind racing. Could she do this? Could she give herself to the house, knowing it would trap her here forever? Her mother's face flashed in her mind, followed by Emily's, and the countless lives that had been consumed by this place. She couldn't let it happen again. She couldn't let anyone else fall into its grasp. Taking a deep, shaky breath, Lena spoke the final words of the chant. The altar flared with a brilliant, blinding light, and the house let out a deep, guttural groan that shook the very foundation. The creature roared in fury, its form twisting and writhing as the light consumed it, pulling it toward the altar. "No," it screamed, its voice filled with rage and desperation. "You cannot bind me." But it was too late. The tendrils of shadow retreated, the creature's massive form shrinking as it was dragged into the swirling light of the altar. The whispers turned into a deafening roar, and the walls of the house trembled violently, cracks spreading through. The floor and ceiling Lena fell to her knees, her hands still pressed against the altar. The light was almost unbearable now, its warmth searing through her skin, her bones, her very soul. And then she felt it. It wasn't violent or forceful, it was gentle, almost comforting, like a hand reaching out to her. The altar's light enveloped her, and for a brief moment she felt weightless, free. But the house wasn't letting her go. As the light faded, the whispers fell silent. The creature was gone, its form completely consumed by the altar. The room was still, the air heavy with a strange, almost sacred energy. Lena's chest ached as she pulled her hands away from the altar. She staggered to her feet, her legs shaking beneath her. The house no longer felt oppressive or suffocating. It felt calm, quiet. But Lena knew the truth. She was part of it now. The house had claimed her, but not as its victim. She was its keeper, its guardian, bound to it by the choice she had made. The whispers would never return, and the house's hunger would never reach beyond its walls again. But Lena's freedom had been the price. She turned toward the doorway, her gaze lingering on the faint glow of the altar. The symbols had stopped shifting, their light dimming until they were barely visible. Lena stepped into the hallway, her movements slow and deliberate. The house was still alive, but it no longer felt hostile. It felt grateful. The stairs creaked beneath her feet as she descended to the first floor. The air was lighter now, and the oppressive darkness that had once filled the house was gone. She walked to the front door and placed her hand on the handle. The cold metal was familiar, grounding her. She opened the door and stepped outside. The sunlight was blinding after the dim interior of the house, and the crisp morning air filled her lungs. She stood on the porch, her eyes scanning the horizon. The world beyond the house seemed brighter, more vibrant, but she couldn't leave. Not truly. Lena turned and looked back at the house. Its worn, weathered exterior seemed to shimmer faintly in the sunlight, its presence no longer ominous, but still powerful. She stepped back inside, the door closing softly behind her. The house was quiet now, at peace, and Lena was home. The house was still, its silence profound. For the first time, there were no whispers, no shifting shadows, no oppressive weight pressing down on Lena. The house had claimed her, but it no longer hungered. The ritual was complete, and it's restless. Energy had settled into a calm that seeped into every corner. Lena stood in the center of the foyer, her hands brushing over the banister, the grooves in the wood now strangely familiar. The air here felt different, warmer, almost inviting, but beneath it, she could feel the faint hum of the house's life force. She wasn't just inside it anymore. She was part of it, and it was part of her. Her fingers tingled with the realization. She could sense the house now, as though its structure had fused with her thoughts. Each creak of the floor, every draft of air, felt like a heartbeat, a pulse she could interpret. She wasn't trapped here, not in the way she had feared, but the house's will was her will now, and there was no turning back. Hours passed, though Lena couldn't tell how many. The house didn't operate on the rules of time anymore, not for her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the soft glow of the moon spilled through the broken windows, casting pale silver light on the dusty floorboards. Lena wandered through the halls, her footsteps slow and deliberate. She passed the living room, the space where the mirror had once stood. The floor was spotless now, the jagged shards of glass gone, as if the house had repaired itself in the wake of the binding. She hesitated at the threshold, her hand resting on the doorframe. For a moment, she thought she could hear a faint Emily's laugh. It was distant and fleeting, but it tugged at something deep inside her. The thought of Emily hurt, but the pain wasn't sharp anymore. It was softer, like a wound that had begun to heal. Lena closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. The house had taken Emily. It had taken her mother, but their suffering was over now. She had made sure of that. As the hours stretched on, Lena felt the house beginning to shift. It wasn't the chaotic, menacing movement she had experienced before. This was subtler, like the slow exhalation of a deep breath. The stairs groaned, softly as she climbed them, the familiar sound no longer sending a shiver down her spine. The second floor was quiet, the hallway stretching out before her like a dark tunnel. She walked slowly, her fingers brushing against the peeling wallpaper. She paused in front of a door, her childhood bedroom. Her hand hesitated on the knob, the memories of her younger self flooding back in vivid flashes. Her mother brushing her hair by the bed, her father reading her stories, the nights she spent staring at the ceiling, imagining what lay beyond the house. When she pushed the door open, the room was exactly as she remembered it. The small bed, the worn rug, the bookshelf in the cornerette was all there, untouched by time. The air inside the room felt lighter, almost nostalgic. She stepped inside, running her fingers along the edge of the bed frame. A faint smile tugged at her lips, though it didn't last. The weight of the house's presence was always there, even in moments like this. You belong to it, the thought came unbidden, but it wasn't frightening. It was a truth she had come to accept. The house had claimed her, but she had also claimed it. She sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes drifting to the window. The moon hung low in the sky, its light casting long shadows across the room. Lena's reflection in the glass stared back at her, calm and steady. And then she felt it, a ripple, faint but unmistakable. Someone was outside. Lena rose to her feet, her senses heightened. The house had told her no, shown her that someone had crossed the threshold. She didn't need to hear the footsteps or see the flicker of a flashlight beam to know they were there. The house stirred. In response, its energy humming faintly in her chest. It wasn't angry, but it was wary. Curious, Lena descended the staircase, her movements slow and deliberate. The front door creaked open just as she reached the bottom step, the sound echoing through the quiet foyer. A man stood in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the pale moonlight. He looked young, his hair disheveled, his expression cautious, but determined. A flashlight was clutched tightly in his hand, its beam sweeping across the darkened room. He called out, his voice shaky but firm. Lena stepped into the light, her face calm and unreadable. The man froze, his eyes widening as he took a step back. "You shouldn't be here," Lena said softly, her voice carrying a strange authority that even she hadn't expected. The man blinked, his grip on the flashlight tightening. I didn't think anyone lived here, he stammered. I heard stories about this place. I wanted to see if they were true. Lena's lips pressed into a thin line. She could feel the house's energy radiating around her, its attention focused entirely on the intruder. You need to leave, she said. The man hesitated, his gaze shifting between Lena and the darkened corners of the room. Wait, is it really haunted? People say strange things happen here. They say it's not haunted, Lena interrupted, her tone sharp. But it's not safe either. Go before it's too late. The man frowned, his curiosity overriding his fear. What's in here? Why do people disappear when they come here? Lena stepped closer, her eyes narrowing. The house seemed to respond to her emotions, the air growing colder, the shadows deeper. They disappear because they don't listen, she said. Don't make the same mistake. The man opened his mouth to argue, but something in Lena's expression stopped him. Her presence, calm but commanding, seemed to unnerve him in a way he couldn't explain. He took a step back, his flashlight beam trembling. Fine, he muttered. I'm leaving. Lena watched as he turned and walked out the door, his footsteps fading into the night. The house relaxed around her, its energy settling into a quiet hum. She closed the door, locking it behind her. The house was safe for now, and so was the world outside. Lena leaned against the door, her eyes closing as she exhaled deeply. She was the keeper now, the guardian of the house's secrets. It was her burden to bear, but she had accepted it. The first time, the house felt like home. Story 3. The wind bit at Ethan's face as he trudged through the snow-covered forest, his camera gear weighing heavily on his back. He adjusted the hood of his jacket and tightened the scarf around his neck, determined to reach his destination. His YouTube channel, dedicated to urban exploration, had brought him to dozens of abandoned places before, but none as infamous as this one, the frostbitten house. Ethan had been tipped off about the mansion by an email. It came from an anonymous sender with no subject line, containing only the coordinates of the house and the cryptic phrase, "The cold remembers you." He had dismissed it at first. People sent him weird messages all the time. But then he looked into the local legends and found references to strange disappearances, whispers of souls trapped in frost, and a mansion that fed on its victims. It sounded like a perfect place to film. The deeper Ethan ventured into the forest, the more he noticed an unnatural stillness. The wind had died, and the sound of his boots crunching through the snow seemed amplified, the only noise in a world that felt completely lifeless. As he approached the clearing, the house came into view, and his breath caught in his throat. The mansion was massive, its dark structure leaning precariously, its edges softened by layers of snow and ice. The air around it felt heavier, colder, as if the house was radiating its own frost. Icicles hung from the roof like jagged teeth, and the windows were coated in frost, so thick that the glass appeared opaque. Ethan pulled out his camera, speaking into the lens. This is it, guys, the frostbitten house. Totally abandoned, in the middle of nowhere. Let's see what secrets it's hiding. But as he framed the shot, something stopped him, cold. The frost on the nearest window swirled into patterns and shapes that resembled human faces. They were faint at first, but as Ethan stepped closer, one of the faces seemed to move. Its expression twisted in silent agony, and for a brief moment, he swore its hollow eyes were looking at him. Ethan stumbled back, his breath clouding the air. It was just a trick of the light, or so he told himself. Asterisk, Ethan didn't know it. He wasn't the first person to be lured to the frostbitten house. Years ago, Lena had stood in this same clearing. The frostbitten house wasn't just a random haunted mansion. It was tied to the same darkness that had consumed her childhood. Home, the two houses were connected. threads in a web spun by the same malevolent force. Lena had escaped her house, but the frostbitten house had remained a dormant, silent echo of the same ancient curse. And now it was waking up again. The email Ethan had received wasn't random. The house had chosen him, just like it had chosen Lena, her mother, and all the others who had crossed its threshold. Asterisk. Ethan shook off the unease and climbed the creaking steps to the front door. The air grew colder with each step, his breath freezing in front of his face. He adjusted his gloves and pushed the door open. The interior was worse than he expected. Every surface was coated in frost thick and glittering like freshly fallen snow. The air inside was stiflingly cold, far colder than the winter storm outside. Ethan's camera captured the eerie beauty of the place. Frost-covered chandeliers that hung from cracked ceilings, furniture buried under layers of ice, and walls etched with swirling frost patterns. But as he moved deeper into the house, his footsteps echoing in the stillness, the frost began to feel alive. The patterns on the walls seemed to shift when he wasn't looking, the intricate shapes twisting into new designs. He stopped in front of a section of the wall, his breath catching as the frost swirled into the unmistakable shape of a face contorted in anguish. And this time, it wasn't just any face, it was Lena's. The face was fleeting, gone almost as soon as it appeared, but it left Ethan rattled. He didn't know Lena, but the house did. The frost carried her essence, her story, her sacrifice. The binding Lena had performed at her house had contained its darkness, but it had also fractured it, sending echoes of its malevolence rippling out to other places, tied to the same cursed foundation. The frostbitten house wasn't just another haunted mansion. It was part of the same network of cursed homes, bound by the same ancient force that had claimed Lena's family. As Ethan moved deeper into the house, the whispers began soft, faint, almost imperceptible. They carried fragments of words into the creaks of the floorboards and the hum of the frost-covered walls, but one word came through clearly: Lena. Ethan stopped in his tracks, his camera trembling in his hands. He didn't know who Lena was, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she was important. The frost crept closer, the cold biting into his skin despite his layers of clothing. He had no idea that Lena's battle wasn't over, not truly. And now, the house was preparing to claim its next victim. Ethan took a deep breath, his gloved hand tightening around the camera as he pressed forward. The whispers had stopped, leaving the house eerily quiet, but the name Lena lingered in his mind like a half-remembered dream. The front door slammed, shut behind him with a bone-rattling thud, sending a shock through his chest. He spun around, the faint glow of his camera's light struggling to pierce the oppressive darkness. "What the hell?" he muttered, his voice barely audible over the sound of his rapid breathing. For a moment, he considered turning back, shoving the door open and running. But that wasn't why he'd come here. He wasn't about to let some trick of the wind or whatever this was scare him off. Besides, the house was freezing, and running back into the blizzard outside wasn't much better. The entryway stretched ahead of him, the frost-covered walls glinting faintly in the light. His boots crunched over the ice-coated floor, and every step echoed unnaturally, as though the house had far more space than it should. The air grew colder with each step. It was the kind of cold that burned, biting through his layers of clothing, and settling deep in his bones. Ethan adjusted the scarf around his neck, his fingers already feeling numb inside his insulated gloves. He swung his camera toward the staircase, its elegant banister draped in icicles. The frost patterns here were more intricate, swirling across the wood like fine lace. But as Ethan stepped closer, the patterns shifted. He froze in place, his heart skipping a beat as the frost spiraled into shapes' faces. The faces were clearer now, no longer just faint impressions. Each one was unique, etched into the frost with haunting precision. Their eyes were wide with terror, their mouths open in silent screams. Ethan took a step back, his breath clouding the air. "This is new," he whispered, his voice trembling. He tilted the camera to capture the patterns. The faces seemed to multiply, appearing on the walls, the banister, even the frosted windows. And then, one of them moved. Ethan gasped, nearly dropping the camera. One of the faces, larger and more distinct than the others, turned its hollow eyes toward him. The frost seemed to shudder as the face twisted, its mouth opening and closing as though it were trying to speak. "Lena," it whispered. Ethan staggered back, the camera shaking in his hands. He wasn't sure if he'd actually heard the voice or if his mind was playing tricks on him, but the sound chilled him more than the frost ever could. He turned away from the faces, forcing himself to keep moving. The whispers returned as he entered the next room, faint and disjointed, echoing through the walls. They were fragmented, overlapping, and impossible to make sense of. But one voice stood out among the rest. "Help me," it said, soft and desperate. Ethan stopped in his tracks. The voice was female, and though he didn't recognize it, he felt a strange pang of familiarity. It was the same voice that had whispered the name earlier. "Lena," he called out, his voice breaking the silence. The air seemed to shift, the temperature plummeting even further. Ethan's breath fogged the lens of his camera, and frost began to creep across his boots, climbing the fabric like living vines. He stumbled backward, shaking his legs to dislodge the frost, but it clung. Stubbornly, biting into the material, he managed to shake it off and scrambled into the next room, slamming the door behind him. His heart raced as he leaned against the wall, the frost spreading across the floor, like water seeping under a crack. The room was dimly lit by the faint glow of his camera. It appeared to be a sitting room, with frozen furniture arranged in perfect stillness. A tall mirror stood in the corner, its surface frosted over, and Ethan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold dot. As he stepped closer to the mirror, the frost on its surface began to clear. At first, he could only see his own reflection, pale and trembling, but then it changed. A second figure appeared in the glass. She was a woman, her dark hair falling in wild waves around her face. Her expression was one of anguish, her eyes wide and pleading. Frost covered her features, creeping up her neck and curling around her shoulders like a frozen shroud. Ethan staggered back, nearly tripping over a frost-covered ottoman. The woman in the mirror didn't move, but her lips parted as though she were trying to speak. "Who are you?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Her lips moved, but no sound came. The frost on the mirror began to spread again, obscuring her face, but Ethan caught the faintest whisper before she disappeared. "Entirely, you have to stop it, before it's too late." Ethan didn't know it, but the woman in the mirror was a remnant of Lena. Not Lena herself, but an echo of her presence, the part of her that had been bound to her family's cursed house. The frost-bitten house, like Lena's, was tied to the same dark force, and her soul had left an imprint here, a faint shadow of her will. Lena's sacrifice had contained the darkness in her house, but it had also fractured it. Pieces of that malevolence had seeped into other places, like the frost-bitten house, where they fed on unsuspecting victims. And now, as Ethan explored, the house was waking, hungry for more. The frost in the room began to move again, creeping. Up the walls and across the furniture, Ethan backed toward the door, his mind racing. The whispers grew louder, blending into a single, deafening hum. "Stop it," he shouted, clutching the camera as though it could protect him. The frost surged forward, and Ethan flung the door open, stumbling back into the hallway. The faces in the frost were more vivid now, their mouths open in silent screams. The cold was unbearable, biting into his skin despite the layers he wore. He needed to get out. But as he turned to run, the frost-covered walls seemed to shift, closing in on him. The house wasn't going to let him go, not without a fight. Ethan stumbled down the hallway, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. His camera swung wildly from its strap as he tried to steady himself, the frost creeping along the edges of the floor like a living tide. The air felt heavier now, pressing against him, slowing his movements as though the house itself were working against him. He reached a large arched doorway and pushed through, his shoulder brushing against the frost-coated wood. The room beyond took his breath away, not because of its grandeur, but because of the sheer weight of its eerie beauty. It was a dining room, its long table stretching nearly the entire length of the space. The table was covered in a thick layer of frost, sparkling like a field of diamonds under the faint glow of his camera's light. Chairs were arranged haphazardly around it, some knocked over, others frozen in place as if caught mid-motion, hung from the chandelier above, long and sharp, casting jagged shadows across the walls. But it was the walls that stopped. Ethan culled that the frost patterns here were unlike anything he had seen before. They didn't just resemble faces, they were faces, dozens of them. Their features were unmistakable, each one unique, each one frozen in a mask of terror. Some of their eyes were wide, others were shut tight, their mouths twisted into silent screams. Ethan swallowed hard, his gloved fingers tightening around his camera. "What the hell is this?" he whispered, his voice shaky. He raised the camera, focusing on one of the faces. It was a woman, her features delicate, her expression one of pure despair. Frost curled around her hair like frozen tendrils, and her eyes seemed to follow Ethan as he moved. He shivered, feeling the familiar prickle of being watched. The air in the room grew colder. Ethan's breath fogged the lens as he stepped closer to the table, his boots crunching on the frost-covered floor. He scanned the surface of the table, with his camera, his light catching strange indentations in the frost. It wasn't random, there were patterns etched into the ice, like writing. He crouched down, squinting at the marks. They were faint, but he could make out letters. "We are still here." Ethan straightened abruptly, his heart pounding. The frost around him began to shift, the faces on the walls twisting, their expressions changing. One face a minute toward him, its frozen eyes locking onto his dot, and then it whispered, "Leave." The sound was so soft that Ethan almost didn't hear it, but it sent a chill racing down his spine. He stumbled back, his boots sliding on the icy floor. "This isn't happening," he muttered, shaking his head. It's just the cold messing with me." But deep down, he knew it wasn't just the cold. The faces were moving now, their mouths opening and closing as though they were trying to speak. The frost patterns on the walls pulsed faintly, like veins carrying something alive. Ethan turned toward the door, his instincts screaming at him to get out. But the frost was spreading faster now, creeping toward his boots. Asterisk as Ethan backed toward the doorway, the frost began to coil into a new shape. It spread across the far wall, the faces twisting and merging until they formed a single, larger face. It was Lena. Her frozen features stared back at him, her mouth half open as though caught mid-sentence. Her eyes glistened with frost, but there was something alive in them, something fleeting. Ethan froze, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't know who this woman was, but the familiarity of her face gnawed at him. He had seen her before in the mirror, in the frost. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling. The frost on the wall shuddered, and Lena's face seemed to move, her lips forming a single word: "Run." The frost surged forward, tendrils of ice spiraling toward Ethan's legs. He turned and bolted, his camera swinging wildly at his side as he ran back into the hallway. The whispers followed him now, louder and more insistent, blending into a dissonant hum that echoed through the walls. The frost was relentless, spreading across the floor and up the walls, the faces watching him as he fled. Ethan's fingers fumbled with his camera, switching it off and tucking it into his jacket. He needed both hands free if he was going to get out of here alive. His breath came in ragged gasps, the cold burning his lungs with every step. He turned a corner and found himself in another hallway, this one narrower and darker. The frost here was thicker, the walls practically glowing with icy patterns. The faces were everywhere now, shifting and twisting as he passed. "Why is this happening?" Ethan muttered, his voice shaking. "What do you want from me?" The house answered with silence. But deep down, Ethan knew the answer. The frostbitten house wasn't just a random haunted mansion. It was tied to Lena's story, to the curse she had fought to contain. When Lena had bound herself to her house, she had fractured the dark force that fueled it, sending pieces of it out into the world. The frostbitten house was one such piece, a dormant fragment of the same ancient malevolence. Lena's essence, her sacrifice, had left an imprint here. The frost carried echoes of her presence, her warnings, her pain. Ethan didn't know it yet, but he wasn't just battling the house's hunger. He was stepping into the remnants of Lena's unfinished fight. Ethan reached the end of the hallway and slammed into a door, throwing it open without thinking. He stumbled into a smaller room, his boots skidding on the frost-covered floor. The air here was so cold it burned, his breath freezing in thick clouds. The frost followed him, creeping across the doorway and up the walls. Ethan backed into the center of the room, his hands trembling as he searched for a way out. The whispers rose again, louder this time, and the frost patterns on the walls shifted, forming new words. "It feeds on you." Ethan's heart raced as the frost began to swirl around him, coiling like snakes ready to strike. The cold pressed against his skin, and he felt a sharp, stinging pain in his fingers and toes. The frost wasn't just spreading, it was feeding. Ethan clutched his chest, his breaths coming in sharp, shallow gasps as the frost crept closer. The walls of the small room seemed to pulse with a faint glow, and the frost patterns writhed and shifted, their shapes twisting into new faces. Each face was distinct, their expressions frozen in agony. The frost moved with purpose now, spreading faster, reaching for him. It wasn't just cold anymore, it felt alive, hungry. Ethan stumbled backward, his boots slipping on the slick floor as the frost began to coil around his legs like icy tendrils. He shouted, his voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" The frost didn't answer, but the faces on the walls turned toward him, their hollow eyes watching his every move. The whispers grew louder, echoing through the room, their overlapping, voices forming fragments of words. "Help us. It's too late. Run while you can." Ethan's heart pounded in his chest. He felt trapped, cornered, the frost cutting off every possible escape route. His mind raced for a solution, a way out. But the freezing air made it hard to think then. One of the faces shifted. It wasn't like the other sit's features were sharper, more detailed, almost lifelike. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as the frost shaped itself into the image of a woman. Her face was achingly familiar, though he couldn't place where he had seen her before. Her dark hair was frozen in tendrils around her face, and her eyes pleading, desperate, stared directly at him. "Who are you?" Ethan whispered, his voice trembling. The frost pulsed, and the woman's mouth moved. Her voice was faint, a whisper carried by the icy air. "You need to leave," she said. "It's feeding on you." Ethan shuddered, his body trembling from the cold. How do I get out?" The woman's face twisted, her expression darkening. "You can't." The frost surged forward, wrapping around Ethan's legs and pulling him to the ground. He screamed, clawing at the icy tendrils as they climbed higher, the cold searing into his skin even through his layers of clothing. His fingers were stiff, barely able to move, and his camera clattered to the floor beside him. The woman's face flickered, her features fading in and out like a distorted signal. Her voice, however, was clear. "You have to stop it." Stop what? Ethan gasped, his teeth chattering. What is this place? The frost patterns on the walls shifted violently, their shapes blurring as the whispers rose to a deafening roar. The woman's voice was drowned out, her face dissolving back into the frost as the icy tendrils tightened their grip. Ethan's vision blurred, the cold sapping his strength. His hands grew numb, and his body felt impossibly heavy, as though the frost were draining his energy. Asterisk as Ethan lay there, his body slowly succumbing to the cold, his mind filled with fragmented visions that weren't his. He saw flashes of another house, a different kind of darkness, and a young woman standing in front of a glowing altar. Lena, he didn't know her name, but he felt her presence. The visions were vivid, showing her fighting against something ancient and malevolent, sacrificing herself to bind it. But the binding hadn't destroyed the darkness. It had fractured it, scattering its essence across places tied to the same curse. The frostbitten house was one of those places. Lena's sacrifice had left a piece of her here, an echo of her will, a faint remnant of her fight. And now that remnant was trying to warn Ethan, to guide him before the frost consumed him completely. Asterisk, Ethan's vision cleared briefly, and he saw the frost patterns on the walls shift again. This time, they formed words. The heart is below. He stared at the message, his mind struggling to process it. The heart, he murmured, his voice barely audible. The frost loosened its grip slightly, as though allowing him to move. Ethan didn't waste the chance. He clawed his way to his feet, his legs weak and trembling, and stumbled toward the door. The whispers followed him, louder now, their voices sharp and urgent. Find the heart, destroy it. Ethan pushed through the door and back into the hallway, his breath coming in labored gasps. The frost was everywhere now, coating the walls and ceiling, the faces more distinct than ever. Their hollow eyes followed him as he moved, their mouths frozen in silent screams. The air grew colder with every step he took, the frost creeping after him like a predator stalking its prey. He could feel it pulling at him, leeching the warmth from his body, feeding on his energy. I have to find the heart, he muttered, his voice shaking, whatever that means. As he stumbled down the hallway, a door ahead of him creaked open on its own, revealing a staircase that descended into darkness. A cold draft wafted up from below, carrying with it the faint sound of whispers. Ethan hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back. But the message on the walls, find the heart, destroy it, echoed in his mind. He stepped onto the staircase, the icy railing biting into his gloves as he descended. Each step felt heavier, the air colder, the darkness deeper. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, blending into a chorus that surrounded him. The stairs creaked beneath Ethan's weight, each step groaning as if the house itself protested his descent. The cold bit deeper into his skin, and the frost patterns on the walls began to glow faintly, casting an eerie blue light that illuminated the narrow staircase. The whispers were relentless now, growing louder with each step. They overlapped and blended into a chorus of anguish, their words fragmented but sharp enough to pierce Ethan's resolve. You shouldn't have come. It's too late. The heart will take you. Ethan gripped the icy railing, his gloves stiff. With frost, every breath came as a visible puff of vapor, his lungs aching from the freezing air. The descent seemed endless, the stairs spiraling deeper into the earth, far beyond what the size of the house should allow. This doesn't make sense, he muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. The house wasn't just a building, it was something far more insidious, something that defied the rules of the world he thought he understood. As he reached the bottom of the staircase, the air grew impossibly cold. Ethan stopped, clutching his arms to his chest, his camera dangling uselessly from its strap. The whispers faded into a low hum, and the frost-covered walls around him began to pulse faintly, as if alive. Before him stretched a long, dark corridor, the frost patterns glowing faintly on the walls. The faces here were different, more detailed, more vivid. Their expressions weren't just frozen in terror, they seemed alive, their eyes moving ever so slightly, following him as he stepped forward. Ethan swallowed hard, his breath catching in his throat. "This isn't real," he whispered. But the weight of the cold told him otherwise. Asterisk as he moved down the corridor. The frost seemed to react to his presence, spreading across the floor and ceiling in intricate patterns. The faces on the walls grew clearer, their features twisting with each step he took. And then the visions began. The first was faint, flickering like an old film projected onto the frost. Ethan stopped, his body frozen as the image of a man appeared on the wall. He was standing in the same corridor, his face pale with fear, frost creeping up his legs. "No, please," the man shouted, his voice muffled by the cold. His breath formed thick clouds as he clawed at the frost, his movements growing slower until he froze entirely, his face etched into the wall. Ethan stumbled back, his heart pounding. The vision disappeared, leaving only the man's frozen face staring back at him from the wall. The whispers returned, louder now. They all came for the same reason. They all thought they could leave. The corridor stretched on, and Ethan forced himself to keep moving, his legs trembling with each step. More visions appeared on the wallsmen women, even children, each one succumbing to the frost, their bodies consumed and their souls trapped in the icy patterns. And then he saw her again. Lena, her face was faint, her features blurred by the frost, but her presence was unmistakable. She wasn't like the others. Her expression wasn't one of terror, but of defiance. She looked directly at Ethan, her frozen lips forming silent words. He stepped closer, his breath fogging the air. "What are you trying to tell me?" he whispered, his voice breaking. The frost pulsed around her face, and for a moment, Ethan thought he heard her voice. "Stop it before it spreads." Her face disappeared, swallowed by the frost, and the corridor fell silent once more. Ethan reached the end of the corridor, where a massive, frost-covered door loomed before him. The door was unlike anything else in the house, seemed ancient, its surface carved with swirling patterns that glowed faintly in the dim light. He reached out, his gloved hand trembling as he touched the icy surface. A jolt of cold shot through his body, and he pulled his hand back with a sharp gasp. The whispers in the walls grew louder, forming a single, distinct voice. "Open it." Ethan hesitated. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to turn back, to run. But he knew it was pointless. The house wouldn't let him leave. Not until he faced whatever was behind this door. With a deep breath, he pushed against the door. It groaned under the pressure, the frost cracking and splintering as it swung open. The air inside was so cold it stole his breath, and he stumbled forward, his legs weak beneath him. The room beyond was vast, its ceiling disappearing into darkness. The walls pulsed with light, the frost glowing in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and writhe, and at the center of the room stood the heart. It was a massive, jagged formation of ice, glowing with an otherworldly blue light. The frost around it pulsed like veins, spreading outward and coiling across the floor and walls. The whispers emanated from the heart, a constant, dissonant hum that filled the room. Ethan stepped closer, his body trembling. The frost seemed to reach for him, coiling around his boots, his legs, pulling him forward. The whispers grew louder, and he heard the voice, again Lena's voice, "Destroy it." Ethan's breath fogged the air as he stared at the heart. He didn't know how, but he knew this was the source of the house's power, the source of the frost. If he could destroy it, maybe he could stop the house. But the frost wasn't going to let him. Asterisk, as Ethan moved closer. The frost surged forward, coiling around his legs and pulling him to the ground. He screamed, clawing at the icy tendrils as they crawled up his body. their cold searing into his skin, the faces on the walls twisted, their expressions contorting as the whispers turned into screams. The house was fighting back, its power concentrated in the heart, its hunger growing more desperate, his movements slowing as the cold drained his strength. The heart pulsed brighter, its light almost blinding. Lena's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and clear. "You have to finish this. Do it now." With the last of his strength, Ethan reached for a large piece of broken wood on the ground, its edges jagged and splintered. He gripped it tightly, his frozen fingers barely able to hold on, and pulled himself to his feet. The frost screamed as he raised the wood high above his head, the faces on the walls contorting in anguish. And then, with a final, desperate cry, Ethan brought the wood crashing down into the heart of the frost. The impact of the jagged wood against the heart sent a shockwave rippling through the room. The frost screamed not in a way that could be heard, but in a way Ethan felt deep inside his bones. The pulsing glow of the heart flickered violently, its icy veins spasming as cracks spread outward from the point of impact. Ethan staggered backward, his hands numb the cold, gnawing at his skin even through his layers. The frost that had coiled around his legs retreated with a hiss, curling back toward the glowing heart. The walls around him groaned, the faces in the frost contorting in agony as the house itself seemed to react to the blow. For a brief moment, the room felt eerily silent. Then the heart cracked wide open. A burst of blinding blue light erupted from the icy formation, illuminating the entire room. Ethan shielded his eyes, his body trembling as the light washed over him. It was impossibly cold, yet it burned, sinking into his skin and rattling through his chest like a frozen windstorm. The frost-covered walls began to shake, shards of ice raining down as the cracks in the heart spread. The glow dimmed, and the light coalesced into shapes, figures floating in the air around the room. Ethan lowered his hand, squinting through the brightness, and his breath caught in his throat. The shapes were people, the frozen soulsed figures, floated in the air, their bodies translucent and glowing faintly with the same blue light as the heart. Ethan recognized some of them immediately, the faces he had seen in the frost. They were no longer frozen, no longer trapped in the walls, but their expressions remained haunted, their movements slow and unsteady. The whispers returned, softer now, less chaotic. The voices of the freed souls filled the room, their overlapping, tones carrying a mixture of relief and sorrow. "It's breaking, ... We can go home. It's ending." Ethan's heart pounded as he scanned the room, his eyes darting between the spectral figures. He didn't know what he had expected to find when he struck the heart, but it wasn't this. And then he saw her dot. Lena, her figure, was among the others, faint and shimmering like frost in the sunlight. She turned toward Ethan, her eyes meeting his, and for a moment, the chaos around him seemed to fade. "You," Ethan whispered, taking a shaky step forward. "You're the one I've been seeing. Who are you?" Lena's expression was calm, but tinged with sadness. Her lips moved, forming words that were barely audible over the whispers of the other souls. "You were never supposed to be here." Ethan frowned, his chest tightening. "What do you mean? What is this place?"
What's happening?
Lena's gaze softened, and she took a step closer, the frost beneath her feet dissolving into mist. Her voice, though faint, was clearer now. "The house is dying. You've broken the heart." Her words sent a shiver through Ethan, and he turned toward the heart. The cracks in the ice were spreading rapidly, blue light pouring from its core. The frost that had coated the walls and floor was melting away, evaporating into the air in long, curling tendrils. "But why was I here?" Ethan asked, his voice trembling. "What does this have to do with me?" Lena hesitated, her form flickering like a weak flame. "It was never about you," she said. "You were just the next piece." Ethan's stomach churned. Next piece of what? Lena's face darkened, and her voice dropped to a whisper. The curse, the frost, it's all connected. My house, this house, they're threads in the same web. The words hit Ethan like a punch to the gut. He thought back to the visions he had seen the altar. Lena's face etched in frost, the desperate fight she had waged against the darkness in her home. That was you, he said, his voice barely audible. I saw you in another house, another prison, Lena interrupted, her voice heavy with sorrow. I tried to contain it. I thought I could stop it, but I only scattered it, broke it into pieces. This house is one of those pieces. Ethan's mind reeled. The frostbitten house wasn't just cursed, was part of something much bigger, something ancient and malevolent. And now, by breaking the heart, he had disrupted whatever fragile balance had kept it contained. The collapseless ground beneath Ethan's feet shuddered violently, and he stumbled as the room began to collapse. The frost patterns on the walls shattered, sending shards of ice flying through the air. The freed souls floated upward, their forms dissolving into the light as the heart continued to break apart. Lena turned back to Ethan, her expression urgent. You need to leave now. Ethan nodded, his legs weak as he stumbled toward the door. The air was growing warmer, the frost melting into puddles that pooled across the floor. The house groaned and cracked, its walls buckling as the light from the heart consumed it. He reached the staircase, the whispers of the souls fading behind him as he climbed. The steps were slick with water, and the air was thick with mist. He forced himself to keep moving. Behind him, the light from the heart grew brighter, flooding the corridors with a blinding blue glow. The house was coming apart, its very structure unraveling as the frost disappeared. Ethan burst through the front door, stumbling into the snow-covered clearing. He fell to his knees, gasping for air, his body trembling from exhaustion and cold. He turned back toward the house, his chest tightening as he watched it collapse in on itself. The walls crumbled. There was silence. The Markathon sat in the snow, his breath fogging the air. The house was gone, reduced to a pile of rubble, its frost completely melted. The clearing was quiet now. The oppressive weight of the house's presence lifted. But Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't truly over. He looked down at his hands, pulling off his gloves. His fingers were pale, his skin cold too. The touch and faint frost patterns had begun to form along his wrists. The cold hadn't left him, and in the back of his mind, beneath the silence, he thought he could still hear the faintest whisper. It's not over. Ethan sat motionless in the snow, his hands trembling as he stared at the faint frost patterns etched across his skin. The clearing was silent, the absence of the house leaving a strange emptiness that weighed on him. He flexed his fingers, watching, the frost shimmer faintly, refusing to fade despite the warmth of his body. His breaths came in short gasps, the events of the last hour spinning in his mind like a storm. The heart was destroyed, the house was gone, and the trapped souls had been freed. But the frost still clung to him, and deep down, he knew the house wasn't truly finished with him. Ethan forced himself to stand, his legs weak and shaky. The snow crunched beneath his boots as he turned to face the rubble that was once the frostbitten house. What remained was almost unrecognizably a heap of blackened, frozen beams and shattered stone, steam rising faintly from the melting frost. As he stared, his mind replayed the final moments in the room with the heart. The way Lena had looked at him, the sadness in her voice when she said he was the next piece. The connection between this house and hers felt undeniable now, though he still didn't fully understand it. Ethan's fingers brushed over his camera, still strapped securely to his chest. He unhooked it with fumbling hands, his frostbit fingers barely able to grip the metal. The camera was ice cold, but it powered on with a faint whir. He scrolled through the footage, his breath hitching as the images appeared on the small screen. There were the faces in the frost, the shifting patterns on the walls, the floating souls in the heart's room. Everything was there evidence of the impossible, but as he watched, the camera screen flickered. Static consumed the footage, the images distorting until they dissolved into snowy white noise. Ethan cursed under his breath, shaking the camera as though that might help. But when the screen cleared, the images were gone, replaced by something else. A single frame dot. It was Lena's face, frozen in frost. Her expression was calm but distant, her hollow eyes staring directly at the lens. Ethan's stomach dropped. The frame disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the camera's screen blank. No footage, no evidence, nothing. Ethan staggered back, his boots crunching in the snow. His head spun, and the frost on his wrists seemed to burn colder, spreading faintly toward his forearms. He pulled his gloves back on, though it didn't help the frost wasn't outside him anymore. It was inside. He turned away from the rubble, forcing himself to focus. He had to leave the forest, get back to town, and figure out what to do next. Whatever had happened here, whatever curse lingered in the frost, he couldn't solve it by standing in the snow. The trail back through the forest was eerily quiet. The wind was gone, the trees standing motionless like dark sentinels against the gray sky. Ethan's footsteps were the only sound, each crunch of snow echoing unnaturally in the stillness. But as he walked, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. He stopped mid-step, his breath clouding the air. The clearing ahead looked familiar, but something about it felt off. The trees seemed closer, their branches stretching toward him like skeletal fingers. The frost patterns on his skin burned faintly, as though reacting to something unseen. Ethan turned slowly, his eyes scanning the dense forest. The shadows between the trees seemed to shift, pale and indistinct, standing just beyond the tree line. "Who's there?" he called, his voice cracking in the cold. The figure didn't respond. It stood perfectly still, its form flickering faintly, like an image reflected on ice. Ethan's chest tightened as he recognized the shape. Lena. She was watching him, her expression unreadable. Her form was hazy, almost translucent, but her eyes were sharp. Fixed on his dot, Ethan took a step toward her, his boots crunching in the snow. You're not real. You're gone." Lena tilted, her head, her face flickering. When she spoke, her voice was faint, carried on the cold wind that suddenly stirred around him. "You still have a choice." "What choice?" Ethan demanded, his voice rising in panic. "I destroyed the heart. I did what you wanted. Why is this still happening to me?" Lena's form began to fade, her edges dissolving into the frost that clung to the trees. Her voice echoed as she disappeared, her final words sending a chill through Ethan's soul. "The frost isn't finished." Ethan staggered back, his heart racing. The forest was empty now, the shadows still. He shook his head, his mind reeling. What did she mean? What choice did he have left? He turned and kept walking, his pace quickening as he pushed through the snow. The frost on his skin continued to burn, its faint patterns creeping higher toward his elbows. He didn't know where he was going, or what was waiting for him outside the forest, but he couldn't ignore the truth that Lena's words had planted in his mind. The house might be gone, but the frost was alive, and it had chosen him. Ethan stumbled out of the forest, the frost-covered trees finally giving way to the open road. His chest heaved with each breath, the cold air searing his lungs as his legs carried him forward on instinct. The sky above was an iron gray, heavy, with clouds that threatened more snow, but the icy wind had died down, leaving an eerie stillness in its place. He stopped to catch his breath, leaning forward and resting his hands on his knees. His arms ached, the frost on his wrists creeping faintly higher beneath his gloves. He ripped them off, staring at the intricate patterns now etched into his forearms like frozen tattoos. The frost shimmered faintly, glowing with an otherworldly light. It wasn't melting. Ethan's stomach churned as he clenched his fists, trying to will away the cold. "Get off me," he muttered, his voice shaking. He rubbed his arms furiously, but the frost didn't budge. It was part of him now, embedded in his skin like an infection. A faint whisper carried on the still air, cutting through the silence. "It doesn't leave." Ethan spun around, his eyes darting across the empty road and the dark tree line beyond. There was no one there, but the whisper echoed again, softer this time, blending with the crunch of snow beneath his boots. "You carry it with you." His pulse quickened as he scanned the forest, his breath fogging the air. "Who's there?" he called, his voice breaking. The whisper didn't answer, but Ethan felt a presence, an invisible weight pressing against him, as though the air itself were watching. He forced himself to keep walking, each step taking him farther from the forest and the ruins of the frost-bitten house. But the further he went, the more the frost seemed to spread. The cold sank deeper into his skin, and no amount of rubbing or clenching his fists could stop it. Ethan's thoughts raced, fragments of the past few hours flashing in his mind. The faces in the frost, the heart of the house, Lena's warnings. It all felt connected, part of some larger, incomprehensible pattern. The road eventually led him to the edge of town, where the first signs of life broke through the silence. Cars parked outside a gas station, a small diner with neon lights flickering in the window. Ethan stumbled into the diner, the bell above the door jingling faintly. The warm air hit him like a wave, and for a moment, the frost on his skin seemed to retreat. His body sagged with relief as he made his way to an empty booth in the corner, collapsing onto the worn leather seat. The waitress approached, her kind smile fading as she took in Ethan's disheveled appearance. "Rough day?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. Ethan nodded, running a trembling hand through his hair. "You could say that." She placed a cup of coffee in front of him without asking, the steam curling into the air. "You warm up, honey. You look like you've been out in the storm too long." Ethan muttered a quiet thanks, wrapping his hands around the cup. The warmth seeped into his palms, but the frost didn't fade. He stared at his reflection in the dark liquid, his mind spiraling with questions he couldn't answer. What had he unleashed, and why had Lena said it wasn't over? As Ethan sat in the booth, trying to gather his thoughts, he noticed something strange. The frost on his arms had stopped spreading, but it shimmered faintly under the fluorescent lights, almost imperceptibly moving beneath his skin. The whispers returned, soft and distant, threading through his thoughts like smoke. "It remembers you. You can't leave it behind." Ethan rubbed his temples, his head pounding. "Shut up," he muttered under his breath. "Just shut up." The waitress glanced at him from behind the counter, her brow furrowed in concern. Ethan forced himself to smile, though it felt hollow. "I'm fine," he said, his voice strained. The whispers faded, but the frost's presence didn't. It felt alive, pulsing faintly like a second heartbeat. Ethan could sense it now in its hunger, its connection to him. He was no longer just an observer. The frost had marked him, and it wasn't going to let go. Asterisk, Ethan's phone buzzed in his pocket, snapping him out of his thoughts. He pulled it out with shaking hands, his heart skipping a beat as he saw the notification. It was an email. The sender was anonymous, just like the one that had led him to the frost-bitten house. The subject line was blank, and the body of the message contained only one sentence. Its spreading Ethan's chest tightened as he stared at the screen. His fingers hovered over the phone, but he didn't respond. He didn't know what to say or who, if anyone, was on the other end. The phone buzzed again, and a second email appeared. This one was shorter, but far more chilling. "You're next." Ethan's breath hitched, his hands trembling as he locked the phone and shoved it into his pocket. His gaze darted around the diner, his paranoia flaring. The waitress was pouring coffee for another customer, and a trucker in the corner booth was scrolling through his phone. No one was watching him, but the frost on his skin burned. a constant reminder that he wasn't alone. Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that this was all connected. Lena's house, the frostbitten house, the emails, the whispers. Whatever dark force had consumed, those places hadn't been destroyed when he shattered the heart. It had simply moved on, and now it was moving through him. Ethan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He had to figure out what was happening to him, how to stop the frost before it consumed him completely. But where could he even begin? His thoughts returned to Lena. She had fought the same darkness, sacrificed herself to contain it. If anyone had answers, it was her, or whatever remnant of her had been left behind. Ethan drained the last of his coffee, his mind made up. He didn't know how, but he was going to find out who Lena was, what she had done, and why the frost was still alive, even if it meant going back to where it all began. Ethan walked out of the diner into the crisp night air, his body still trembling from the cold that refused to leave him. The frost on his arms burned faintly beneath his gloves, its patterns shifting subtly, as though it were alive. He glanced up at the sky, now pitch black, the faint glow of stars barely visible through the thick clouds. The whispering had stopped for now, but the silence was worse. It was the kind of quiet that pressed down on him, wrapping him in a suffocating sense of unease. He didn't feel alone, not truly. The frost was still with him, crawling beneath his skin like a parasite. Ethan pulled out his phone, staring at the emails he had received earlier. It's spreading. You're next. The words chilled him more than the frost ever could. Who had sent them? How did they know what he'd experienced? And, most importantly, how were they tied to Lena? His mind raced as he scrolled through his contacts. He had never heard of Lena before the frostbitten house, but the vision of her face etched in frost, pleading for him to ace Uis, burned into his memory. She had said the house wasn't the end, that the frost wasn't finished. If she was still out there, or if even a fragment of her presence remained, she was the only lead he had. The Research Begins-a-thon checked into a motel on the outskirts of town, a small rundown place with flickering neon lights and a heater that barely worked. The room was cramped but warm enough to take the edge off the frost that lingered in his bones. He sat at the small desk by the window, his laptop open in front of him, and began searching. His first instinct was to search for any mention of the frostbitten house. The stories he found were fragmented, and cryptic local legends about a cursed mansion hidden in the forest, stories of explorers who disappeared, and whispered rumors of frost that seemed to breathe. But it was the connections to other locations that caught his attention. He found references to another house, a decaying mansion in a remote town miles away. The descriptions matched what he had seen in the frostbitten house. Faces in the walls, whispers in the air, and frost that moved like it was alive. And then he saw her name, Lena. It was buried in a forum post from years ago, written by someone claiming to have researched haunted locations. The post mentioned a woman named Lena who had vanished after attempting to confront the dark forces in her own home. The house, the post claimed, had been destroyed in a fire, but the evil within it hadn't been eradicated, had scattered, infecting other places. Ethan leaned back in his chair, his pulse racing. The frostbitten house wasn't an isolated event. It was part of something much larger, a web of darkness that stretched far beyond what he had imagined. The ghost of the pastas. He clicked through more articles and forums. Ethan felt the frost on his skin pulse faintly, like a second heartbeat. The patterns on his arms were growing more intricate, spreading toward his shoulders. He pulled off his jacket, staring at the shimmering frost that now crawled up his neck. The whispers returned, faint and insistent. She couldn't stop it, neither. Will you? Ethan clenched his fists, his breathing uneven. Shut up, he muttered. I'll figure this out. I'm not going to let it take me. He typed Lena's name into the search bar, sifting through pages of results. Most of them were dead Ensign-related people, old social media profiles, obituaries for strangers. But then he found something that made his blood run colder. It was a police report, dated over a decade ago, detailing a house fire in a rural area. The report listed 2 fatalities, his mind racing. The fire must have been her house, the place he had seen in the visions. She had tried to contain the darkness there, but it hadn't ended with her disappearance. The frost had survived, spreading to the frostbitten house and possibly beyond. The frost's warning guest Ethan sat in the glow of his laptop. The frost on his skin flared, sending a wave of cold pain through his body. He gasped, clutching his arms as the frost pulsed brighter, its patterns twisting and shifting beneath his skin. The whispers grew louder, blending into a single, resonant voice. "You're part of it now." Ethan stumbled to his feet, his chair scraping against the floor. "No," he said, his voice shaking. "I'm not part of anything. You don't own me." The frost didn't answer, but the cold deepened, filling the room with an oppressive chill. The motel's heater sputtered and died, leaving only the faint hum of the frost that clung to him. Ethan clenched his fists, his mind racing. He couldn't fight this on his own. If Lena had faced the same darkness, then she was the key to understanding what was happening to him. But if she was dead or, worse, trapped in the frost, what could he do? The decision-a-thon sat back down, his hands trembling as he pulled up the police report again. There was a name buried in the document, someone listed as a person of interest in the investigation. The name meant nothing to him, but it was a fragile thread he could pull to try and unravel the mystery. He grabbed his phone, snapping a picture of the screen. The frost on his arms pulsed faintly, almost as if it were watching him. "I'll find her," he muttered, his voice low but firm, "and I'll end this, whatever it takes." The frost didn't respond, but Ethan felt its presence more strongly than ever. It wasn't just inside him, it was guiding him, pushing him toward something he didn't yet understand. He didn't know if Lena was alive, or if she was nothing more than a shadow. But one thing was clear, the frost wasn't finished with him, and he wasn't finished with it. Ethan packed his things quickly, shoving his laptop into his bag and zipping it up with shaky hands. The frost on his arms had slowed its spread for now, but he could feel it pulsing faintly beneath his skin, a constant reminder of the darkness. Clinging to him, the name from the police report, Dr. Marcus Bellamy, was all he had to go on, and he wasn't going to waste any time. The report had listed Bellamy as a person of interest in the fire at Lena's house, though it didn't elaborate on his connection to her or the events leading up to the destruction. Ethan's gut told him that if anyone could help him piece together the truth, it was this man. He typed Bellamy's name into his phone, searching for any recent information. A few results popped up: an academic profile on a university website, some articles about paranormal research, and a physical address in a nearby town. Ethan's stomach churned as he stared at the address. It was only 2 hours away. The drive was tense, the frost on Ethan's skin growing colder the closer he got to his destination. He couldn't tell if it was reacting to his proximity to Bellamy, or if the frost was simply tightening its grip on him. The whispers in his mind had grown faint but insistent, fragments of words threading through his thoughts. "You're too late. It already knows you. The frost remembers." Ethan gritted his teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Care," he muttered. "I'm going to end this." The address led Ethan to a small, unassuming house on the edge of town. The building was old, but well-maintained, its windows dark and curtains drawn. A rusted mailbox at the end of the driveway bore Bellamy's name, though it looked like it hadn't been used in years. Ethan parked his car and stepped out into the cold, his breath fogging the air. The frost on his skin flared faintly, sending a wave of icy pain through his arms and chest. He ignored it, marching up the driveway and knocking firmly on the front door. For a moment, there was no response. The house was silent, the only sound the faint rustling of wind through the trees. Ethan knocked again, harder this time. The door creaked open. Ethan's breath hitched as he stared into the dim interior of the house. The air that wafted out was cold, not winter cold, but the same bone-deep chill he had felt in the frostbitten house. Inside, Ethan hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back, but he had come too far to stop now. He stepped inside, his boots creaking against the wooden floor, and closed the door behind him. Meeting Dr. Bellamy, the interior of the house was dark and cluttered, filled with stacks of books, old papers, and strange artifacts. The walls were lined with shelves, each one crammed with jars, bones, and what looked like preserved specimens. The air was heavy with the scent of dust and something faintly metallic. "Hello?" Ethan called out, his voice echoing in the stillness. Figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the room. Dr. Marcus Bellamy was an older man, his hair gray and unkempt, his face lined with age and worry. He wore a thick sweater and glasses perched low on his nose, and he carried a book in one hand. "You're not supposed to be here," Bellamy said, his voice low and wary. Ethan stepped forward, his heart pounding. "Are you Dr. Bellamy? I need your help." Bellamy narrowed his eyes, his gaze flicking to the frost creeping up Ethan's neck. His expression hardened. "You're marked," he said flatly. "You've been to one of the houses." Ethan froze. "You know about them?" Bellamy nodded slowly, setting the book down on a nearby table. "I've been studying them for years. The houses, the frost, the curse, but I don't know why you're here. If the frost has marked you, it's already too late." "No," Ethan said, his voice trembling. "I destroyed the heart. I broke the house. The frost shouldn't still be here." Bellamy's face darkened. "You broke the heart." He stepped closer, his voice rising. "You don't understand what you've done. The heart doesn't destroy the frost, it contains it. Breaking it only sets the darkness free." Stomach dropped, but Lena, she told me to destroy it. She said it was the only way to stop it. At the mention of Lena's name, Bellamy's expression softened, a flicker of sadness passing over his face. "Lena," he murmured. "She tried to do the same thing. She thought she could stop it, too. But all she did was scatter the pieces." Ethan's pulse quickened. "Then tell me how to fix it. How do I stop the frost?" Bellamy hesitated, his gaze fixed on the frost patterns creeping up Ethan's arms. "There's no stopping it," he said finally. "Once it's inside you, it's a part of you. The best you can do is contain it." The ritual of containment. Belly walked to a bookshelf, pulling out an old, leather-bound journal. He flipped through its pages, muttering under his breath before handing it to Ethan. The pages were filled with drawings of frost patterns, symbols, and strange arcane text. "This is what Lena used," Bellamy said. "A ritual to bind the frost to a single place. It's the only way to stop it from spreading." Ethan scanned the pages, his chest tightening. The symbols were similar to the ones he had seen in the frostbitten house, etched into the walls and the heart. The instructions described a series of steps: gathering materials, drawing sigils, and making an offering. "What kind of offering?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Bellamy's expression darkened. "The frost feeds on life. If you want to contain it, you have to give it what it craves." Ethan's hands shook as he closed the journal. He didn't need Bellamy to spell it out. The offering would be him. Ethan stared down at the journal in his trembling hands, the weight of Bellamy's words settling over him like the frost itself. The sigils on the pages seemed to pulse faintly, as though the book itself was alive, carrying the echo of the ritual Lena had once performed. "You're saying I have to give myself to it?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Bellamy nodded, his expression grim. "The frost is bound to you now. It won't let go unless you force it to take root somewhere else. That means performing the ritual and anchoring it. Without a host or a focus, it will keep spreading, consuming everything in its path. Ethan's chest tightened. The frost had already consumed part of him, its intricate patterns creeping up his arms and neck. The whispers had become a constant presence, threading through his thoughts like a parasite. The idea of offering himself to bind it terrified him, but the alternative was unthinkable. "What happens if I don't?" Ethan asked, his voice shaking. Bellamy's face hardened. "You've already seen what it can do. The house you destroyed was only one piece of it. If you let it spread, it will take more houses, more people. It will grow until it consumes everything." The frost on Ethan's arms flared, sending a sharp, icy pain through his body. He gritted his teeth, clutching the journal tighter as the whispers grew louder. "You can't fight it. It knows you. You're already ours." Ethan slammed the book onto the table, his frustration boiling over. "How did Lena do it?" he demanded. "What made her think she could stop this?" Bellamy hesitated, his gaze distant. "Lena thought she could control it," he said quietly. "She thought she could use the ritual to contain the frost in her house, to keep it from spreading. But she underestimated its power. The ritual bound her to the house. She sacrificed herself to hold it in place, but she didn't destroy it. She only delayed the inevitable." Ethan's hands clenched into fists. The fragments of Lena he had seen in the frostbitten house, her face in the frost, her voice in the whispers suddenly made sense. She hadn't just fought the darkness, she had become part of it. "Why didn't she destroy it?" Ethan asked, his voice breaking. Bellamy sighed. "Because it can't be destroyed, not completely. The frost is older than any of us, older than the houses it infects. It's not just a curse, it's a hunger. And hunger doesn't end, it only sleeps." Preparing the ritual, Fawn sat at the table, the journal open in front of him, as Bellamy began gathering the materials needed for the ritual. The old man moved methodically, pulling jars of herbs, candles, and strange jagged stones from the shelves that lined the room. "The ritual requires a circle," Bellamy explained, setting the items on the table. "You'll need to draw the sigils exactly as they're shown in the book. Any mistake, and the frost will break free before it's fully contained." Ethan nodded, though his hands were shaking. He flipped through the journal, studying the intricate patterns and symbols. The instructions were written in a language he couldn't understand, but the illustrations were clear enough to guide him. "What happens after I finish the circle?" Ethan asked, his voice tight. Bellamy hesitated, his gaze meeting Ethan's. "You make the offering," he said simply. Ethan's stomach churned. "And then what? Do I just die?" Bellamy shook his head. "Not necessarily. The frost will. Take what it needs, your warmth, your life force sand, anchor itself to the circle. If you're strong enough, you might survive the process. But if you're not," he trailed off, his expression grim. Ethan swallowed hard, his mind racing. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't let the frost keep spreading, not after what he had seen. "I'll do it," he said finally, his voice steady despite the fear that clawed at his chest. "Just tell me what I need to do." The frost fights because Bellamy began laying out the materials. The frost on Ethan's arms flared violently, sending waves of cold pain through his body. He gasped, clutching the table for support as the patterns on his skin pulsed and shifted. Glowing faintly in the dim light, the whispers rose to a deafening roar, their voices overlapping in a chaotic cacophony. "You can't stop us. You are ours. The circle won't hold." Ethan stumbled, his vision blurring as the frost began to creep higher, reaching for his face. Bellamy rushed to his side, his hands firm on Ethan's shoulders. "Focus," he shouted. "You have to fight it. If you let it take you now, ritual will fail." Ethan forced himself to breathe, his chest heaving as he tried to block out the whispers. The frost seared into his skin, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain. Bellamy guided him to the center of the room, where a large, empty space had been cleared on the floor. Start drawing the circle, Bellamy instructed, handing Ethan a piece of chalk. Follow the diagrams exactly. Don't leave any gaps. Ethan dropped to his knees, the chalk trembling in his hand as he began to draw. The symbols came together slowly, their intricate lines forming a complex pattern that seemed to glow faintly as he worked. The frost on his arms pulsed in time with the glow, and the whispers grew softer, as though the circle was holding them at bay. The offering hymn, the circle, was complete. Ethan stood and stepped back, his body trembling with exhaustion. The frost patterns on his arms had slowed their spread, but they burned hotter now, as if anticipating what was to come. Bellamy lit the candles around the circle, their flames flickering faintly in the cold air. He placed the jagged stones at the cardinal points of the circle, their surfaces glinting with frost. Now comes the hard part, Bellamy said, his voice heavy. Ethan nodded. Stepping into the center of the circle, the air inside felt heavier, charged with a strange, oppressive energy. The frost on his skin began to writhe, pulling toward the sigils like iron filings to a magnet. Bellamy began chanting, his voice low and steady, the ancient words filling the room with a resonance that seemed to vibrate through Ethan's chest. The frost patterns on the floor began to glow, their light growing brighter as the chant continued. Ethan's body stiffened as the frost began to pull away from his skin, drawn toward the glowing sigils. The pain was excruciating, like shards of ice being ripped from his veins. He screamed, falling to his knees as the frost coiled around him, fighting against the circle's pull. Bellamy's chant grew louder, the words coming faster, sharper. The frost writhed violently, its tendrils lashing out at the edges of the circle, but the sigils held firm. Ethan's vision blurred, his strength fading as the frost consumed him. He felt it pulling at his very essence, draining him, but he forced himself to stay conscious. "Take it," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Take all of it." The frost surged one final time, and everything went white. When Ethan's eyes fluttered open, the world was shrouded in a dim bluish haze. His body felt weightless, as though he were floating just above the ground, suspended in the cold. The pain that had racked him moments before was gone, replaced by a strange numbness that seeped into every part of him. He tried to move, but his limbs didn't respond. The frost wasn't on his skin anymore, had been pulled into the circle, but its presence lingered, coiled deep within him like a dormant flame. The room was silent, except for Bellamy's labored breathing. The older man crouched at the edge of the circle, his hands trembling as he steadied himself against the floor. The chalk sigils glowed faintly, their light pulsating like a dying heartbeat. "It's done," Bellamy said, his voice hoarse. Ethan blinked, his vision slowly sharpening. "What?" The frost that had been inside Ethan was now bound to the sigils, coiled into jagged tendrils that writhed against the invisible barrier. The frost pulsed faintly, straining to break free, but the containment held. "You anchored it," Bellamy said, his eyes fixed on the frost. "It's bound to the circle now. It can't spread anymore. Not unless someone breaks the seal." Ethan tried to sit up, but his body felt heavy, like the frost had drained every ounce of his strength. "What about me?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "Is it gone?" Bellamy's face darkened, his gaze shifting to Ethan. "The frost is out of your body," he said carefully, "but you're still connected to it. You're the one who anchored it, and that connection won't just disappear." Ethan's chest tightened. He could feel Eton's invisible tether pulling at him, tying him to the circle and the frost trapped within it. The whispers were gone, but the weight of the frost's presence was still there, lingering in the back of his mind. "What does that mean?" Ethan asked, his voice tinged with fear. Bellamy hesitated. "It means you're the gatekeeper now. If the seal ever breaks, it will find you first. And if you stray too far," he trailed off, his expression grim. Ethan's stomach sank. he wasn't free. The frost was contained, but it had taken a part of him with it. The aftermath enforced himself to his feet. His body felt hollow, like something vital had been carved out of him. He glanced down at his arms, expecting to see the frost patterns still etched into his skin, but they were gone. For the first time in hours, his body felt warm. It worked, Ethan said, almost in disbelief. Bellamy nodded, though his expression remained somber. It worked for now, but the seal won't hold forever. You'll need to maintain it, keep the sigils intact. If the frost escapes, it'll come for you, and the cycle will start again. Ethan's fists clenched at his sides. The thought of going through this nightmare again was almost too much to bear. How long will it hold? Bellamy shook his head. Days, weeks, maybe years. The frost is unpredictable, and the longer it stays contained, the more it will fight to break free. You'll need to watch for cracks in the circle, changes in the patterns, and you'll need to be ready to act. Ethan felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had thought destroying the heart of the frostbitten house was the end, but it had only been the beginning. Now he was trapped in a never-ending battle, a constant vigilance to keep the frost at bay. A parting warning, Bellamy packed away the remaining ritual materials, his movements slow and deliberate. He glanced at Ethan, his expression weary. "You should leave," he said quietly. "There's nothing else I can do for you." Ethan frowned. "What about you? You've been studying this for years. Isn't there some way to destroy it for good?" Bellamy shook his head. "If there is, I haven't found it. Lena thought she could destroy it, but all she did was scatter it. You've done better than most by containing it, but true destruction." He trailed off, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Some things aren't meant to be undone." Ethan slung his bag over his shoulder, his body still heavy with exhaustion. "If you find anything that can help, will you let me know?" Bellamy hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "If I find something, I'll contact you, but don't get your hopes up." Ethan turned toward the door, his steps slow and deliberate. The frost was quiet now, its whispers silenced, but he could still feel it watching him. Waiting as he reached the door, Bellamy's voice stopped him. "Ethan." He turned, his gaze meeting Bellamy's. "Whatever happens," Bellamy said, his tone grave, "don't let anyone near that circle. The frost is bound, but it's still alive, and it's still hungry." The connection remained. Sathan drove away from Bellamy's house, the empty road stretching out before him. The sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the pale blue hue casting long shadows over the landscape. He rubbed his arms, absent-mindedly, the memory of the frost still vivid in his mind. His skin felt warm now, but the weight in his chest hadn't lifted. The connection to the frost was still there, a faint pull that tethered him to the circle he had created. The thought of returning to that room, of guarding the frost for the rest of his life, filled him with dread. But what choice did he have? The whispers had stopped, but a single phrase echoed in his mind, as clear as if someone had spoken it aloud. "It's never over." Ethan's grip tightened on the steering wheel. He didn't know how long the seal would hold, or what would happen when it eventually broke. But for now, the frost was contained, and he was its keeper. Ethan spent the next few days in a fog of exhaustion and vigilance, his every movement punctuated by the nagging awareness of the frost's presence. The sense of relief that had washed over him when the ritual was complete was quickly replaced by a heavier realization he wasn't truly free. He was tethered to the frost, bound to it by the ritual that had saved his life, but left him with a burden he could never fully shake. He rented a room in a cheap motel just outside of town, close enough to Bellamy's house to keep watch over the circle, but far enough away that he wouldn't constantly feel the frost clawing at him. At night, he lay awake, listening for the faint whispers that had haunted him since the frost-bitten house. But the whispers were gone, and the silence was somehow worse. Ethan's mind kept replaying everything he'd seen, the faces in the frost, Lena's silent pleas, the final, terrifying moments when the frost had nearly consumed him. The emails he'd received, the taunting messages that hinted at the frost's reach, kept flashing through his mind. It's spreading. You're next. Who had sent them? Was it the frost itself, finding a way to communicate? Or was it someone else? Someone who knew more about what was happening than they let on? Ethan pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts. Bellamy's warnings had been clear, but he couldn't just wait around, guarding the frost and hoping it wouldn't break free. He needed answers about Lena, about the curse, and about whoever else was caught up in this. Anew Ledithan's research led him back to Lena's name, to the scattered fragments of her story that he'd found in old forums and forgotten police reports. The more he read, the clearer it became that Lena had been involved in something far deeper than he'd realized. She wasn't just a victim. She had been fighting the same darkness that had marked him. His fingers hovered over the phone as he pulled up a series of local news articles from the town where Lena's house had once stood. Most of the information was vague, but one article caught his eye. A brief mention of a woman who had claimed to witness the fire at Lena's house. The article listed a named Diane Masters, but no contact information. Ethan's pulse quickened. Maybe Diane knew something, anything that could help him understand what Lena had faced. He spent the next few hours digging deeper, searching for any information about Diane. A few social media profiles popped up, and he pieced together an address in a small town about an hour's drive from his motel. It was a long shot, but it was better than sitting in the motel room waiting for the frost to wake up. The frost sturses. Ethan drove to Diane's address. The frost on his arms flared faintly, like the spark of a match about to catch fire. The feeling was subtle, but unsettling, an icy pulse that tugged at his nerves. He glanced down at his arms. The skin was clear, free of the intricate frost patterns that had once marked him, but the sensation was unmistakable. It was as if the frost was waking up, stretching its tendrils toward the edges of the containment circle, testing the limits of its prison. The whispers hadn't returned, but Ethan could sense the frost's presence, the way it lingered at the edges of his thoughts. He clenched his hands around the steering wheel, forcing himself to focus. He couldn't afford to lose control, not now. Diane's house was small and weathered, tucked at the end of a quiet street lined with sagging trees. Ethan pulled up to the curb, his heart pounding. For a moment, he sat in the car, staring at the house, uncertainty gnawing at him. What if this was a dead end? What if she didn't know anything? But what if she did? Ethan stepped out of the car, the cold air biting at his skin, and made his way up the path to the front door. He knocked twice, and a moment later, the door creaked open. A woman in her 50s stood in the doorway, her graying hair pulled back into a loose bun. Her eyes were sharp and wary as she looked him up and down. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice edged with suspicion. Ethan cleared his throat. "Are you Diane Masters?" Her expression tightened. "Who's asking?" "My name is Ethan," he said, choosing his words carefully. "I've been looking into what happened at Lena's house, the fire. I think I'm caught up in something similar, and I need to know if you can help me." Diane's face went pale, and she glanced nervously over his shoulder, as if checking for unseen eyes. "I don't talk about that," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not anymore, please," Ethan insisted. "I think I'm in danger. I know Lena was fighting something, and now it's found me. If you know anything at all, need to hear it." Diane's eyes searched his, and for a moment, Ethan thought she would slam the door in his face. But then she sighed and stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. "Come in," she said, "but this stays between us." Diane's store-ripe interior of Diane's house was cluttered but warm, filled with old photographs and mismatched furniture. She led Ethan to the kitchen, where she motioned for him to sit at the table. Ethan's gaze drifted to a framed photo on the counter. A faded picture of a young woman standing in front of a house, smiling. He recognized the house immediately, even though it was whole in the picture. Lena's house. That's her, isn't it? Ethan asked, nodding toward the photo. Lena. Diane's expression softened as she glanced at the picture. Yes, she said quietly. That was taken before everything changed. Lena and I grew up in the same neighborhood. I knew her well, at least. I thought I did. Forward, his heart pounding. What happened to her? Diane hesitated, her gaze drifting to the window, where snow was beginning to fall outside. It wasn't the fire that killed her, she said finally. Lena was trying to stop something old and terrible. She thought she could fight it, but it cost her everything. Ethan swallowed hard, and the frost. The faces in the walls, did you see that too? Diane's eyes widened, and she nodded. Yes, after the fire, I kept seeing things. Frost. On the windows, voices in the walls. I tried to tell people, but they thought I was crazy. So I stopped talking about it. I tried to forget, but it didn't go away, did it? Ethan said, the frost on his arms flaring as he spoke. It's still there. It's still spreading. Diane's face paled. What do you want from me? She asked, her voice barely audible. I couldn't help Lena, and I can't help you. Whatever it is, it doesn't let go. It never lets go. Ethan clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. There has to be a way. Lena did something, she delayed it, at least. What did she know? What did she find out that I'm missing? Diane's gaze dropped to the table, her hands twisting in her lap. She said something once, she murmured. Something about anchors. She believed the frost needed a connection, a link to our world. If you break that link, maybe you can stop it for good. But she trailed off, her eyes filling with tears. She never figured out how. Ethan's chest tightened. So I'm supposed to just live with this? Guard the frost until it takes me too? Diane shook her head, her voice raw with grief. You don't live with it. You survive it if you can. Ethan sat in silence, Diane's words hanging heavy in the air. The warmth of the kitchen felt suffocating now, a sharp contrast to the cold weight of the frost inside him. He clenched his fists on the table, his mind racing through the fragments of information she'd given him. Anchors, he muttered under his breath. Lena thought it needed a connection, a way to hold on to this world. Diane nodded slowly, her gaze distant. That's what she said. But she couldn't figure out how to sever it. She thought the fire would do it, that burning the house would destroy the anchor. But all it did was scatter the frost, send it somewhere else. Ethan leaned forward, his voice low and tense. So it's still out there, still looking for new anchors, and it found you. Ethan's chest tightened as he rubbed his forearms, half expecting the frost to reappear. The connection to the containment circled back at Bellamy's house felt fragile, like a tether stretched too thin. If what Diane said was true, the frost wouldn't stop until it found another way to spread. I don't want to survive this, Ethan said finally, his voice hard. I want to end it for good. Diane's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing her face. You don't understand, she said. It doesn't end. Lena thought she could stop it, but it just changes. It evolves. You can't destroy it, you can only contain it. Ethan shook his head. There has to be another way. There has to be something she missed. A glimpse of the past. Diane hesitated, her hands trembling as she reached for the framed photo of Lena on the counter. She stared at it for a moment before setting it on the table between them. Before the fire, Diane said, her voice barely. Above a whisper, Lena kept a journal. She wrote down everything, her research, her theories about the frost, even the ritual she used to bind it. I saw her with it once, but after the fire, it was gone. I thought it was destroyed, but she trailed off, her expression troubled. Ethan's breath caught. You think it still exists? Diane nodded reluctantly. I don't know for sure, but Lena was careful. She might have hidden it somewhere, just in case. Ethan's pulse quickened. Do you have any idea where it could be? Diane shook her head. No, but I know someone who might. Lena had a brother, Mark. He left town after the fire, but he was close to her, closer than anyone else. If anyone knows where she hid the journal, it's him. Ethan's heart sank. Another lead, another tenuous thread to follow. But it was better than nothing. Where is he? Ethan asked, his voice steady. Diane hesitated, then sighed. Last I heard, he was living up north, working as a contractor. I don't have an address, but I can give you his full name. It might help you find him. Ethan nodded, pulling out his phone to take notes. Diane spelled out the name carefully, her voice heavy with doubt. Be careful, Ethan, she said quietly. If you go looking for answers, you might not like what you find. The frost awakened Sus. Ethan stood to leave. The frost inside him stirred, sending a sharp, icy pain through his chest. He gasped, clutching his ribs as the sensation spread, the faint whispers returning like a distant hum. Diane's eyes widened as she watched him, her expression a mix of fear and pity. It's waking up, she said, her voice barely audible. Ethan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to breathe through the pain. I can still control it, he muttered, though the frost's pull was stronger now, its presence pressing against his mind. He stepped toward the door, pausing to glance back at Diane. Thank you, he said, his voice strained, for trusting me. Diane's lips tightened into a thin line. I don't trust the frost, she said, and neither should you, Ethan nodded, his hand gripping the doorknob. He didn't trust it, but he wasn't going to let it control him either. Mark's location back in his car. Ethan plugged Mark's name into his phone, searching for any trace of Lena's brother. It didn't take long to find him an article about a construction company upstate listed Mark as a project manager, along with the name of a small town near the Canadian border. Ethan stared at the screen, his pulse racing. The town was a long drive, but it was the closest thing to a lead he'd had since leaving Bellamy's house. As he started the car, the frost flared again, the whispers growing louder. You can't stop it. It's already begun. Ethan clenched the steering wheel, his jaw tight. He didn't know if he could stop it, but he wasn't about to give up. The road north drive to Markstown was long and grueling, the frost pressing against Ethan's thoughts like a dark cloud. Snow began to fall as he left the city, the road narrowing into a winding path through dense forests and frozen lakes. The whispers were constant now, threading through his mind like icy tendrils. They didn't form words anymore, just sounds, fragments of emotions that gnawed at his resolve. Ethan gripped the wheel tighter, forcing himself to focus on the road. The frost might have marked him, but he wasn't going to let it break him. Not yet. The small town where Mark lived was nestled deep in the frozen wilderness, a collection of modest homes and storefronts huddled together against the biting cold. Snow fell steadily as Ethan drove through the quiet streets, his headlights casting long shadows across the snowbanks. The frost inside him pulsed faintly, its presence a cold ache in his chest. He parked in front of a two-story house with a sagging roof and peeling paint. The address matched the one he had found online. Ethan stared at the house for a moment, bracing himself. If Mark was anything like Diane, this wasn't going to be an easy conversation. As he stepped out of the car, the frost flared sharply, sending a wave of pain through his arms. He staggered, clutching his jacket as the whispers surged in his mind. Don't. He can't help you. Leave it behind. Ethan gritted his teeth and pushed forward, forcing himself to climb the icy steps to the front door. He knocked twice, the sound echoing in the stillness. A few moments later, the door creaked open, and a man appeared in the doorway. Mark was tall and broad-shouldered, with short, graying hair and tired eyes that seemed to carry the weight of years. He stared at Ethan with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "Can I help you?" Mark asked, his voice low and guarded. Ethan hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Are you Mark, Lena's brother?" Mark's expression darkened at the mention of Lena's name. He stepped back slightly, his hand tightening on the edge of the door. "Who's asking?" "My name's Ethan," he said quickly. I think I'm dealing with the same thing Lena was. The frost, the faces, the whispers. I've seen it all. Diane said you might know something that can help me." Mark's jaw tightened, and for a moment, Ethan thought he might slam the door in his face. But then Mark sighed and stepped aside, gesturing for him to come in. Inside, the house's interior of Mark's house was sparse but warm, a welcome contrast to the bitter cold outside. A fire crackled in the small fireplace, casting flickering light across the worn furniture and faded photographs on the walls. Ethan noticed one photo in particular, a younger Lena smiling brightly with her arm around Mark. Mark motioned for Ethan to sit on the couch, then pulled up a chair across from him. He studied Ethan for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "So," Mark said finally, "you're dealing with the frost?" Ethan nodded, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. "I went to a house. People called it the frostbitten house. I destroyed the heart, but it marked me. It's still inside me, and I can't get rid of it." Bellamy helped me contain it, but he trailed off, shaking his head. "It's not enough. It's only a matter of time before it escapes again." Mark's eyes narrowed. "You destroyed the heart." "Yeah," Ethan said. "I thought it would end the curse, but it didn't. It just made everything worse." Mark leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "You made the same mistake Lena did," he said bitterly. "She thought destroying the house would stop the frost, but all it did was scatter it. It doesn't die, it just finds somewhere else to grow." Ethan's stomach churned. "Then how do I stop it? Diane said Lena had a journal, something that might have answers. Do you know where it is?" Mark's expression darkened, and he looked away. "The journal," he murmured. "She was always writing in that thing. After the fire, I went back to what was left of the house to look for it, but it was gone. Either it burned or the frost took it." Ethan's heart sank. "So it's gone completely?" Mark hesitated, his gaze shifting to the floor. "Not necessarily," he said finally. "Lena was paranoid. She knew how dangerous the frost was, and she wouldn't have left the journal somewhere it could be destroyed. If it's still out there, it's in one of her safe places." Ethan frowned. "Safe places." "She had a few spots she used to hide things," Mark explained. "Old childhood hangouts, places only she and I knew about. One of them was an old hunting cabin our dad used to take us to. It's deep in the woods, miles from anywhere. If she hid the journal, it's probably there." Ethan felt a flicker of hope. "Where is it?" Mark sighed. "I haven't been there in years, but I can give you the location. Just be careful." That place always felt wrong, even before all of this started. The frost reacts. Mark described the location of the cabin. The frost inside Ethan flared violently, sending a wave of cold pain through his chest. He doubled over, clutching his arms as the whispers surged in his mind. "Don't go. You'll make it worse." She failed. "You will too." Mark's eyes widened as he watched Ethan, his voice tense. "Are you okay?" Ethan nodded through gritted teeth, forcing himself to straighten. "The frost doesn't want me to go," he said, his voice shaky. "It's trying to stop me." Mark's jaw tightened. "Then you're on the right track. Whatever's in that cabin, the frost doesn't want you to find it." Ethan took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He didn't know what Lena's journal would reveal, but it was the only lead he had. If there was even a chance it could help him end this, he had to try. Mark scribbled the cabin's location on a piece of paper and handed it to Ethan. "Be careful out there," he said, And if you feel the frost starting to take over, get out. Ethan nodded, his grip tightening on the paper. I won't, he said, though the frost's whispers told him otherwise. The journey to the cabinth drive to the cabin was long and treacherous, the snow falling heavier. As Ethan ventured deeper into the wilderness, the frost inside him pulsed steadily, its presence growing stronger with each mile. It was as if the frost knew where he was going, and it was afraid. Ethan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his breath fogging the air. I'm not stopping, he muttered under his breath. You're not winning. As he turned onto an unmarked dirt road, the trees grew denser, their branches heavy with snow. The whispers in his mind grew louder, forming fragmented words that echoed through his thoughts. Turn back. It's not yours to take. You'll regret this. Ethan ignored them, his focus fixed on the road ahead. Whatever was waiting for him. At the cabin, he was ready to face it. The frost might have marked him, but he wasn't going to let it control him. Not anymore. The snowstorm had intensified by the time Ethan reached the narrow path leading to the cabin. His car struggled on the uneven, snow-covered road, tires skidding as the frosty wind howled through the trees. The forest around him felt alive, pressing in from all sides, its shadows twisting unnaturally as the headlights illuminated the dense underbrush. Ethan parked at the edge of the trail, the road too narrow to go any further. The cabin, according to Mark's instructions, was another mile into the woods, hidden far from prying eyes. Ethan grabbed his flashlight, slung his bag over his shoulder, and stepped into the frigid night. The frost inside him pulsed faintly, an icy ache spreading through his arms and chest. The whispers had returned, soft but insistent, threading through his mind like a relentless echo. You're not welcome. Turn back. It's waiting for you. Ethan ignored them, forcing his legs to move forward. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of wildlife replaced by the crunch of snow beneath his boots. The cold felt sharper here, almost unnatural, biting through his layers as though the frost itself were trying to slow him down. A pierce after what felt like hours, Ethan finally spotted the cabin through the trees. It was small and weathered, its roof sagging under the weight of snow. The windows were dark, and frost clung to the wooden walls, forming intricate patterns that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Ethan hesitated at the edge of the clearing, his breath clouding the air. The cabin radiated the same oppressive cold he had felt in the frostbitten house. It wasn't just a structure, it was connected to the frost, infected by the same malevolent presence. He tightened his grip on the flashlight and stepped forward, his boots crunching loudly in the stillness. The whispers grew louder with each step, their fragmented words forming a discordant chorus. She failed, you will too. Leave before it's too late. Ethan climbed the creaking steps to the front porch, his heart pounding. The frost on the cabin walls seemed to shift as he approached, the patterns writhing like living things. He reached for the doorknob, his hand trembling, and twisted it slowly. The door creaked open, revealing the dark interior of the cabin. Inside, the cabinathon stepped inside, his flashlight casting long shadows across the frost-covered floor. Air was suffocatingly cold, colder than the storm outside, and the frost on the walls seemed to pulse faintly in response to his presence. The cabin was sparsely furnished: a small table, a few chairs, and a stone fireplace that had long since gone cold. Shelves lined the walls, filled with dusty books, empty jars, and faded photographs. Ethan's eyes scanned the room, searching for anything that might resemble Lena's journal. The frost flared inside him, sending a sharp wave of pain through his chest. He staggered, clutching his arms as the whispers grew louder, echoing through the small cabin. Don't take it. It belongs to us. She's still here. Ethan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to move. He searched the shelves, his flashlight illuminating the frost-covered objects. Most of the books were illegible, their pages frozen together, but one stood out as small, leather-bound journal sitting on the edge of a shelf, untouched by frost. He reached for it, his fingers trembling as he picked it up. The journal felt warm in his hands, a stark contrast to the icy cold of the cabin. Ethan flipped it open, his breath catching as he recognized Lena's handwriting. The pages were filled with notes, sketches of sigils, and fragmented sentences that hinted at her struggle with the frost. Lena's warning. Ethan skimmed the pages, his heart pounding as he pieced together Lena's thoughts. She had written extensively about the frost, describing its hunger, its ability to latch onto anchors, and its refusal to die. The frost cannot be destroyed, one entry read. It feeds on fear, on warmth, on life itself. But it needs a connection, a host, a place, a tether. If the anchor is broken, the frost will weaken, but it won't disappear. It will find another way. Another entry caught Ethan's eye, the words underlined in bold. The frost is alive. It learns, it remembers. Ethan swallowed hard, flipping to the next page. The writing became more frantic, the sentences scrawled in uneven lines. To contain it, it only scattered the pieces. It's waiting for something, someone to finish what it started. The final entry sent a chill down Ethan's spine. If you're reading this, it's already too late. The frost doesn't just take it, becomes, I'm sorry, I failed. Ethan's hands shook as he closed the journal, his mind racing. The frost wasn't just a curse or a force of nature, it was sentient. It had a purpose, a goal, and Lena's efforts to stop it had only delayed the inevitable. The frost's revengeth air in the cabin grew colder, the frost on the walls writhing violently as if in protest. The whispers rose to a deafening roar, their voices overlapping in a chaotic frenzy. Put it back. You don't belong here. It's too late. Ethan staggered, clutching the journal tightly as the frost surged toward him, coiling across the floor and up the walls like living tendrils. The cold bit into his skin, freezing his breath in his lungs. He stumbled toward the door, his flashlight flickering as the frost lashed out, trying to stop him. The whispers clawed at his mind, filling his thoughts with images of faces frozen, in agony, of houses consumed by frost, of Lena standing in the fire, screaming. Ethan shoved the door open and stumbled out into the snow. The journal clutched tightly to his chest. The frost followed him, seeping out of the cabin and spreading across the clearing, but it stopped just short of the tree line, retreating as if bound to the cabin's walls. Ethan collapsed to his knees, gasping for air as the frost inside him flared one final time before fading. The whispers were gone, but their final message echoed in his mind. It's not over. Ethan sat in the snow, his breath clouding the icy air as the journal rested heavily in his hands. The frost inside him had quieted, though its presence was still there, an ever-present chill in the back of his mind. His body ached from the effort of escaping the cabin, and his thoughts swirled with the revelations Lena's journal had brought to light. The frost was alive. It learned, it adapted, and it couldn't be destroyed, only contained. Ethan couldn't shake Lena's final words. If you're reading this, it's already too late. The whispers from the cabin had warned him not to take the journal, but he had ignored them. Now, with the frost silent and the forest still, a question gnawed at him. Had he made things worse? He forced himself to stand, his legs trembling as he trudged back to his car. The forest around him seemed darker now, the trees taller, their skeletal branches reaching for him like gnarled hands. The air was heavy, the snow falling slower, as though the entire world were holding its breath. Ethan climbed into the car and slammed the door shut, the faint warmth of the heater doing little to chase away the cold embedded in his bones. He set the journal on the passenger seat, its leather cover almost glowing in the dim light of the dashboard. "Lena," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "What were you trying to do?" The journal reveals Marithon couldn't wait until He got back to town to read more. He flipped open the journal, the pages crackling faintly as though reacting to the cold that clung to him. The entries grew more erratic the further he read. Lena's handwriting devolving into scrawls and jagged lines. The frost is everywhere. One entry read, "It's in the walls, in the air. I can feel it watching me, waiting. It knows I'm trying to stop it." Ethan's hands trembled as he turned the page. Another entry described a theory Lena had been developing, one she had never mentioned to Diane or anyone else. The frost needs an anchor host, a place, a connection to the world, but it also needs something else. It needs purpose. Without it, the frost weakens, scatters. I've seen it happen. If I can find a way to strip it of its purpose, maybe I can stop it for good. Ethan frowned, his mind racing. Purpose. What kind of purpose could the frost have, and how could he take it away? The next entry offered a chilling explanation. The frost doesn't just want to spread. It wants to become. It feeds on fear, on warmth, on life itself. But it's not mindless. It has a goal, final shape. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it growing stronger, if it succeeds. The sentence trailed off, unfinished. Ethan slammed the journal shut, his pulse racing. The frost wasn't just a parasite. It was evolving, shaping itself into something far more dangerous. A flicker of hope as he sat in the car, trying to make sense of Lena's fragmented thoughts. If the frost needed purpose to grow stronger, then finding a way to sever that purpose might be the key to stopping it. But how could he strip something so ancient, so unknowable, of its drive? Ethan thought back to the frostbitten house, to the faces in the walls, to Lena's ghostly warnings. The frost had used those faces, those people, to fuel its hunger, to give itself purpose. It had latched onto their fear, their pain, their very essence. If the frost fed on fear, then maybe, just maybe, there was a way to starve it. Ethan glanced at the journal, his jaw tightening. Lena had believed in containment, in holding the frost back, but she hadn't figured out how to sever its purpose. If he could go beyond what she had done, if he could find the source of the frost's purpose and destroy it, then maybe he could end this for good. The frost's retaliation-a-thon's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden chill that swept through the car, freezing the windows and coating the dashboard in a thin layer of frost. His breath hitched as the whispers returned, their voices a cacophony of anger and desperation. "You can't stop us. You don't belong here. It's too late." The frost flared inside him, sending a wave of cold pain through his chest. Ethan clutched the steering wheel. His teeth gritted as the whispers clawed at his mind. "No," he muttered, his voice rising. "You're not stopping me. Not this time." The frost pulsed violently, and for a moment Ethan thought he saw shapes forming in the frozen windshield faces, twisting and writhing, their hollow eyes staring back at him. He slammed his hand against the wheel, his anger cutting through the fear. "You can fight me all you want," he said, his voice steady, "but I'm not giving up. You hear me? I'm not giving up." The frost recoiled, the faces fading into the glass. The whispers softened, retreating to the edges of his mind. But Ethan could still feel the frost's presence, its hunger. A new destination of him turned the car back onto the trail, heading toward the town where he'd left Bellamy in the containment circle. The journal had given him more questions than answers, but it was clear he needed Bellamy's expertise to interpret Lena's theories. The frost had survived for centuries, latching onto hosts, spreading through houses, consuming lives. If it was evolving into something greater, then time was running out as the road stretched before him. Ethan tightened his grip on the wheel, his resolve hardening. He didn't know how he was going to do it, but one thing was certain: he was going to finish what Lena started. The drive back to Bellamy's house was long and tense, the frost's presence weighing on Ethan like a shadow he couldn't shake. Snow fell heavily, obscuring the road ahead, and the forest seemed darker than before, the trees twisting in ways that made Ethan's skin crawl. The journal sat on the passenger seat, its pages filled with fragments of Lena's desperate fight against the frost. Her warnings echoed in Ethan's mind. The frost doesn't just take, becomes. As he approached Bellamy's house, a sharp wave of cold surged through his chest, forcing him to swerve the car. The frost flared violently, its whispers returning in full force. It's breaking. You let it out. You can't save him. Ethan's heart pounded as he turned into Bellamy's driveway. The house was dark, its windows coated in frost that pulsed faintly with a sickly blue light. The containment circle, something was wrong. He grabbed the journal and stepped out of the car. The biting cold, almost unbearable now. The frost inside him burned each step toward the house, a battle against the invisible weight pressing down on him. Bellamy, Ethan called, his voice echoing through the frozen air. There was no response. Inside the house, Ethan pushed the door open, the hinges creaking loudly. The interior was dim, lit only by the faint glow of the containment circle in the center of the room. The frost patterns on the walls had spread, crawling up the shelves and over the furniture like veins, pulsing faintly in time with the whispers. Bellamy, Ethan called again, his voice tight with dread. A muffled groan answered him from the far side of the room. Ethan rushed toward the sound, his flashlight cutting through the gloom. He found Bellamy slumped against the wall, his face pale and his breath shallow. Frost crept up his arms and neck, the patterns eerily similar to the ones Ethan had once borne. Bellamy, Ethan knelt beside him, shaking his shoulder. Bellamy's eyes fluttered open, his voice a weak rasp. The circle, it's failing. Ethan's stomach dropped as he glanced at the containment circle in the center of the room. The sigils that had once glowed brightly were dim now, their lines cracked and uneven. The frost inside the circle writhed violently, slamming against the invisible barrier as though testing its limits. What happened? Ethan asked, his voice urgent. Bellamy coughed, his breath visible in the icy air. The frost, it's adapting. It knows how to break free. The circle isn't enough anymore. Ethan's mind raced. The frost had learned. Lena had warned him this might happen. It wasn't just a force of nature. It was alive, intelligent, and it was growing stronger. A desperate plan. We need to reinforce the circle, Ethan said, pulling the journal from his bag. Lena wrote about sigils, ways to strengthen the containment. Maybe there's something in here we can use. Bellamy shook his head weakly. It won't hold. The frost is too strong now. You'd just be delaying the inevitable. Ethan clenched his fists, his frustration boiling over. So what do we do? Just let it out. Let it consume everything. Bellamy's gaze fixed on the journal, his expression grim. Lena thought there was a way to sever its purpose. If you can strip it of what it's feeding on, it might weaken enough to stop it. But no one's ever done it before. Ethan flipped through the journal, scanning. Lena's frantic notes. The same phrase kept appearing, scrawled in the margins of multiple pages. It feeds on fear. That's what it's feeding on, Ethan said, his voice steady. Fear, pain. That's how it anchors itself to people, to places. He looked at Bellamy, his resolve hardening. If we can take that away, maybe we can stop it. Bellamy's breath hitched, his frost-covered fingers trembling as he reached for Ethan. Be careful, he whispered. The frost will fight you. It won't let go without a price. Reinforcing the circle, Ethan tore through the room, gathering chalk, candles, and the strange stones Bellamy had used before. The frost in the circle pulsed violently, its tendrils slamming against the barrier with increasing force. He opened the journal to one of Lena's detailed diagrams, carefully redrawing the sigils on the floor around the containment circle. Each stroke of chalk felt heavier, the frost inside him flaring with every line. The whispers grew louder, filling the room with a chaotic roar. You can't stop us. We know you. You will fail. Ethan's hands trembled as he completed the final sigil, the lines glowing faintly as the circle reactivated. The frost inside the barrier writhed violently, its movements erratic, but the cracks in the containment stopped spreading. For now, the frost strikes Bacchus. Ethan stepped back from the circle. The frost on Bellamy surged, spreading rapidly across his chest and face. He cried out in pain, his body convulsing as the frost tightened its grip. Ethan rushed to his side, shaking him. "Stay with me." Bellamy's eyes opened, filled with a strange, icy light. His voice was distorted, overlaid with a chilling whisper that wasn't his own. "You're too late." The frost lashed out, coiling around Ethan's arms and pulling him toward the circle. He struggled against it, his boots scraping across the frozen floor. But the frost was relentless, dragging him closer to the barrier. "Let me go," Ethan shouted, his voice breaking. The frost tightened its grip, its whispers echoing in his mind. "You belong to us." Ethan's vision blurred as the cold sank into his bones, but his hand brushed against the journal, still open on the floor. He grabbed it, flipping desperately through the pages until he found the diagram of the anchor sigillus symbol Lena had scrawled next to the words, "Sever the purpose." With the last of his strength, Ethan scratched the symbol onto the floor. Near the circle, his chalk lines jagged and uneven. The frost recoiled violently, its tendrils releasing him as the sigil began to glow. Bellamy gasped, the frost on his body retreating slightly, though his breathing remained shallow. Ethan collapsed to the floor, the journal clutched tightly in his hands. The whispers faded, but the frost inside the circle writhed more violently than ever, its anger palpable. A fragile Victoriathan pushed himself to his knees, his breath fogging the air. The anchor sigil had bought them some time, but the frost was still fighting, still adapting. He glanced at Bellamy, who lay motionless on the floor, his face pale but his chest rising and falling faintly. "We can't stay here," Ethan muttered, his voice hoarse. "The circle won't hold forever." He stared at the frost in the containment circle, its tendrils coiling and twisting like living things. Lena had been right, the frost couldn't be destroyed. But if he could strip it of its purpose, sever its connection to the fear and pain it fed on, maybe he could stop it from spreading. The frost flared, its whispers returning in a low, menacing growl. "You'll never stop us." Ethan tightened his grip on the journal, his jaw set. "We'll see about that." The room was heavy with cold, the frost in the containment circle lashing against its barriers like a caged animal. The glowing sigils on the floor flickered faintly, the chalk lines barely holding as the frost's presence pressed outward. Testing for weakness, Ethan knelt beside Bellamy, who remained slumped against the wall, his breath shallow and labored. The frost had retreated slightly from his body, but its icy grip still lingered in faint patterns along his neck and arms. "Stay with me, Bellamy," Ethan said, his voice strained. He flipped open Lena's journal again, scanning its pages, for any clue, any fragment of a plan that could save them. His eyes landed on a section scrawled hastily in the margins. "The frost doesn't just feed on fur, it needs it. Without fear, it falters, it fractures. But to sever its purpose, you must confront what it has taken from you." Ethan frowned, his pulse racing. Confront what it has taken. The frost had consumed countless lives, leaving their faces etched in ice. Was Lena saying he had to face those lives, those memories directly? Bellamy stirred beside him, his voice faint. "You can't just sever it," he rasped. "It's not that simple." Ethan leaned closer, desperate for answers. "Then tell me how. What do I have to do?" Bellamy's frostbitten fingers twitched weakly, pointing toward the containment circle. "It's tied to you now. If you want to sever it, you have to go inside." Ethan's stomach dropped, inside the circle. Bellamy nodded weakly, his eyes closing. "The frost has taken a piece of you. If you don't take it back, It'll keep spreading. It'll use you as its anchor. Ethan's hands trembled as he stared at the glowing sigils. The frost writhed inside the circle, its tendrils twisting and curling as though waiting for him. The whispers grew louder, filling the room with their mocking tone. Come closer. You're already ours. It's too late to stop us. Ethan swallowed hard, his chest tight with fear. He didn't know what would happen if he stepped into the circle, but he had no other choice. If the frost was tied to him, then he had to sever that connection no matter the cost. Entering the circle, Ethan stepped slowly, his legs trembling as he stepped toward the edge of the circle. The air grew colder with each step, the frost's tendrils lashing against the invisible barrier as though sensing his intent. He glanced down at the journal. Lena's words burned into his mind. Confront what it has taken from you. With a deep breath, Ethan stepped into the circle. The frost surged forward instantly, wrapping around his legs and pulling him to his knees. The cold was unlike anything he had ever felt, biting through his skin and sinking into his bones. The whispers roared in his ears, a chaotic cacophony that threatened to drown out his thoughts. You shouldn't have come. We know you. You'll never leave. Ethan clutched the journal tightly, his knuckles white as the frost coiled around. His arms and chest, the room around him blurred, the walls dissolving into a swirling void of ice and shadows. The frost's Memorithon's surroundings shifted, the cold void giving way to a series of fragmented images. He saw faces frozen in frost, their expressions twisted in terror. He heard screams echoing in the distance, the sound muffled and distorted. The frost wasn't just showing him its victims, it was forcing him to feel their fear, their pain. A woman's voice cut through the chaos, soft and desperate. Help me. Ethan turned, his breath catching as he saw Lena standing in the void. Her form was translucent, her dark hair frozen in jagged strands, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. Ethan called out, his voice trembling. She didn't respond, but her gaze locked onto his. She raised her hand, pointing toward the swirling frost around them. Ethan followed her gesture, his eyes landing on a glowing shape in the distance. It pulsed faintly, its light struggling against the darkness. That's it, Lena's voice whispered, faint and distant. The core. Take it back. Ethan's pulse quickened as he stumbled toward the light, the frost lashing at him with every step. The whispers grew louder, their tone turning desperate. Don't touch it. It's ours. You'll only make it worse. Ethan ignored them, his focus fixed on the pulsing light. As he drew closer, he saw that it wasn't just a shape, it was a memory. His memory. The core of furred glowing light resolved into a vivid image. Ethan standing in the frost-bitten house, his breath fogging the air as frost crawled up his arms. The fear in his eyes was unmistakable, the raw panic of someone facing the unknown. The frost had taken this moment his terror, his vulnerability, and used it as an anchor to bind itself to him. Ethan reached out, his hand trembling. The frost surged around him, its tendrils coiling tighter. But he pushed through the pain as his fingers touched the light. The whispers erupted into a deafening scream. The frost's tendrils writhed violently, their grip loosening as the core pulsed brighter. Ethan gritted his teeth, his voice rising above the chaos. You don't own me. The light flared and the frost shattered, its tendrils dissolving into mist. The void around him cracked and fractured, the faces in the frost fading into nothingness. Breaking the connection, Ethan gasped as he collapsed onto the floor of Bellamy's house, the containment circle flickering weakly beneath him. The frost inside the circle had dimmed, its movements sluggish and erratic. Bellamy stirred nearby, his frost-bitten form shuddering as the icy patterns on his skin began to fade. He opened his eyes, his voice weak but clear. You did it. Ethan sat up slowly, his body trembling with exhaustion. The frost inside him was gone, the constant ache, the whispers, the cold weight that had clung to him for so long. But the room was eerily silent, and Ethan knew it wasn't over. The frost in the containment circle was still alive, weakened but not destroyed. "We severed its anchor," Ethan said, his voice hoarse. "But it's still here. What now?" Bellamy's gaze drifted to the journal in Ethan's hands. "You keep it contained," he said, "and you make sure no one else ever steps into that circle." Ethan nodded, his resolve hardening. The frost was still dangerous, still hungry, but its hold on him had been broken. For the first time, he felt a glimmer of hope. The battle wasn't over, but he had taken the first step. Ethan sat on the floor of Bellamy's house, staring at the containment circle. The frost inside it had stopped lashing against the barrier, its movements slow and faint, like a wounded predator. The room was cold, but it was a natural cold now, not the oppressive, soul-draining chill of the frost. Bellamy leaned against the wall, his breathing labored but steady. The frost patterns on his skin had nearly faded, leaving faint scars in their place. His eyes were sharp as he watched Ethan, his voice low and measured. "It's weaker now. Severing the anchor has taken its strength, but it's not gone." Ethan nodded, gripping Lena's journal tightly in his hands. "I know. It's still alive in there, waiting." Bellamy pushed himself upright, his movements slow and deliberate. "The sigils will hold for now," he said, gesturing toward the glowing lines on the floor. "But the frost is learning. It won't stay trapped forever. We need to decide what to do next." Ethan's mind raced, the weight of the past few days pressing heavily on him. Lena's journal had given him answers, but it had also left him with more questions about the frost's origins, its purpose, and whether it could ever truly be destroyed. Lena's final word, Ethan flipped through the journal, skimming Lena's entries until he reached the last page. The handwriting was erratic, the ink smeared in places, but the words were legible. "I failed to contain it. It's stronger now because of me. If you're reading this, you've seen what it can do. You've felt its hunger. But there's still hope. The frost feeds on fear, but fear can be faced. If you have the strength to confront it, to take back what it's taken, you might succeed where I failed." Ethan's chest tightened as he read the final line, scrawled in jagged letters across the bottom of the page. "Do not let it spread." The weight of Lena's sacrifice hit him like a blow. She had given everything to try to stop the frost, to protect others from its reach, and now that responsibility had fallen to him. Bellamy's theory Bellamy limped toward the containment circle, his eyes narrowing as he studied the frost. "It's adapting," he said quietly. "The more we fight it, the more it learns. But it's still bound by its nature. It needs an anchor, something to hold on to." Ethan nodded. "I severed its connection to me, but it's still tied to the circle. If the sigils fail," Bellamy nodded grimly, "it will find another anchor, another host. It will spread again." Ethan ran a hand through his hair, frustration boiling inside him. "So what do? We can't just keep containing it forever. There has to be a way to end this." Bellamy hesitated, his gaze distant. "There might be," he said slowly, "but it's risky. If the frost can't feed, it weakens. If it can't find fear or pain, it starves. But to starve it, we'd need to isolate it completely, cut it off from everything." Ethan frowned. "How do we do that?" Bellamy's eyes flicked to the containment circle. "By severing every connection it has, not just to you or this house, but to everything. The sigils could act as a seal, a permanent prison. But creating a seal strong enough to hold it would require a sacrifice." Ethan's stomach sank. The seal needs an anchor of its own, something or someone to hold the frost in place. The decisionathon's mind reeled at the implication. Someone would have to give themselves to the frost, to act as its prison, trapping it forever. It was the same choice Lena had made, the same sacrifice that had tied her to her house. He glanced at Bellamy, who was watching him carefully. "It doesn't have to be you," Bellamy said quietly. "We could find another way. Delay it. Strengthen the circle." Ethan shook his head. "That's not a solution. It's just putting off the inevitable. The frost will find a way out, and more people will die." Bellamy's gaze dropped to the floor. "You don't have to make this decision now, but if you're going to do it, you need to be sure there's no coming back." Ethan stared at the frost in the containment circle, its faint movements still visible. The whispers were gone, but he could still feel its presence, its hunger. Lena's journal sat heavy in his hands, her final words echoing in his mind. "Do not let it spread." He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. "If this is the only way to stop it, then I'll do it." Bellamy's head snapped up, his expression conflicted. "Ethan, think about what you're saying. If you become the anchor, you'll be tied to the frost forever. You won't just trap it, you'll become part of it." Ethan's jaw tightened. "And if I don't, it'll keep spreading. I can't let that happen. I won't." The final ritual, Bellamy hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "If this is what you want to do, we'll need to prepare the seal. The sigils will have to be perfect, and you'll need to enter the circle willingly. The frost has to take you completely, or the seal won't hold." Ethan nodded, his chest tight. He placed the journal on the table, flipping to the section on permanent containment. The diagram for the seal was intricate, far more complex than the containment circle Bellamy had created. They worked in silence, redrawing the sigils with painstaking precision. Bellamy lit candles at the cardinal points, casting long shadows across the room. The frost in the circle stirred faintly, as if sensing what was about to happen. When the seal was ready, Bellamy stepped back, his face pale. "Once you're inside, I'll complete the ritual," he said. "You'll need to focus on holding the frost. Don't let it take more than you're willing to give." Ethan nodded, his hands trembling as he stepped toward the circle. The frost pulsed faintly, its tendrils coiling in anticipation. He turned to Bellamy one last time. "If this works, make sure no one ever comes near this house again. Burn it, bury it, whatever it takes." Bellamy's throat bobbed as he swallowed. "I will, I promise." Ethan took a deep breath and stepped into the circle. The frost claims, its Anchorth frost surged toward Ethan instantly, wrapping around his arms and legs, pulling him to his knees. The cold was unbearable, sinking into his skin and spreading through his body like a living thing. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent than ever. "You can't contain us. You will become us. We will never stop." Ethan closed his eyes, focusing on the sigils beneath him. The frost clawed at his mind, showing him faces, memories, and nightmares, but he forced himself to hold on. Bellamy's voice rang out behind him, chanting the words of the ritual. The sigils around the circle flared brightly, their light searing. Through the frost's tendrils, the whispers turned to screams, the frost writhing violently as the seal began to take hold. Ethan's vision blurred, the pain overwhelming, but he didn't let go. "Do not let it spread." The light from the sigils grew brighter, flooding the room with a blinding glow. Ethan felt the frost pulling at him, tearing at his very essence, but he held firm, anchoring it to the circle, to himself, and then there was silence, a haunting resolution. When the light faded, the frost was gone. The containment circle glowed faintly, its sigils pulsing with a steady rhythm. Ethan knelt in the center, motionless, his eyes closed. Bellamy approached cautiously, his heart pounding. "Ethan." Ethan opened his eyes slowly, his expression calm but distant. The frost was inside him now, bound to his body and the seal. He was its prison, its anchor. "It's done," Ethan said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It won't spread." Bellamy's chest tightened. "And you?" Ethan smiled faintly, a cold, haunted smile. "I'm still here, for now." Bellamy nodded, his voice heavy with grief. "I'll make sure no one finds this place. You won't be disturbed." Ethan closed his eyes, the frost inside him pulsing faintly. The house was silent now, its darkness contained. But Ethan knew it wasn't over. Not really.